So we're going to start with December 5th, and we will try to keep you apprised of what day these things come from. And you can go to the blog, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com, and click on the calendar date for the date that we say, and you can find the...
There's some good stuff on some of these links.
Some of the stuff...
I'll try and call your attention to it.
And second thing I have to do is tell everybody that they must donate huge amounts of money to BCTV.
Empty the coffers.
Anything
go get the cookie
will
jar.
do. What?
Go get the cookie jar.
Yeah, go get your cookie jar. Anything will do. Any donation we will be grateful for, and the minimum you can make is $1, but that isn't because I said $1, it's because the
software can't
PayPal
handle
won't handle
99
less than
cents.
$1. Go to brattleboro.tv.org. Go down to the bottom of the screen where it says support local broadcasting. Click on that, and you can donate to Brattleboro BCTV, which is a tax-deductible donation, and make that donation. And below the place where you can do that with PayPal or credit card, and below that you can put in a note that says this is for Energy Week.
That would help.
We're still a few dollars shy of the amount that we need. I don't think it's as much as $100, but it's a few dollars. It might be, actually I think it's $115 maybe,
Well,
but I might be wrong. Anyway, we go. We're ready to cruise through this. Oh, one thing that we should mention.
Yeah.
It's not in the news today. It's not in the news for this week, but it will be Energy Week next week. In fact, it will be our first article that we talk about, is the fact that Greta Thunberg was named Person of the Year by Time Magazine.
I got a message to that effect.
Yep.
Yeah, good for her.
Yeah, and by the way, the person who was the second in line for Person of the Year was none other than President Donald Trump. Probably because...
Who was in the news today?
He was in the news today talking about Greta Thunberg, according to Donald Trump, needs anger management.
So he's a psychiatrist now, huh?
Maybe he's talked to a psychiatrist and learned a term. You know, I mean... I don't want to go there. Okay.
We won't touch
February, December, I'm reading Thursday and it's turning into my mind into February. December 5th, we have a picture. Tom wanted to put the picture up, and now we can put it up. And this is an article from Science Magazine. It's a picture of a hot day in Paris.
I wonder how you knew it was Paris.
You know, it didn't say in the article. I just guessed. It's either Paris or they've got a very large model of the Eiffel Tower.
That could be, yeah.
You know,
it looks like the Taj Mahal in the back.
When they put that up,
yeah,
local people complained bitterly about how ugly it was.
Huh.
I'm not kidding. They wanted to have it torn down as soon as possible, and then a year or so later, they decided maybe they should leave it.
Well, I wouldn't say it's ugly, I wouldn't say it's beautiful, but it certainly is interesting.
I'll agree with you on the interesting part.
They look like they're having fun there, though, I'll tell you that.
They do.
Yeah.
Okay, Science Magazine, what do you have for title, Tom?
Even a 50-year-old climate model correctly predicted, quote, global warming.
Climate change doubters like to claim that computer simulations conducted decades ago didn't accurately predict current warming. Actually, they like to claim that the current models don't either. Now, the most sweeping evaluation of these older models, some half a century old, shows that most of them were actually accurate.
Well, a little takeaway from here, because they explain what they did.
Yeah.
Researchers using supercomputers running trillions of calculations per second.
Yeah.
Compared annual average surface temperatures across the globe to the surface temperatures that they predicted back between 1970 and 2001.
Yeah.
And they got them right on the money.
They were
for
there.
Most forecasts, there was no statistically significant difference.
Yeah. For most of them.
For most of them.
You know, trillions of calculations per second. We used to, when I was working with computers, we had a thing called a gigaflop, or gigaflops. The S, it sounds like it's plural, but the S is per second. Flops
Oh,
is
yeah.
floating point operations per second, flops. Gigaflops is a billion floating.
So there's only one flops.
There's only one flops. Trillions, we're talking about teraflops here.
Yeah.
And back in the day, it was getting a gigaflops was expensive. When I started in the industry, we were proud about our 20 megaflops, and these people are like a million times as fast as that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's move along here.
Very good idea. Renewables Now. We've got an item from them, and this is I think really interesting.
Nevada Energy wins approval for 1.9 gigawatts of solar, 590 megawatts of energy storage in Nevada. Well, where else would it be?
Well, yeah, but I mean, how many people?
If it's the Nevada Energy Company,
How many people are there in Nevada? I mean, this is
not a lot.
This is not a state
Not much,
with a huge population.
not many more than Vermont.
This is really big when you compare it to the Hornsdale Power Reserve in South Australia. This is a really big battery they're talking about. Probably the biggest. It may be the biggest.
600 megawatts, 590 of storage.
Nevada utility NV Energy said it has approval from the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada for 1.19 gigawatts of new solar projects and 590 megawatts of energy storage in Nevada. The
Yeah,
project,
that's significant.
will help NV Energy double its renewable energy capacity. This is big.
It's scheduled to be operational by January 2024. So it's coming, folks.
Okay, we're talking about an amount of energy that you'd get out of a nuclear power plant as
Yeah, that's about the size of
capacity.
Yankee.
And it's being put up in 4 years or 5 years, as opposed to a nuclear power plant, which in some cases has taken 40 years. But anyway.
Well, I've seen some pictures of some of these energy storage things, and they're basically a whole bunch of trailer trucks.
Oh, yeah.
You know, even the one here in Vermont, that's what it looks like.
Yep. Okay, we have another picture.
Another
This
picture
was
coming
a
up. It's a
picture
good
I
picture.
found interesting in the articles from the Weather Channel.
Doesn't look like I wanted to be in that town, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
That's Gurneville, California. And the headline is 40 years of atmospheric river storms left a staggering price tag in the western U.S.
Flooding from what are called atmospheric rivers caused about $43 billion in damage in western states over a period of 40 years. A study from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and Scripps Institution of Oceanography found climate change is making this flooding worse. You know,
That's no surprise.
hardly a surprise. This picture is a picture of a town that is basically on a riverbank in the mountains. And
Okay.
if you have any flooding, it's going to be any large amount of water and rainfall, you're going to have serious flooding in a place like that.
Looks like they succeeded.
They succeeded. Okay.
Well, I wanted to know what atmospheric rivers were, because I never heard that term before.
Yeah.
And it's easy enough. They're long, thin plumes of moisture,
Yep.
capable of carrying tremendous amounts of water.
Yep.
A strong atmospheric river can carry an amount of water vapor equivalent to as much as 15 times the average flow of liquid water in the Mississippi. So they're right when they're talking about rivers.
You know where there's an atmospheric river almost every winter? It's very predictable. Is coming off Lake Erie in western New York State, and it's the reason why Buffalo
Gets
has
so
so
much
much
snow. Yeah,
but if you track the snowfall from those snows, you get long, thin
Do you?
places
Yeah,
of
yep,
heavy
yep.
snowfall, which could wind up ending in Ithaca or some such place.
Well, there's a link there which I followed. It's called
Yeah.
A Blessing and a Curse, Atmospheric Rivers Explained.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
And there's a video in there of a cliff collapsing,
oh,
resulting in basically tidal waves, but they're nowhere near the ocean.
yeah.
It's a little town like this.
Yeah.
There's a cliff collapsing and 20 feet wall of water goes roaming across the prairie.
Wow. Okay,
Well,
we are up to Friday, December 6th. And we have an item from renewables now.
Vineyard Wind's Connecticut offshore wind tender with 804 megawatts bid.
Connecticut announced it selected Vineyard Wind LLC's 840 megawatt Park City Wind project as the winner in a major solicitation for offshore wind projects. It had, quote, a price lower than any other public announced offshore wind project in North America, end quote.
Yeah, I saw the numbers and it didn't mean anything to me, but
Yeah.
this is a biggie.
Well, 804 megawatts, and there's a couple of things about 804 megawatts here.
Why not 800?
Well, I don't know. But the 804 megawatts, you can compare this with nuclear, and it's
Sure you can.
comparable to Vermont Yankee. It is a higher nameplate capacity than Vermont Yankee, but because Vermont Yankee had a capacity factor of about 90%, and this will have a capacity factor of about 40%, it's actually going to produce a little less electricity. One thing that people don't realize is that wind turbines, particularly offshore wind turbines, actually, they don't run and then stop, and then run and then stop. They run
vary.
close to 98% of the time. They're actually producing electricity. The difference...
But a different amount of electricity.
That's right. The difference between wind turbines and solar is either running or it's not, usually.
Yeah.
I mean, in a cloudy day, it's running, but it's going to produce less electricity. But wind turbines, by contrast, almost always run. But they have
run slow,
widely
run fast.
varying amounts. Okay, this is an interesting picture we've got
got a
here.
picture here. I've
This
seen
is
this
one of the-
picture before.
I'm sure you have. I had never seen it, and I thought, that is so bizarre. This particular article had...
Can you believe it?
Yeah.
I mean,
This article had better pictures from the point of view of explaining the article than this. But look at this. This is the peak of Mount Everest. And I remember...
There's 300 people there.
Yeah, and these people are queued up. You know, that is a line of people. They look like they're lined up to get into a
movie or something.
movie theater or something. You know, it's crazy. There
Well,
they are.
there's only about a 3-week window in a year where the weather permits climbing of Mount Everest.
Wow.
Okay, and this is in that period of time.
Yeah.
And it costs a lot of money. You
Yeah.
can't just walk up there and do it. You got to hire guides. You know, they got it all
You
slowed
mean you
up.
can't just tag along behind the person in front of you? Well, truth is, they don't go up the mountain like that. That's just what happens at the peak.
Well, it's interesting because I read this article, and the guy the article is about took that picture.
Yes.
Okay, so he was up there, and he's been up there many times.
Well, let's talk
talk
about
about
the
it.
article here. This is from CNN.
It's as he scaled the world's 14 highest peaks. Nepalese climber is shocked by climate change effects.
Nepalese climber Nirmal Nims Purja smashed the record for taking the shortest time to climb all 14 of the world's 8,000 plus meter high mountains.
That's about 26,000 feet.
Yeah, this guy, yeah. But his expeditions made him acutely aware of the environmental changes the world is undergoing. And he went, what was it, 4 years, Tom? He went to one place and then he went back to it 4 years later and found that it was like a different environment.
Yeah, he talks about that. I mean, he mentions the first time he was there, they were able to use snow for drinking water.
That's right.
And the second time he went there, they had to carry the drinking water up.
They had to carry their water up. And that's because the glaciers are melting. This is ice that's been there for thousands of years, and it's melting.
Well, it's interesting when you look at that picture to realize that before 1953, no one had ever been up there.
I remember when Sir Edmund Hillary, wasn't that his name?
Yeah, it was Hillary and Tenzing Norgay.
Okay.
That was his Sherpa.
I remember when they got up there, and we were just saying, "Wow, how many people will go up there?" Well, maybe 50 years from now, some other person will go up there. Well, 50 years later, or 65 years later, it's turned into a busy operation.
Well, this guy Purja broke 7 world records in his feat of climbing all of these 8,000 meter.
He did that in a very short period of time. That was the
189 days.
189 days.
And the previous record was something like 7 years.
Yeah, he did in 6 months. He did what had never been done before in less than
Just
7
under
years.
8 years.
Yeah.
That's what I say here, yep.
Okay, is
Let's
that
move
all?
along here.
CNN brought us this next one.
EPA watchdog says White House Budget Office blocked part of its investigation into a controversial trucks rule.
The EPA Inspector General report concluded that the EPA, and possibly the Budget Office, bypassed key steps when it rushed through Pruitt's proposal to lighten regulations on some heavy-duty trucks using older, less efficient engines.
Well, there's a 2-minute video here that's totally unrelated to this article.
Well, that's one of the things CNN does, unfortunately.
But it's interesting nevertheless.
Yes.
And what they're basically saying that the heavy-duty engines often outlast the truck bodies,
Yes,
so they use them over again.
yes.
But it seems like just the idea of using a second-hand engine to save money isn't what they're after. They're trying to get away from some of these restrictions.
Well, this is what we've got here, Tom. We've got this thing, which is, the free market, they call it, where what they want to do is get rid of every regulation in sight.
Well, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah, it would be great. Yeah, let's get rid of a regulation that says you're not allowed to steal from people.
Yeah.
Then what happens? Well, if you're going to have a free market, it's got to be regulated. And there's a reason for that. And the reason is because without regulation, it's going to be regulated by the biggest shark in the tank.
That's a good way of looking at it. There is still regulation, whether the government does it or whether the biggest shark in the tank does it.
Do you want the government to regulate the market, or do you want Coke Industries to regulate the market? Well, unfortunately, what we've got now is the government operating on behalf of
Coke
big
Industries.
businesses. Yeah. Okay.
We got another picture coming up
We
here.
do indeed, and we're up to December 7th, which was Saturday.
And that's an interesting
I
picture.
find that an interesting picture. I thought you would too.
Well, it looks like it's a big truck, a big ship, picking up a whole bunch of BMWs to bring them to America.
Is that what it is, actually? I don't know where that ship's going.
Huh? Well, we don't know where it's going, but
Yeah. Okay, what do you got for a title?
BMW Group joins, quote, Getting to Zero Coalition, and they're the first car maker to do so.
This is from-
Explain what's going on here.
Yeah,
This is
I'll read
interesting.
this. This is from Clean Technica. BMW Group joined the Getting to Zero Coalition ahead of the UN Climate Change Conference in Madrid. By 2030, BMW Group will be offering 25 electrified models. Its factories in Europe have been powered by 100% green electricity since 2017. These people are going to be 100% electric in everything they do.
Well, that's what the article's about. They're saying that the BMW Group is very serious about carbon emissions.
Yeah.
And they're looking everywhere throughout their chain.
We're going to be seeing a nice article about the effects that has, will have, or predicted to have on companies like BMW that have done that, and companies that are not doing it and resisting.
I can't wait.
Okay.
Well, we got, this one isn't a very good one coming up. Australia bushfires north of Sydney are too big to put out.
This is scary.
Whoa.
Okay, this is from the BBC. A mega blaze raging across a 60-kilometer front, which is 37 miles, north of the Australian city of Sydney, cannot currently be put out, fire officials have warned. This is a blaze that's 37 miles wide.
Yeah. And it's only an hour's drive from Sydney. I'd be scared if I lived in Sydney.
This could be a serious, well, it is a serious problem, but I don't know how worried they are that it'll get to Sydney. The severity of blazes so early in the fire season has caused alarm and prompted calls for greater action to tackle climate change. Okay, so what's wrong here? We've got a country that is parched because of climate change.
Yeah.
And what are they trying to do? Well, at the top level, they're trying to prevent any changes that will deal with climate change.
Well, there's a couple of interesting videos in this link, the BBC. The 1-inch video of the fire itself, and that's scary. 1 inch, 1 minute.
It's appalling. It's
And there's
absolutely
another
appalling.
video which shows the fire advancing on the firefighters, and that's scary too.
Just what's 37 miles from Brattleboro?
Dummerston?
No. I would. I think 37 miles south is past. It's probably Deerfield.
Massachusetts.
It would probably be Deerfield,
Around-
which would
around
mean
there.
you just think about a fire that stretches from Brattleboro to Deerfield.
Yeah, good way. You got to look at it some way. Yeah.
You know, and when you start really looking at some of these things, you know, this is like the Peshtigo fire in the United States that hit Wisconsin the same day the Chicago fire did. These fires get so big, they do what's called, I think it's called spotting, where embers get picked
They
up
jump to-
and
they jump ahead.
fall
Yeah.
5 miles away. And in the Peshtigo fire, they had things picked up that fell quite a few miles away, and they believe that that's the reason why there were fires on both sides of the Dore Peninsula. Because
Okay.
they believe the Peshtigo fire may have jumped the Dore Peninsula, which is 10 miles or more across. And there are people who believe that they not only jumped the Dore Peninsula, they may have jumped Lake Michigan. Because there
Wow.
was a fire the same day in
On
Michigan.
Lake-
This is a situation that's kind of similar in nature.
Yeah, it seems to be.
Okay,
We got another one coming up here. We got a picture.
we do indeed.
try to
This
get
is
the
from
picture up there.
Counterpunch.
This is an interesting picture. If you look carefully, there's a person in that picture. It
Yeah.
looks like a surveying
Yeah.
pole, whatever they call it.
It reminds me, you know what it reminds me of? There was a, who was that Japanese filmmaker? Kurosawa made a film called Ran, which was patterned after King Lear. And in the end, one of the characters who was blind was standing on a cliff with a stick. And it was in the end of this thing, everybody died. You know, it was really awful. And that guy standing there on the edge of that piece of collapsing permafrost reminds me a little bit of that.
That would all be solid,
That would have
but
been,
it's melting.
it would have been ice, and you know you can see that the stuff is falling away. Okay, we should move on this. What do you got for a title?
Permafrost hits a grim threshold.
And this is grim, according to research based on field observations conducted from 2003 to 2017. A large-scale carbon emission shift has occurred in the Arctic.
No, we talked about that.
We have, but this makes it really explicit. The region had been a carbon sink, but the entire Arctic now emits more carbon than it absorbs. And this can only be described as worse than bad news. So the Arctic had been collecting carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere.
I got some numbers on that.
Yeah,
It showed 1.66 gigatons of CO2
right.
emitted annually
Oh.
versus 1.03 gigatons absorbed.
I didn't realize that it was that big,
Well,
the absorption. But, you know, and a lot of this is methane, which is really bad.
Which is bad.
Yeah.
Governmental austerity measures are destroying proactive climate policies. Okay, global governments plan to produce 120% more fossil fuels by 2030.
You know, Tom,
that can't happen.
I have become convinced that to get past what we're confronted with in this country, we're going to have a president of the United States who declares martial law and just says,
Stop burning fuel.
yeah, can't do that anymore. Okay, we're up to Sunday, December 8th.
Soil, the secret weapon in a fight against climate change. This is an interesting story.
It is,
It's a good
and
one.
actually, this is a really good story. It's the flip side of that last story. This is from EchoWatch. Battered by effects of climate change, agriculture is also an important, in fact, a necessary partner in fighting it. The science is clear. We cannot stay beneath the most dangerous climate thresholds without sequestering a significant amount of carbon in our soils. And we can do this.
This is a good article, and the article mentions 5 ways that soils can sequester soil.
Right.
I'll mention them because
Yeah,
they're
go
quick. This is
Put
based
yourself up. Huh? Put yourself up.
Well, I'll do that. There we go. Hey, hi there, guys. This is based upon equivalent to the emissions of 64 coal-fired power plants that
Okay.
this study is talking about.
Okay.
The first one is incentives for cover crops.
Yes.
Okay, and cover crops are crops planted between growing seasons to build soil health.
Yeah.
Okay, and everybody's not doing this. So they're going to try and incentivize it. Second one is also a sort of a incentivizing carbon as a new agricultural product by which they mean farmers will get paid for the carbon they sequester. Makes sense. Third one is regenerative agriculture, which we've talked about.
Yes, we have.
Okay, working with nature to build the overall health of the system.
Right.
The fourth one is supporting organic farmers, because organic agriculture by design reduces greenhouse gas emissions.
Right.
And the fifth one is reducing food waste, which includes increased composting of food scraps.
Right.
Which,
All
like
of
in
this-
London, they're composting tea leaves.
Yeah. Yeah. All of this makes perfect sense. You know what it reminds me of, Tom? When I was in third or fourth grade, I read a book which was titled George Washington Carver.
Okay.
And, you know, I didn't know anything about him. It was just a book that was on the shelf. I had to read a book for my classwork. I was really pleased when my son read the same book
Okay.
under the same circumstances. And George Washington Carver was a guy who lived at a time when Southern agriculture was in deep trouble because they had been growing cotton and corn and tobacco
He was a
primarily.
peanut guy, wasn't he?
Yeah. And they were growing this stuff and they would deplete the soil. They would build a big, you know, the mansion and the plantation
Yeah,
and the
yeah.
whole thing. And of course, before the Civil War and during the Civil War, there were slaves. And they would deplete the soil and then sell the plantation to somebody who just wanted a place to live and move west, which was a lot of the people who lived in Georgia moved to Alabama, to Mississippi,
Arkansas.
Louisiana, so forth. And George Washington Carver was the person who figured out that you plant one of these depleting crops and then you plant a crop the next year that consists of peanuts. Well, it could have been peas or beans or
legumes.
a lot of things, but you know, things that restore the soil. So this reminds me of that same kind of thing where scientists are looking at the soil and saying, we can use this for restoration purposes. And
He was black, wasn't he?
he was black and he had a very faulty education and he was probably, I think, one of the most brilliant scientists of the century, 19th century. He was one of the people who was really important in building up the Tuskegee Institute. He and who was the other one?
I can't think.
I can't think either. I'm bad with names.
But I do remember the name. I certainly know
Yeah.
he was an important personage. Well, we got a picture coming up here,
We do indeed, and there it is.
and the picture is
A
of
fracking well
wells.
in Texas, actually 2 fracking wells. If you have one of these suddenly appear in your yard, you know you've got a problem.
Well, with fracking, they use water or sometimes steam
For injecting.
to
yeah.
inject into the area to fracture it.
Yes.
And this is one of the water wells, 2 of the water wells.
This is from Clean Technica.
Okay, let's get rid of the picture there.
You're just
put us up
replacing
here.
an ugly picture of infrastructure with an ugly picture of me.
Well, now it's an ugly picture of both of us.
Both of us. That's better.
California ends new fracking, pending results of a scientific study. This is an interesting article.
We had actually seen this.
We touched base on
We
this
touched
before.
base on this when they were considering doing this. Despite plenty of petrodollars sloshing around California's capital in Sacramento, Governor Gavin Newsom halted approvals on new hydraulic fracking in the state until the projects can be reviewed by an independent panel of scientists at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. And you know, this is infuriating. He's saying we shouldn't do this until we know what the science is. And
How strange.
how strange. They've been fracking. They've been doing all this fracking. It has been causing real problems for a lot of people, including Chevron, which just lost $10 billion because of fracking.
Did they?
Yeah, they said that it was the fracking caused low oil and gas prices, and so they're losing money.
I'll be darned.
That was in the news today. All of this fracking, which has done all of this stuff, reduced the price of oil, and they never bothered looking to see what the science was.
Wow.
They just well, they said, okay, you can drill through this rock. The rock is impermeable. You don't have to worry about it. You go down to a layer underneath. You fracture that. You get the oil and gas out, and no problems. And
I got a quote from the governor.
yeah,
This marks the turning of the tide against the oil industry, which has been allowed to drill at will in our state for more than 150 years.
yes,
Okay? These are necessary steps to strengthen oversight of oil and gas extraction as we phase out our dependence on fossil fuels
right.
and focus on clean energy sources. Well, he's on the money.
Yeah, I believe he is.
News organizations have reported that oil and gas interests, this is an interesting number, contributed $170 million to California campaigns since 2001.
It's a lot of money.
Money talks.
We're
Money
looking.
talks.
We're looking for donations of $1 or more.
Well, we'll take 170 million.
If you have 170 million and you want to give it to me and Tom,
We'll take it.
We'll take
We
it.
won't argue.
yeah,
Well, a new one coming up from CBS in Boston.
okay.
New England grid operator says the region has enough power for this winter, despite a station closing.
ISO New England says that it will be the first winter without the Pilgrim nuclear power station in Massachusetts, but officials say this is the first one for ISO New England.
Yes.
I believe so. But officials say the reactor's retirement coincided with some solar and wind projects and several dual energy power plants coming online. So they're not worried about it.
The ISO operator is basically saying we should have adequate energy in the event of extreme cold.
Unless something goes
Unless something
really
goes
badly wrong. Yeah. Okay, we're up to Monday, December 9th, and we have a picture of a solar array, which is right there. Isn't that pretty?
A little sideline on the back. New England uses less electricity in the winter than it does in the summer.
Yeah. A lot of places do, but New England is kind of cold in the winter.
We got a picture coming
We have a
up here,
picture, and the
if I
picture's
can
all
find it.
available for you. By the way, I just got, the apartment that I'm in has a propane heater and
Yeah.
a propane stove, and I stopped using the propane for heat.
Okay.
And my last delivery of propane was priced so that even though I'm paying for cow power, which means my electricity is all renewably
renewable.
sourced, but I'm paying extra for it, I'm still operating cheaper than if I were dependent on propane for heat.
Are you really?
Yes.
So you're heating the place electrically?
I'm heating the place electrically for less money than it would cost if I were doing it for...
Not supposed to work that way.
No, it's not. But you know, when I've cut my propane consumption down to about a gallon a week.
Not just for cooking.
No, yeah, that's just for cooking. That's all I do.
Yeah.
So basically what's happened is the propane company says, if you're going to do that, we're going to charge you extra.
No kidding.
Yeah,
Oh, that stinks.
doesn't it? They've actually charged me upwards of $5 a gallon.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was, you know, when I got that bill for $5 a gallon, I said, I'm not doing this anymore.
Yeah, I hear you.
So, and by the way, a large part of that is the fact that I set the thermostat rather low.
Uh-huh. I keep mine nice and warm, so.
All right. Well, my apartment is in the winter almost never above 55.
Is it really?
Yeah. And when it's cold out, it's about 50 degrees. It's been down into the 40s.
Well,
But
there's a
I
nice
find that if
picture
you
there.
get used to it, you can deal with it. Okay, this is from Clean
What do they
Technica.
call those white flowers there? Because they're all
Those
over
are
the
Queen
place.
Anne's lace.
Queen Anne's
They're
lace.
also
Yeah, yeah.
called wild carrots.
Are they?
Yeah, because they're wild carrots. That's exactly what they are. And if you pull one of those things up by the root and you smell
You get a little carrot, huh?
you can smell this wonderful carrot aroma.
But it
And
doesn't
if
look
you-
like a carrot.
No, it's white. And if you try eating it, you'll discover what it's like to eat carrot-flavored rubber.
Well, the article says Alliance for Clean Energy New York pushes for a carbon fee on thermal generating stations.
Yeah,
Oh,
New York State
there's some
has
people aren't going to like that.
no. New York State has an energy standard calling for 70% of its electricity to come from renewable sources by 2030. But the Alliance for Clean Energy New York says the state is unlikely to meet that goal without a fee on carbon emissions.
Here's a quote from the Alliance. It's just plain nuts to allow industry to pollute the environment and pay nothing to clean up their mess. That makes sense.
Yeah, you don't let people throw trash in your backyard.
Yeah.
It's that simple. And if somebody does, you get the authorities and you say that person's got to clean this up or pay to have it cleaned up. And what they've been doing is they've been polluting our rivers, our streams, our lakes, our air, killing people.
That's called privatize the profits and socialize the risk.
Now it is no longer necessary to kill people.
Amazing.
Amazing, because we've got ways of dealing with things that don't kill people.
This isn't really going to isn't going to kill the people's pocketbooks either.
No, it's not.
A carbon fee would raise utility rates slightly during the first 3 years, but then result in lower rates in the following 10 years.
Isn't that lovely?
I'm not sure how that works, but
Well, basically what happens is we're talking about this technology curve. As the costs of these things, as we put more wind power in, as we put
It
more
gets
solar,
cheaper.
it gets
Yep,
cheaper.
yep.
So 3 years from now, we're going to be at break even, and why not? Okay,
okay, we got one from the BBC here.
we do indeed.
It says polluting firms will be hit by climate policies. Well, that's good. They
Yep,
should
this
be.
is a worldwide thing. Carbon-intensive firms are likely to lose 43% of their value
This is kind of an interesting
due to
article.
policies designed to combat climate change, according to a report commissioned by the UN-backed Principles for Responsible Investment. Meanwhile, the most progressive companies like BMW will see an uplift of 33% in their value.
So it's a two-edged sword, isn't it?
It sure is.
Yeah.
And you know, this is when again, every once in a while I read an article that I find infuriating, and this is one of them. And why is it infuriating? Look, we're in a world that is changing, and we've got leadership in Washington, D.C., which I will point out is not Republican and it's not conservative. We've got leadership in Washington, D.C., which is saying, we want to stick with the old way of doing things. We want coal, we want oil. We don't want to go to new technology. We want to go stick with this obsolete stuff and obsolescent stuff.
And we're going to charge you to do it.
Yeah, and what is it doing? Well, why is it that we don't see many electric-powered buses around anywhere in the United States? There are a few places where they're starting
It's
to
coming.
appear.
They're coming.
When most buses made worldwide, or at least the majority, which is
Worldwide.
worldwide,
That means China.
that means China. All right, so what has Donald Trump done here? He has said, we're going to stick with the old ways of doing things because that benefits the old companies.
Yeah.
And it benefits workers who have got jobs in the old companies. I dig coal. Well, maybe he should dig coal. But nevertheless,
Money talks. In the long run, money talks. And coal isn't competitive anymore.
we're losing our competitive edge now because Donald Trump says put America first.
Yeah.
And the put America first means something a little different from what most conservative Republicans would hope it would mean. And the result of that is we are losing out on the biggest business opportunity in the history of mankind because Donald Trump believes that climate change is a Chinese hoax.
Well, he's getting absolutely nowhere with his attempts to revive coal. Well, money talks.
I don't know
economics.
whether there's more coal miners or fewer than when he went into office. I know that there was a little bit of a
we
jump.
noticed some companies have gone bankrupt already.
Yeah.
More than
Navajo
several.
generating station shut down, and that was like 600 miners right there.
That was a
Bang.
huge generating station, really.
And it was
Well, there's some takeaways
yeah,
here.
go ahead.
Car makers with the swiftest transition to electric vehicles, like
BMW.
for instance, are projected to double in value, while those slow to move to EVs will see their value fall, as gas and diesel models must be phased out faster for climate
Right.
targets to be met.
And as I said, I think we're getting to a point where we have delayed work so long that it may be that some president of the United States is going to have to say, I'm sorry, no more cars, at least not with internal combustion engines.
That may come. Well, coal companies are going to fall in value by 44%. And we're seeing that
I'm
happen
sorry,
already.
I don't believe it. The coal companies are going to fall by 100%.
By more than that.
Yeah,
The
but
10 biggest firms in oil and gas could lose 31% of current
yes,
value. Okay, only 5 of the world's most valuable companies are impacted by at least 10% in either direction. Interesting article.
a very interesting article. Okay, we've got a picture of
Yeah, look,
biogas.
nice picture
Now,
here.
you know, this is an interesting picture because it just looks like a farm, doesn't it? I mean, it looks like something, if you drove by that, would you look at that and say, well, that's an industrial complex?
Well, it is a farm and it is an industrial complex.
You'd
Of
say,
course, what you're looking at
we're
there
just
is a biogas
more
system.
stuff in Iowa. You know, there it is. Okay, this is from ET Energy World, which, by the way, is
So it's corn, but it's not corn for cows. It's corn to make biogas.
okay.
That's what it
This
looks
is-
like to me.
This is from ET Energy World, which is in India, and of course we start with
That's a
India.
good art. That's a good source. We
And
quote
ET
them a lot.
Energy
They're
World.
pretty good.
This is Economic Times. Economic
Yeah.
Times of India. Really
It's a
competent
good newspaper.
newspaper, and I'm really pleased that ET Energy World is allowing me to put up links that, when people click on them, actually get the article, because some places don't.
Well, India can generate 18,000 megawatts of renewable energy using biomass. The article's about India, but
Yep, 18,000 megawatts is 18
Gigawatts.
gigawatts, and
Every
as we
time you
said,
hear gig,
when you
yeah,
hear that
gigawatts.
giga, you know it's big.
gigawatts.
India, unless you're talking about gigajoules, gigajoules are not big.
Gigajoules are small.
India can generate about 18,000 megawatts of renewable energy using biomass and an additional 7,000 to 8,000 megawatts using bagasse cogeneration in sugar mills, according to the country's Power and Renewable Energy Minister, R.K. Singh.
Well, bagasse is what's left of the sugar plant after you take the sugar juice out.
That's right.
And it's amazing when you think of it how much sugar and corn resemble each other.
Oh, they're part of the same family.
They
They're
must
both
be.
grass.
Yeah, they must
They're
be.
both related to bamboo.
Yeah.
And they're both related to ordinary grass.
Grass, right.
And if you look at bamboo and you look at ordinary grass when it's got extremely tall, you see, yeah, there's a similarity there. You know, we had bamboo growing in our yard in Devonshire.
Did you really?
Yeah. We had bamboo growing in the yard, and there was
Now, where in England is Devonshire?
southwest.
Southwest.
Yeah.
So it's down.
It's
Toward-
it's
heading
next to
toward
Cornwall.
Cornwall, yeah.
Next to Cornwall.
Yeah.
And other things that you see in that part of the world, interestingly enough, are native palm trees. Not so native, but they're not exactly invasive because they don't move inland. Scorpions.
And cactus, of course.
And what?
You see cactus down there.
I didn't know about cactus. I never
Yeah,
saw
there's
cactus.
cactus growing in Ireland. There's not a lot of it, but you know.
Is it native or is it brought in?
I don't know.
Okay.
I know I've seen it.
Well-
Holy cow, what's this cactus doing here? you know?
Yeah.
It's a
Okay.
broadleaf cactus. What do they call that? It's not like a saguaro. It's a low cactus with
Are
broad
you
leaves.
talking about what is that? Prickly pear?
Could be, yeah,
Yeah.
probably is.
We are up to Tuesday, December 10th, with an article from Scientific American, and here we're talking once more, although I don't think we actually say it about atmospheric rivers.
It's the same thing though.
Yeah.
Newly identified jet stream pattern could imperil global food supplies.
During the
We've-
summer,
we've just been talking about.
yeah,
the same
it's
thing,
basically
really.
it's basically looking at the same thing from a different point of view and getting more information out of it. During the summer of 2018, highly amplified jet stream patterns remained stuck in place for unusually long periods of time, producing disastrous weather patterns. The patterns are believed to be 20 times more likely to happen because of climate change.
Scary.
It is, and this is the kind of pattern that produces the drought in one place and flooding in another place, not all that many miles
Not
away.
very far apart.
Yeah.
Well, the 2018 tally of billion dollar weather-related disasters was the fourth highest total for any year since 1990. So, a follow-up study found that stuck jet stream patterns like seen in 2018 are prone to bringing, just as you said, simultaneous heat waves and associated drought conditions to multiple important grain-producing
Right.
regions of the world. These waves can cause reduced harvests in several important breadbaskets simultaneously.
That is an issue because it means that everybody's without
Everybody's
food.
going to starve.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, let's move along.
That
We've got
was
another
Scientific
picture coming up
American, and now
here.
we have Daily Energy Insider giving us a very boring picture of a rooftop solar array.
Well, it's in Michigan. What do
Yeah,
you
what-
expect?
Okay.
Renewable energy installations in Michigan are up by 57% in 2018.
Well, that's interesting.
That's a big number.
It's a big number. The annual report from the Michigan Public Service Commission shows continued growth of distributed energy in the state with 57% growth in installations for 2018. The year saw 1,952 renewable energy installations with a combined capacity of 13,910 kilowatts, which is 13 megawatts, which means that the state had these distributed things equivalent to not quite 3 times as much as Brattleboro has at its old town dump.
Well, they're talking about that, not Brattleboro, but that brought the total capacity for such installations to nearly 45 megawatts.
Yeah.
Okay, Michigan-wide.
Right.
Under the state's net metering program.
Now, this is interesting because this is not utility scale installations.
No, this is what we're looking
distributed.
at in the picture there.
And this is what we're talking about is that little bit of the energy that's being produced on rooftop arrays. And when you consider that building, I have no idea what that building is, but if you consider that building, that's a lot of electricity that's going to be coming out of that. And by the way, the fact that the array is on both sides of the roof means that part of it is facing east and part of it is facing west.
Yeah, the building's facing north-south, so
Yeah,
it gets sun all day long.
You're not going to have as good alignment as you would if it were a roof twice as big facing south, but you're going to get power out of that most of the day on each side, and all day when you consider both sides.
Well, they got a program which Vermont also has, which allows in Michigan, it allows customers to generate their own electricity to reduce electric bills.
Yes.
In Vermont, you can sell that power.
Yes.
We'll talk about that.
Yes, we will.
Coming up.
Okay.
Got another picture coming up
We
here.
are up to Wednesday, December 11th. And this picture I really have to explain, but let's talk about the...
Well, that's Homer, Alaska,
that's
for
the
one thing.
town hall, City Hall of Homer, Alaska. And this is from Clean Technica.
93 megawatt hour Tesla Megapack coming to Alaska to save customers cash.
A new 46.5 megawatt, 93 megawatt hour Tesla Megapack system installed in Alaska by Homer Electric Association will be used to offset electricity that otherwise would come from a peaker plant. The new battery pack will be installed at the Soldotna power plant. And you know, when I saw Homer, I said I want to get a picture of Homer because they didn't have any pictures in this article that I liked, so I wanted to find a picture. And I found this, and it's hard to get a picture of Homer that isn't extremely short and wide because it's all kind of on the ocean. And
It's on the water, yeah.
Yeah.
There was a woman that lived in Brattleboro for about 5 or 6 years.
From
Homer.
From Homer.
And she went back up to Homer, guess what to do? Become a fisherwoman.
Well,
She bought a fishing
Sarah
boat.
Palin was a fishing woman.
Was she really?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
she actually got her hand caught between 2 boats.
Oh, that hurts.
And it broke a whole bunch of bones, and she was back working the next day.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is a woman who knows what it's like to be a fisherwoman. Anyway, the thing about this picture is that when I thought about this and I thought, Homer, how many people live in Homer? And it turns out it's a
17 and a half.
it's a few more than 5,000. But the Homer Electric system actually operates through a bunch of communities that are in that region.
It's a co-op, isn't
It's a
it?
co-op, and it really covers the whole, what do they call it?
It's a
not
peninsula, isn't it?
It's a peninsula, but it's not a county, it's a borough. It's the whole borough, which is a county-sized thing although some of the big boroughs in Alaska are the size of large states. Um, and they have about 50,000 people they supply power to. So
So it's a significant entity.
this would be like not Brattleboro or half of Brattleboro, because that's about how big Homer is, but it would be all of Windham County and then some.
Uh-huh.
You know, so but this is huge. This is a huge system for an organization of that size.
Well, let's move a little bit closer to home here.
Yeah, with an article from Clean Technica.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Green Mountain Power introduces a plan that allows homeowners to sell solar power direct to businesses.
Green Mountain Power is creating a platform that will allow residential customers with rooftop solar systems, or solar systems in the yards for that matter, to sell their electricity they generate directly to businesses for the first time in America. This is the first time in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
The program is currently limited in scope. They are limiting the number of businesses, and
Well, they're still trying it out.
this is a pilot project. They're trying this out to see if it will work. And they're already, I see today, and we may talk about this at the end of the week, but I don't think so.
It's kind of interesting because it allows a business
Yeah.
to purchase energy credits
Right.
from a customer, from another GMP customer.
Right.
And this is the interesting part of it. Buyers and sellers connect via smartphone
Right.
without involving the utility company directly.
Although the utility actually
They're watching. They're
charges
watching.
a fee for
yeah.
this.
Yeah, they're charging 5%.
It's not a huge fee. It's 5%. But there are environmentalists who are objecting to this already,
Why?
because GMP did not say we will only allow new systems to do this.
Huh?
Huh? A system that was put up 10 years ago
Can't do it?
can do it.
Can do it.
Can do
Oh,
it.
okay.
And the people who are objecting to it are saying, we need to put in more renewable energy.
Okay, so losing that incentive.
They're saying that it's a disincentive, but honestly, I don't think it's a disincentive at all. This is a pilot project. GMP has to find out whether it will work.
Absolutely.
I mean, we're only talking about 200 customers here, so I don't see it as anything that would be objectionable in any way.
Well, if it's working, it will be perpetuated.
Oh yeah,
It sounds like a good idea. I got extra power coming in, more than I can use.
That's right.
And you could use some,
That's
Mr.
right.
Businessman.
That's right.
You buy it from me.
That's right. And the only thing that is in the way between us is two things, one of which is transmission lines, which GMP
Which are
happens
there
to
already.
own, and the other one is some way of keeping track of how much power is transferred,
Which is just
which is what they're doing.
a portable computer to do it.
A cell phone in this
Cell
case.
phone. Well, yeah, it's done by cell phone, as
Yeah.
we said. Well, we got another picture
We
coming
do.
up here.
And this is a picture of, we've talked about Harbor Air a bunch of times.
Yeah, we have.
And, it was in the past, it was always a promise that they were going to have, their planes are all going to be made electric. They have a plane that was being assembled that had an electric motor. Well, there's
now
the
we got
plane.
one that's taken off.
It's taken off, and there was a picture the next day of this plane landing. This is from BBC, and the next day the plane landing was on CNN.
Looks like a lot of people are witnessing.
Oh, look
this.
at that crowd! That is a lot of people standing along the water watching that plane take off.
It must have made the newspapers.
I'll bet it did. Okay, it certainly made our show.
World's first fully electric commercial flight takes off.
And I objected to that title because it sounds different than it actually was to me. An all-electric powered seaplane has taken flight for a test flight in Vancouver. It is the first flight of what the operators say is the aviation industry's, quote, first all-electric commercial fleet, end quote. The 6-passenger Harbor Air aircraft is fitted with a Magnix electric motor system. Now, the thing that bothered me about this is It sounds like it's the first commercial aircraft ever to take off powered by electricity. And in fact, it's a test flight, not a commercial flight. And it's a test flight for the world's first all electric fleet.
Right.
So,
Well, it kind of makes sense there because these are all short hop
oh yeah,
jumps.
yeah.
You know?
From the point of view of Harbor Air, I think Harbor Air has something over 40 aircraft. They're converting all of them to all electric, and I believe all of them are seaplanes.
I think so.
And you
And
know,
the people around there all live on islands. You know, you can't
a
drive
lot
to them.
of people living on islands, and there's a lot of people who live along rivers, and it's kind of like Norway. You know, in Norway they're converting to electric aircraft for their short runs because they have a lot of short runs. It's you know it's a matter of you can't build a bridge across the fjord because there's ships going through and it costs too much money. So what do? Well, you either take a ferry boat across the fjord or you drive around it. But if you want to go to the next fjord north and you're on the south side of a fjord,
You got to go all the way
you
the
got
heck
to go
around
all
it.
the way around. So you might have to drive, 50 miles to get to some place that's 5 miles away.
Yeah.
So, aircraft jumping across these fjords and over the mountains and things like that makes sense well, there are fjords in the area around Seattle and Vancouver. So,
That's what you'd call them, sure.
yeah. So it's something that makes sense,
Well, Harbor Air hopes to electrify its entire fleet by 2022.
which is not
Not
all
very
that
far,
far
in
away.
the future.
40 some odd aircraft.
Well, I think that's the last article we have.
It is. It's a good picture, but I'm going to put that up. Have a perfectly lovely week, is what it says, in case anybody
Okay.
doesn't want to read it. Just too lazy to look. So thank you for coming to Energy Week number 349, and we both hope that you'll be back for the next one.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
We walked around Brattleboro to look at the sidewalks to check out wheelchair accessibility. These first photos show some good pieces of sidewalk. I can use sidewalks for a little while, but it is hard to wheel on the sidewalks. You will see why. Hedges and plants and flowers grow into many of the sidewalks. Their branches hit us. The branches can even hit our faces. We need to figure out how to go around the plant growth. This means we have to find a way off of the sidewalk. When we did this evaluation, we walked between 7 and 9 in the morning because there is less traffic in the morning. We knew we would have to wheel off of the sidewalks and wheel on the roads quite a bit during this evaluation. The wheelchair tips left and right if the sidewalk has a tilt to it. Tilts happen when the sidewalk itself was made at an angle, and happen when we go over plants and earth and other things left on the sidewalk. Sometimes I need to use special systems, so I don't tip over. Not everyone has the systems on their chairs. Some sidewalks are too narrow. If the plants are growing up, not only am I tipping, but my wheels get caught and I can't steer. I have to go on the road. People leave things on the sidewalks. Everything is in the way. Cars parked blocking sidewalks, garbage cans, trash, free stuff and other things. This makes the sidewalks too narrow, and it is hard or impossible to maneuver around the stuff. These sidewalks are very bumpy. I need to slow way down. My wheels also get caught in the cracks and the chair jerks around or gets stuck. Many times the sidewalk abruptly stops. It suddenly ends. We found telephone poles, steps and planted flowers in the middle of the sidewalks, where the sidewalk just ended. When the sidewalks just end, I need to turn around and find another way down off the sidewalk. Sometimes the sidewalk ramp is far away and I need to turn around and go back a long way to get to a ramp again. If the sidewalk isn't wide enough for me to turn, I would need to go in reverse the whole way. When there is no ramp, we have to find a way to get off the sidewalks. We have to turn around if there is enough room, but usually there is not enough room to turn. Then we need to back up to the sidewalk's ramp or until we reach a driveway. If the sidewalks are low enough, some wheelchairs can get off, but unfortunately it's not always possible. Coming up are photos showing very nice ramps in town. Earlier you also saw nice stretches of sidewalk. Some nice stretches of sidewalk don't have ramps though. And some perfect ramps lead to sidewalk that don't have ramps at the other end. All the issues make us go in the road where there are no things in the way. However, wheeling in the roads means we have to watch for cars coming. Cars parked on the side of the road means we need to go into the middle of the road.
I can get into box stores and supermarkets because they often have automatic doors and usually have wide aisles. Although sometimes the automatic door switches are difficult to find, covered up with other things, or not working. I can go in a library because they have an automatic door and a wide door upstairs too. I could get into the town office building as well. But once inside I couldn't get into the offices themselves because there are no switches. I couldn't get in many stores downtown because there were steps for some stores and the ones with ramps didn't have switches that opened the door for me. Someone would have to help me hold the door while I wheel through. I use my arms for driving my wheelchair. I can't wheel and hold a door open at the same time. I like shopping, but I can't go shopping where there is no ramp to the door, or I can't open the door, or the aisles are too narrow. I think that store owners could put a sign on their front doors that says knock for assistance. Then I could wheel up to the door, knock. They would come and open the door, and I could go inside. Many stores have steps and are completely inaccessible. Some stores downtown have steps in front and ramps in back. Some of the stores had signs showing ramps were to the side. If all stores put signs in the front that said ramp in the back, with directions where to go, that would help people who use wheelchairs to get into the stores. Thank you for watching this video about accessibility in Brattleboro, Vermont.
I'm only one call away. I'll be there to save the day. Superman got nothing on me. I'm only one call away. Call me baby if you need a friend. I just wanna give you love. Come on, come on, come on. Reaching out to you, so take a chance. No matter where you go, no, you're not alone. I'm only one call away. I'll be there to save the day. Superman got nothing on me. I'm only one call away. Come along with me and don't be scared. I just wanna set you free. Come on, come on, come on. You and me can make it anywhere. For now, we can stay here for a while. 'Cause you know, I just wanna see you smile. No matter where you go, you know you're not alone. I'm only one call away. I'll be there to save the day. Superman got nothing on me. I'm only one call away. And when you're weak, I'll be strong. I'm gonna keep holding on. Now don't you worry, it won't be long, darling. Feel like hope is gone. Just run into my arms. I'm only one call away. I'll be there to save the day. Superman got nothing on me. I'm only one. I'm only one call away. I'll be there to save the day. Superman got nothing on me. I'm only one call away. I'm only one call away.
Hello, and welcome to today's Select Board regular meeting of December 17th, 2019. Has the meeting been properly warned, Jan?
Yes, it has.
Got started a little quickly, I apologize. It's okay, I'm taking the fall. And we're going to start with approval of minutes of November 26th and December 3rd in this case. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
All right, and all those in favor of approving the minutes of this November 26th and December 3rd, say aye.
Aye.
And aye, thank you, and that's 5-4-0. We are missing one today. Well, I've suddenly found myself thrown into chair, so I think the remarks I'm going to say are slightly personal, but I think they're a little personal to almost everybody around us and to our community. We lost a very young man in our community, little Michael, and I got to know this little boy over the summer, and he was a joy, and our hearts go out to his family and our whole community, really. So many people that we know and love here are involved with the family, and we're just pulling for him, and he just didn't make it. But it's holiday season, and this is our last board meeting before a lot of holidays coming up and our bit of a break that we take. So I just ask you all to count your blessings and hug your kids close. Thank you.
Thank you.
Manager's comments?
Yes. I have an exciting announcement for town government that Stephen Dotson will be the town's first sustainability coordinator. He'll be beginning work on our team on February 3rd. He was one of over 75 applicants for this position. I can state unequivocally that during my time with the town, this was the largest, strongest applicant pool that we had for any of the openings that have come up in the last 5 years. Lots of interest in the position, lots of well-qualified people, and a difficult selection process, which is a great place for us to be. We had lots of help in this, so both Liz McLaughlin and Dave Scholes participated in the process, along with HR Director Sally Nix and Public Works Director Steve Barrett. Sue Fillion, the Planning Services Director, was on the selection committee, and she and I together did the final review of 2 really well-qualified finalists, because Stephen will be working within the Planning Services Department and reporting directly to Sue. He'll also be a member of our management team, working together with the department heads. And also participating in the screening and interviewing process were Oscar Heller, Chair of the Energy Committee and a very active member of the community in promoting the sustainability position when we were considering whether or not to create that. And Elizabeth Bridgewater, the Executive Director for the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust. We really appreciated the time that they volunteered to this effort to help us make sure that we had a broad perspective in the selection process. I think a lot of people know Stephen. He's done a lot of work on sustainability issues and social action issues around the area and in his prior career elsewhere. One thing about him is, in addition to being an employee of a few different organizations locally over the years, he has provided lots of services, some leadership services as well as assistance as a contractor and a consultant to a variety of organizations. So I'm going to take a minute, just for those who don't know Stephen, to understand the breadth of what he's done already in our area and why we think that he stood out as being particularly the best person for this job. He's been Director of Communications and Marketing for the Northeast Sustainable Energy Association, Corporate Sustainability Operations Associate for One Report Incorporated, an Associate Director at the Rich Earth Institute. He's been on the Wyndham Regional Commission as a commissioner representing Westminster. He's a board member at the Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies leadership team, a member of the leadership team for the Ecovation Hub, was one of the initial co-creators of Hermit Thrush Brewery, and has provided assistance and service to the Brattleboro Savings and Loan, Retreat Farm, Friends of the West River Trail, Resilient Design Institute, and the Strolling of the Heifers Slow Living Summit. He's a person who has been deep into this work in a variety of ways over the years, and will now be leading our town effort around sustainability, both internally and out in the community.
Great.
Congratulations, Stephen Dotson.
Wonderful. Exciting to have such a well-qualified and a local person who's already very familiar with what we're going through. Thank you, Peter. The next item on our agenda is fellow select board member comments and/or committee reports. Does anybody have anything they'd like to throw out?
No committee report. I did on the way in notice it's a really beautiful night. And people, and I noticed this afternoon and then again this evening because I had to be out, that people are being remarkably considerate and careful driving in these conditions. So it's a nice reminder that people actually know how to do it.
That's nice. A nice comment. Anyone else?
No, thank you.
And your comment actually makes me think. This is
Oh.
breaking protocol here, but
Oh, no.
I did see a note from our fire department that they would like everybody, if you are near a fire hydrant, to please clear out around 3 feet around, all the way around. It really does help us out in times like these. And I think I'll just roll right into public participation, and this is the time when we invite members of the public to come up and say their piece. Just try to limit it to 2 minutes. We have a huge audience tonight, but anyone here would like to say anything? This is for anything that's not on tonight's agenda. Just throw it out. Hi, Franz.
Hi, Franz Reichsman, District 2. I'm going to comment on two things that are on the agenda because I have to leave. And they are the budget and municipal broadband. And I just want to, speaking strictly for myself here, want to say that, as I said last week, I think, that I would like to see a budget item on municipal broadband go into the fiscal year 2021 budget. I think it's, I know you'll be talking about this some more. I just wanted to register my opinion right now. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for starting off with an unorthodox comment. Anyone else?
Continuing your pattern.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. Anyone else with any comments they'd like to say or questions? Jokes? No? Okay. We are moving on because we are not required tonight to do liquor commissioners or water and sewer commissioners. So our first order of business is an unfinished business item where we will discuss consideration of municipal broadband. I believe this is the third time that this has come before us.
Yes. May I give a quick update about
Certainly.
that?
I wasn't sure which way to go.
Yeah, I think that Dave should lead off substantively, but I'd like to just ground
Yeah,
the
go ahead. Yeah.
public in the knowledge that this was considered a couple of times previously, earlier in the fall by the select board. The action that the board took on the second evening of consideration was twofold: for the town to monitor and be engaged in the regional effort to create a communications union district, a CUD, for southeastern Vermont, and to write a letter to several state officials who were comprised a committee that was looking into the question of whether municipalities ought to be allowed to use general obligation bonds to fund municipal communications, telecommunications facilities. And we took a strong position, the town did, at select board direction, a strong position in favor of that being allowed, that utilization of general obligation bonding authority being allowed, on the principle that it represents self-governance and that communities ought to decide whether to use general obligation bonds rather than the state deciding whether or not it's okay for communities to use general obligation bonds. Those are the two directed actions. We did those two things. We are engaged with the regional effort that's getting underway. We wrote the letter, we received a response, and received consideration to the town's opinion in the report that that committee wrote to the legislature, but the committee decided not to recommend general obligation bonding authority. That report was distributed to all of you, and Select Board Member Dave Scholes responded to that distribution by asking for some further consideration. See, here we are.
Yeah, it seemed like, well, the letter from the DPS came, was distributed to us, but we didn't ever talk about it. We just got that information. And so I thought we should talk about it. That seemed like that was the next sort of signpost along the way toward our conversations about how to pursue broadband. And their conclusion was, I think it's fair to say, is to wait and see. And initially, I was thinking, well, that's terrible because we'd have a lot more options if we could do the general obligation bond and just spread it over the whole community. And I kind of thought that, as I often do when I have a thought, I think I'm right. And I'm not quite so sure about that now because I talked to somebody from, I'm going to forget his name, but it'll come back to me, from who's the Norwich representative on the EC Fiber Communication Union District, which is Norwich, Barnard, and a few other towns around there. And he pointed out that he actually supported it. And I said, well, I got nothing more to say to this guy. But his perspective is that it would mean that only towns that had a lot of money would be able to do this, and other towns wouldn't be able to do it, and or it would be much harder. And a lot of people who maybe don't have any use for the service would wind up having to pay for it. And although that's true of a lot of things in the world, you may not use every service that the town provides. You still have to, or for instance, schools, but you certainly get a benefit from it. So, but he talked a lot about the Union District and and the advantages of that. But the primary one is that they started, and this is almost 20 years ago now that they started doing this, and they wound up not getting it. They were ready. No, it was in 2008, and they were ready to go, and they had investors lined up, and then the banks exploded, and Lehman went out of business, and all the investors, that all went away. So they started over, and they found some individuals who would contribute, I think, up to about $90,000, and they did a stretch through town. And then the point of all this is that they took a really diverse approach. They got some users to invest in shorter-term bonds, no-interest bonds that would gradually get paid back for the revenues. They created their own model, and so that made the Communications Union District seem more appealing to me, because my context is the Waste Management District and the merged school district, and the issues that the towns have where interests don't align get really contentious and sometimes just bring things to a halt. And I still want this to move a lot faster. So but I've continued to look around. A couple of the articles, this one came late. I just found out about this on Sunday. That Bristol, New Hampshire, which is a town of not a few thousand people, and it's in the article here somewhere, did their own. They got $98,000. The town approved spending $98,000, and they got $132,000 grant, and they did a 3-mile stretch of Main Street, and now they're bit by bit trying to roll it out into the other communities. So that's another model. The Chesterfield, obviously, they can do those bonds, and they did it. And one of the people, Bratt Roscoe, I think I'm remembering his name right. He was going to come to the meeting, but unless you're Bratt, right, you're not. He decided not to come because of the weather to talk about Chesterfield. And the other example was the excerpts that I sent in the link, although it's a link on paper, it's not very easy to link to, from Kentucky, where they did wire this very rural county, and in a few years they created 300 jobs, and many of them went to people that were making $5 an hour in an auto parts store or somewhere like that, and were able to get much better jobs, telecommuting, and so. The conclusion of all that is that there are a bunch of different ways that we could proceed, And so I wanted to find, and I'm sorry Patrick's not here because I suspect he has some maybe you do have information about, you mentioned that we are engaged in the CUD process. Maybe you can talk about some of the progress that is going on there.
Sure.
That would be great. But basically my question is, well, first question is, do we want to proceed? Because there was some resistance, some hesitant. Liz obviously doesn't, she's shaking her head no. So I need to find that out before I try to get us to determine how we want to do it.
Okay.
So-
Well, I'm going to let you steer a little bit. You threw a question to our town manager.
Yeah.
So
Sure. So
Thank you.
the way I would characterize what's happened so far is there has been preparation to launch the CUD process. A fair amount of it, lots of communication among the parties who intend to participate in it, as well as some coordination among those who are organizing it and bringing in resources to assist. And it will launch all but immediately after the holidays. I don't know the exact date of the meeting in January, but there's a meeting that has been scheduled to be held in January where the group will assemble and begin to identify the steps they're going to take to move forward. They will be receiving advice from the individuals who created, the ones who created EC Fiber will be speaking from their direct experience with the creation of a district similar to what is being envisioned for southeastern Vermont. And there's funding that's been provided by the state that's being provided to the Wyndham Regional Commission to assist in this effort. I don't know the details of that, and I don't know whether or not it's coming with technical assistance from the state. But I do know that there's that they've engaged individuals who had participated in the organization around EC Fiber to bring that experience here.
And the state also funded a position for a person to provide support for exactly what you're talking about.
Right, and that's the part. I don't know whether or not that person is already engaged in providing that support around the state, and whether they are part of what's going to be the launch here, or whether it's just state funding that's going to help in terms of paying for the expertise that's coming in from the EC Fiber folks and perhaps others. But Patrick will be representing the town in that. He unfortunately wasn't able to be here for this evening's meeting, but he certainly will go to that first meeting and be able to provide a further update to us in January about what he learns there and how it's intended to move forward from here.
Before throwing it out to some other comments, I thought I might just ask for a couple clarifications on what you're actually looking for as far as a discussion. When you talk about broadband, and we talked about this twice before in sort of broad terms about high-speed internet, and I think a lot of the time there's a confusion around the term because the term is rather broad, quite literally. Because often when people are speaking of broadband, they're speaking about fiber. And I assume that's kind of what gets you excited.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a good clarification, at least for me. But I'm kind of curious, if you want something to be, you're advocating for something to be on our town meeting, what would that look like?
Well, that's what I thought that the way to proceed was to put some money in for a study to explore all the different options. And I don't know if we don't do that, and the CUD looks like it's going to take ages, then it'll be a whole year before we can put anything in the budget again, because that's not even going to start until January.
Right.
So where I am now is wondering whether to pursue that or not. And I think what I'd like to do is talk to Patrick and maybe the people of the district and find out a little bit more about what the prospects are for that. And if there's, I think that money has to be raised for the work. And if it's the initial money from the state is for exploring, but it's not going to get anything done. So I don't know exactly what to ask for. But I will find out more before we're done with the budget, if possible.
If you recall at the last meeting, I think it was October 15th, we generally had, at least three of us, I believe Brandy was also absent at that meeting as well. So there was only four of us at that meeting as well.
No, Brandy was there, because she had issues with the company that was doing the work in Chesterfield. I remember that really distinctly.
Daniel, were you here?
Daniel was
I
here.
recall Brandy not being here, but
Okay,
that's
well, it
fine.
might have been another meeting.
Yeah, since there were two earlier. So I'm just wondering, I remember Liz saying a couple of comments that I agreed with, which were why, if there's so many steps that could be taken in the community and exploring some background on this and gauging our community of whether or not people are really interested in this, pursuing this, however we might pursue it, why wouldn't we do that work first? And you actually volunteered to get the ball rolling, speaking to people, and it seemed...
And having people come in and talk once the snow
Right.
Yeah.
And I know even, I don't want to call out Franz because he's not a member of this board, but a comment that Franz made was that there wasn't, he personally didn't support going towards the study until there were numbers attached to it. So I guess I'm just wondering, I feel like you are kind of feeling your way a little bit, which is fine, but in order for us to make a decision on actually putting something on the agenda, it would have to be a little more concrete.
Yeah.
Otherwise, maybe it should wait for petition if it was something that you really needed to
Well,
see.
well, that depends. I mean, I think that the part that I absolutely agree with is we need to get a broader sense from the community whether they would support it or not. And a petition and a conversation at town meeting would certainly indicate that interest. And that may be, the way to pursue. I would like us to talk about it at town meeting. I'm just not sure how to go about that. I'd like to get a consensus from the meeting about how vigorously we should proceed in this direction. I think it's really urgent, and that's the reason that I'm anxious to get things moving.
I have a comment.
Please.
So 3 weeks ago, I'd say, or I don't know exactly how long ago, we voted on a measure, didn't we not?
I don't, well, you mean, do you remember we had that sort of menu of options
Right.
to take? We went
Yes.
to 1 and 2, but I don't
Yes.
think we actually took a vote.
Okay.
I think it was consensus.
Well, so we had
3
a
out of 4.
consensus, and that consensus was to go with the CUD, to gain knowledge from them of what they were doing in lieu of spending money on a study, because they were getting state resources, they were getting state personnel, they were discussing this, and frankly, the more rural towns have a greater interest in better service than Brattleboro has. So I am content to stick with the decision or consensus that we made just a short while ago and gain, whatever knowledge we can from that. It's interesting because, Peter talked about that there were 2 steps, and the one step was the CUD and the second step was the letter. So we got an answer to our letter, and I understand that you're eager, Johnny on the spot, to discuss it. But I think we need time for the CUD to learn, and we learn from that process. And we haven't had that time yet because it hasn't really started. So I think it's premature, and I am content with the decision that we made, and I want to let that bear fruit.
Just a couple of responses. One is that the decision included me finding people to come in and talk about the advantages of different systems, so that's what I'm doing. The other thing, I don't think, from the responses that I've seen, and they're small, but the number of responses I've seen, I've heard more people say, well, the rural places don't need it, the downtown needs it because that's where the businesses are concentrated. So I don't think there's a conclusion that the rural communities are more interested in it or not. And we're rural and urban, so it really doesn't matter. The fact that it's been 3 months and so far the CUD is prepared to launch indicates it's going to be a very slow, tedious process, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a better process. And so I'm looking to keep as many different options going as possible. And obviously, you can support what you feel comfortable supporting. I'm still going to do that. I'm still going to promote whatever we can, and I will participate more actively and communicate with Patrick about the CUD. But I have heard nothing about it since it was initially in paper. And so obviously there's not much to report. But at this point, I don't really have an action that I want us to take until I get a better sense of whether that's going to proceed. It is a really good model. And the way EC Fiber rolled it out, it's a really flexible model. And but it may mean that we still have to pay for ours all on our own anyway. So we'll see.
Daniel?
I remain fairly agnostic about this. I guess the one thing I want to kind of point out for folks who might be following along at home, like, so some of the communities that we've been compared to here are really small. So Leverett, Massachusetts has a population of, or at least from the 2010 census, had a population of 1,876 people compared to our nearly 13,000. And they had 813 households. We have 5,421. The amount of money that they raised in bonds for that project was $3.6 million for 813 households, of which 667 of them ended up becoming subscribers. And what I don't want us to go too far down a road is to kind of envision this project that is presumably at least a couple of times larger than that. You know, maybe it's in the tens of millions of dollars. And Leverett, Massachusetts was also a place that did not have access to any meaningful broadband of any sort. So there was no competitors there. We've already heard from Patrick's report that where towns have tried to do this, where there are competitors, those competitors compete. And that means that they're able to offer deals that they wouldn't typically. And, you know, I'm not saying that I'm in love with our local internet providers as things stand. I would love for a better deal. But if what it meant was I got a better deal and then the town was left holding all this infrastructure without subscribers to actually support it, that's bad for our taxpayers. So those are my concerns about it. I mean, like I say, I'm agnostic. If somebody can show me a way that this is financially viable for a town our size with the number of house sites and with the number of miles, right? Because we're also talking about laying cable. I mean, I guess in like the biggest vision would be laying cable to every single house site in Brattleboro. So how many miles of cable are we talking? It sounds to me like it would be a heck of a lot of money. And we know that we can't use general obligation bonds, so we can't raise money without having to worry whether it'll make money, right? We have to raise money through, and you can correct me if I get this wrong. Please do. So revenue bonds means that it has to like be kind of something that is able to make money.
Exactly. It's called a revenue bond because it has to be attached to a specific revenue stream that will pay off the bond.
So that would be subscribers for this service, which we would be competing with.
But it can be for a very long period of time.
Yeah, exactly. It could be for a really long period of time. And in the report from the state, it says here, a 2017 financial assessment conducted by the Center for Technology, Innovation and Competition at the University of Pennsylvania School of Law found that 11 of 20 projects assessed were cash flow negative during the assessment period. 5 projects had an estimated repayment period of 100 years. 2 projects were pegged at over 60 years, and only 2 were slated to break even. And so I don't often find myself in the fiscal conservative role on this board, but I think that, you know, our taxpayers need to be getting their money's worth, and I worry about going too far down a road for like a tens of millions of dollars vision, unless there was something that, you know, and I understand why we would study it, right? Because like we don't know. I'm not an expert in this. I'm taking opinions from folks that know more than I do. And so there's something to be said for a study, but even if a study is $80,000 and it looks like we're going to end up with a project that's $20 million and we really don't know if it's going to work, I don't know if I even want to spend that $80,000. When there are other things in Brattleboro right now that $80,000 would do a lot to help with. So that's where I'm at.
A couple of responses and I'm happy to move on.
Sure.
Obviously, it's entirely possible that Brattleboro is not large enough to sustain something like this on its own. That's one of the things I want to make sure that we find out.
Dave,
I have
could you
no
speak
idea.
up, please?
Sorry?
Speak up, please.
Yeah. It's entirely possible that Brattleboro is not large enough to sustain this kind of a thing, even if we paid it off over 100 years. And that's why the CUD might be a more viable option. And so that's entirely possible. I think the important thing about the competitors competing, at least in the examples that are in place now, Chattanooga, Tennessee is one of them. There's several others, a couple in North Carolina, I think Greenville, a couple other much larger towns than us that have done municipal fiber. And they found that what they did basically is resist and try and keep them from using the poles and try and keep them from having access and not cooperating with the backloading, because that has to go through those kinds of providers. But the deals that they offered were the typical deal that you get from a place like Comcast. Sign up and we'll give you all of it for $20 this year, and next year it's 180. And so that hasn't changed. That model didn't change, and people are continually paying more than they need to. It's also important that places like Korea and Singapore have the entire nation, and they have lots of rural areas in Korea. The entire nation is wired, and the effect on the economy is really astonishing. There's no question about what happens when you have that degree of broadband. And that's the primary reason that we're looking at this in terms of the potential economic growth.
Yeah, I'm sure that it would have a benefit to our economic development. Whether the benefit would match our outlay and continued like operation of a municipal utility is the big question mark.
Yeah, really. And it has to be answered. Just like it be answered sooner rather than later. And again, if the CUD process is moving and has some time, some milestones and some goals and some time frames involved with it, then I'm perfectly content to let that play out. I just don't want to have it take forever. Those initiatives have not had a lot of success when towns are trying to work together on things. So, and the state obviously doesn't always help.
I think before I throw it out, if maybe there's a couple of people that might want to say something, I just want to point out that I think Patrick, because he's not here, he did caution us in putting a lot of hopes in the CUD, just because there was something described such as the donut hole, which is to this effect that the larger populated communities in these areas actually don't see the benefit that the least populated communities.
I have an update on the donut hole.
Me too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, just that I mentioned that to the gentleman from Norwich, and he pointed out that it's not as bad as it seems or as it was described. It's not really it's not, well, you may have some better information just generally, but he said that it's really not accurate to think that a place like Brattleboro wouldn't be served by a CUD.
Maybe you could
It's one of the things that
describe
changed
what
my
it means.
So I think it's actually more nuanced than would Brattleboro be served or would it not be served, and it's because Brattleboro itself has some land use diversity. So what we have come to understand, and I would say our understanding is still really in the early stages, right? The thing is in the process of launching, and we'll know a lot more a month from now, 2 months from now, about where it seems to be headed. But one of the things that Patrick learned and shared with me is the CUD could have a benefit for Brattleboro, broadly defined, because of the communities that are outside of Brattleboro being adjacent to parts of Brattleboro that are currently not served by the major carriers. And so there still would, in fact, be a donut hole, or in our case, sort of the cavity in a sea.
Amoeba hole.
Well, it would be circled, but the downtown Brattleboro area and the developed residential area immediately around that is well served right now, actually, by competitive providers. And so that's the area where it would be hard for us to present ourselves as a public alternative to that in a way that would compete favorably, because they've got such tremendous resources internationally, so they could afford to undercut us. But that's within the developed part of Brattleboro. And so out in the area of Brattleboro that is currently underserved or unserved, that is adjacent to Dummerston and to Marlborough and to Guilford. There is at least a possibility, I think probably a likelihood, that if a southeastern Vermont CUD gets going, that those parts of Brattleboro could in fact benefit significantly from the regional CUD.
And
Good.
then we'd be in the happy position of having a reverse HUD situation where we take advantage of the resources and the infrastructure that the surrounding towns have rather than the other way around.
That's interesting. Interesting.
I'm not sure that's how it works, but
Well,
Yeah, does anybody in the public, do you mind if I throw it out to anyone who might be
well, I
here?
just wanted to mention that Daniel made a slightly different point than David's in saying that the benefit was to very small communities. And so David mentioned maybe we're not big enough. That's not the case. We may be too big,
Relatively.
relatively too big.
to get aid from the state.
Enough, right?
Yeah.
Sort of that Goldilocks effect.
Yes.
Or anti-Goldilocks.
Yes.
I mean, I had a couple comments too, but I was just going to throw it out. Anybody who wanted to speak to it who's here tonight, or no? Chris? My only comment was it's still, and I said this at the last meeting, it still feels like a bit of a solution in search of a problem to me. We have, according to Patrick's good report that he gave us a few meetings ago, 95% broadband, which is defined broadly, already in Brattleboro. We do have some outskirts that don't get very good service, and it's something certainly to work on. But we have fiber to this building, and we have fiber to, I just confirmed with somebody who helps me with my computers, Patrick Byrne, out on Burge Street. There's 200 up, 200 down, which was a nice number that I've heard about being thrown about in fiber, and that's just the beginning. You can get 1,000 up and 1,000 down, and I won't go into all of what that means. But that's fast internet, that's super fast fiber, but it's already available. Now, I don't know the coverage, and that's part of the homework too, I think, to make sure that we have a problem. In my mind, let's make sure we have a real problem that is slowing us down, either from an economic development standpoint or from an equity standpoint, and we're not really sure where we are, I don't think, yet, before we can go forward with solving the problem, in my opinion. The Chesterfield partnership with Consolidated Communications is brand new. So as swimmingly as it seems to be going so far, I've heard some good things. That doesn't mean it's going to go really well. And they're also a model that we can't replicate here at this time, by my understanding, the way that they handled it. So right now, the general obligation bond is off the table. A lot of us are uncomfortable. Daniel, you spoke to the problem with revenue bonds, and at the last meeting, I think you mentioned equity and how that really just goes towards serving people who can afford it often, because the town would be forced to make money from the deal. So I just don't quite get the urgency at the moment. I'd love to see evidence that the lack of cohesive municipal broadband is slowing us down somehow, or impacting our economic development, because I'm not hearing that. I'm not hearing that so far from businesses who need fast internet. Anyway, that's my...
Just one thing I think I can clear up. Again, the gentleman from EC Fiber I mentioned that we have fiber going through town. When Sabra put it in, they put one of their junctions up at Academy School, and the school gets a little discount because it hosts that site.
I'm sorry, did you say Cybernet?
Did I say Sabrenet? I said Sabrenet. Yeah, when it was Sabrenet.
Okay, is that, I get confused. Is that now First Light?
I don't know
Yeah.
whether it was sold
Yeah,
and changed.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but it was
And you
Sabrenet
said
when they
it's
did
at
that.
Academy School?
Yes.
Is that what, I just didn't hear you.
And Gosh, I'm not talking well. I don't know. It seems like I'm fine. I've got new hearing aids, so maybe I'm
got the
whispering.
heater going as well
But it
over
sounds
here.
loud to me. Let me
It's
turn it
noisy
down a
over
bit.
here.
It's the fans, probably.
The fiber that we have, it's a point-to-point fiber. It's not designed to have branches going off. So if someone's having access to it, they are somehow related to that point. It's a different design that they're doing in Norwich and Barnard, and in that EC fiber district. You need to hear that.
All right, well then, you're not requesting we take an action?
Not yet.
Okay. Unless anyone else has any other comments, I guess we'll move on to new business. And we have, I need to cough. Sorry. We have a financial report to go over.
We do. So the monthly financial report for the first 5 months of the fiscal year, 41.7% of the fiscal year is complete. The prorated rate of expenditure in the general fund is 40.0. We're in good shape there. In fact, good shape across the board in this report, particularly in the parking fund. Of course, the parking fund is a little distorted because our capital expenditures from the parking fund are not in a separate capital fund. They're expended from the annual budget that you approve for the parking fund. So this is a number that will increase in the spring, but still, we've expended only 35.2% of the parking fund allocation in this 41.7% so far of the fiscal year. And the utilities fund, again, using a proration because of the fact that we make a couple of very large payments early in the year for annual interest and sludge removal. The prorated rate of expenditure is 40.5% in the utilities fund against that 41.7% marker. So good shape in all the major areas of operation. We have just shy of $4.2 million in outstanding loans that are being repaid to the town. There are, as there have been for many months now, 2 loans that are overdue but still where payments are being made. 1 loan that's in default and fully reserved. And there's a notation in this month's report, closure, unhappy closure, but not unexpected closure on the cultural intrigue matter, where we knew that there was a default, that the town was not going to receive the remaining funds. We did file a court action attempting to get some leverage there, and the court has ordered that cultural intrigue is free of paying back the debt of $67,837 to the town. And so that has been written off the books. That loan balance has been written off. The program income report shows that there are $492,000 or so available for loans and grants. That's a number, of course, that fluctuates some from month to month. We're always receiving repayments into that fund, and we're occasionally making disbursements from the fund. But we're right now just shy of $500,000 of available funding there. We currently have 40 active grants that the town is implementing and 5 grants that you have authorized us to apply for. We're still in the application process. Have any questions?
No?
I just see we're on the other side of the where we're supposed to be at this time, a little surplus in the general fund. Nice to see.
I have one quick question.
Yes.
You mentioned that there was a loan late. When loans become late,
Yes.
what's the process that is taken to?
So there's communication ongoing between the finance department and the folks who owe these loans virtually as soon as anybody becomes late. And what we typically find is that somebody might have run into some cash flow issues at the business that was funded through the grant, or through their loan rather, I'm sorry, or that there's some other circumstance where folks just need a little bit of time and then they continue to make some payments while they're behind and then they get back current. That is the normal course of action. There are times when it becomes a more extreme situation like that. There was one that came before this board sometime last year, not in this fiscal year, but in the prior fiscal year, that we redid some restructuring. There was a loan that had been a 10-year loan. We were about halfway through the repayment period, and a local person who was really committed to repaying the funds had fallen far enough behind that they weren't going to be able to repay the funds on the original schedule, but made a very large payment, sold a piece of property, made a very large payment against that outstanding balance, and then we restructured the remainder of what was owed to the town for a new 10-year period. So that'll happen from time to time. It's very rare that we actually have somebody who just walks away and where the debt has to be written off. That did happen, unfortunately, in the cultural entry. That happened.
Thank you. Sure. I have an observation from the parking fund. I see that parking meter revenue is at 46%, right, ahead of the curve, and parking fines are down at 33%, which might suggest that the new parking meter system is working well, because there are fewer fines than you would have expected and more payments.
Might be the
But
key
it also
word.
could not.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's money in the bank.
Absolutely. And the fund overall is doing well.
Yeah.
We do have some repair costs coming up though, because somebody hit the last one on the west side of Main Street before you get to Elliott, and it's looking like the Tower of Pisa now.
But when we know who that somebody is, we recover.
do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's an insurance claim usually, but yeah.
I hope it wasn't one of our plans.
I don't know the particulars of that
Yeah.
that instance, but a lot of times when there is damage, particularly street side damage to town infrastructure, we're able to recover those funds.
That's why Cool Hand Luke was in prison, by the way.
Really? And there's a
running over
minutes.
That's a valuable piece of culture.
Anytime I can help.
Some cultural intrigue.
Yes,
There's a movie I'd like to watch
Failure
again.
to communicate.
That's right. That's what we have here.
Hopefully not too often.
So, thank you, Peter, for the report. Next is we have errors and omissions to the grand list, and we might be hearing from Jennifer.
We will.
Welcome. And would you like to just let us know our process, just for the viewing public?
So, I have something written down, so.
Yeah.
If it is discovered an error or omission in the listing of real or personal property after it became the grand list, the approval of the select board is necessary to make a correction. Such errors or omissions of property listings may be corrected on or before December 31st. The grand list was lodged June 26, 2019 with the town clerk. From this date until today, the assessors have identified changes. And if you could please examine the attached spreadsheets from the material you were provided, detailing the errors and omissions to the 2019 grand list, which are being submitted for your review and approval. I'll continue. There were 5 changes to the value of real properties. 2 were the result of BCA hearings. 1 corrected an error in the sale of 2 contiguous parcels. 1 was the result of lister voted exemption. And 1 is an exemption per state statute. There were 4 changes of value of business personal property due to late filings or filings that were corrected after the grand list was lodged in June. There were 3 changes in tax stabilization. 1 participant in the farm tax stabilization program didn't submit the required paperwork, so the property has been removed from the farm tax stabilization list. The other 2 involved a correction in the methodology used to calculate value of tax stabilization applied to the real property and personal property at Commonwealth Dairy. Commonwealth Dairy adjustments warrant a more detailed explanation. While the assessed value of Commonwealth's business personal property has been materially reduced per the outcome of a grievance, the tax value of Commonwealth's real estate and personal property both have increased. This is due to a correction in the methodology of calculating the amount of tax stabilization that Commonwealth is entitled to under its 2011 agreement with the town. The calculations related to that complex set of adjustments is included in the bottom of the schedule of the attached sheet entitled Errors Omission Schedule 2019 Tax Stabilization. When the adjustment is made to reflect the increase in Commonwealth's taxable value despite the decrease in Commonwealth's assessed value, the net change in the total taxable value townwide for both real estate and business personal property is an increase in taxable value of $905,705. And I can help answer any questions you might have.
Okay, before we go into further discussion, I'd like to just amplify two pieces of what Jen just described. Select board members who've been involved in this over the years and close observers to town finances will recognize that this is a really unusual moment in what is a really standard, frankly, sort of kind of boring but necessary, statutorily required procedure where we do small corrections each year to the grand list for the reasons that Jen described. What's different this year is the adjustment is much more complicated because of the Commonwealth Dairy situation, and because of that and the particular aspects of that, the grand list is actually increasing. The total taxable value based on this errors and omissions report is increasing by almost $1 million. And what we normally see at this time of year is a decrease because normally in a less complicated errors and omissions report, what we have is the report on adjustments that have been made because of the grievance process. So we lodge a grand list in June, property owners can contest their values, that process goes on through the summer and fall to make whatever adjustments might be made, and most often at this moment in time, we have a less complicated list that ends up with news that we're a little disappointed with. It's not usually a big decline, but it's usually a decline. And instead, this year we have an increase and a much more complicated report. Just wanted to note that for the record.
I must say, I'm confused because of this Commonwealth Dairy line. The old value was $16 million and the new value was $5 million changed. So we lost $10 million?
That's the personal property valuation that Jen referred to in the report as the assessed value went down, but the taxable value has actually gone up because the formula by which the amount of the assessment, so they are in a tax stabilization agreement for another 2 more years, this year and next year?
Yes.
And under that tax stabilization agreement, so much of that $16 million was being stabilized, so that reduced their tax obligation, that we're actually seeing this year an adjustment where the value, the assessed value went down, but the proportion of that that's taxable has gone up so significantly that we're going to have an increase in the taxable value.
So it went from the original taxable value of almost $4 million
Yes.
to the total corrected of five.
Over five.
Over
5.5 about.
5.5.
Yes, that's exactly correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
Could you say more about business personal property? What is that?
Business personal property.
Yeah.
So we require businesses to send in an asset report of their equipment and any assets that they use to run their business. It can be desks, file cabinets, and the such. We do not require inventory, but we do have a tax on the depreciated value of your equipment. The equipment may be fully depreciated, but however, we assess that at 10% of its original cost. So there's always a value placed on the equipment.
And so if I'm reading this correctly, Commonwealth's business personal property went down, our assessment of that went down quite significantly.
Correct.
But their assessed value for their real estate
So
increased.
they grieved their value.
I'm trying to not muddy the waters, but I'm trying to just
No,
make sure.
it's a very complicated question, and far more complicated than usual. So what happened was they grieved their value, and they won their grievance. So their assessed value was reduced very significantly. But Jen discovered that the amount of whatever that value is, whether it had been the original number or this revised number or something else at the outcome of the grievance process, whatever that number was, that it should be the proportion of it that should be taxed versus the proportion that where the tax is forgiven under the stabilization agreement, that taxable portion should have been far greater. And so there was a dialogue that went on with Commonwealth where the resolution of the matter was that because they won their grievance, the value is changed to that value, but because the town substantiated that the formula that should be applied to that value would require a far greater amount of taxation percentage, they accepted that, and that's where we've landed. And that adjustment, the adjusted methodology will apply again to next year, and after that they'll be just in the system like everybody else because we will have reached the end of their tax stabilization agreement.
Great. And this is all within the business personal property assessments?
Well, it actually, the Commonwealth matter affected both their business personal
Okay, that
property
was my
numbers
question.
and their real estate numbers. So, again, I apologize for the degree to which this is convoluted. It is convoluted. There was appeal of the values. That was one part of this, and there was the adjustment of the methodology that was the other part of this. The two work to different effect on the numbers. So this year it's very complicated and very confusing, but we end up in the good place of almost $1 million of additional value on the books for taxable value so will actually yield some additional revenue to the town. Going forward, the report, both next year, because we won't be making all these different adjustments related to a complicated owner of property, and in years beyond that, because they won't be in tax stabilization any longer, it should be a simpler report again.
I just have a question about some of the language used. Why do we call it business personal property tax? I always found that confusing.
So I believe the state calls it that in the
really?
statutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
because when I see
awkward.
business and personal next to each other, it feels
totally agree.
right. Okay,
Keep them
Yeah.
separate.
Unless it's your
Why it's
personal
not an
business.
equipment tax or something else like that is a good question.
Yeah.
I totally agree with the confusion it creates by being business personal property.
right. Okay. My other question is, we always call this the errors and omissions
Yes.
report. Is it really errors, omissions, and adjustments? Because most of the changes tend to come from grievance, right? Or most of the detailed changes.
No, not all. The BCA level,
Board of Civil Authority.
correct, thank you. Board of Civil Authority level would warrant a change if it was reduced from the decision. Late filings for business personal property, they are adjustments, but there can be an error. An example of one where there was a sale of 2 parcels, each parcel separate parcels. They were contiguous, so in the state's mind, they were taxed on one tax bill, and they were sold off to separate parties. Each parcel had a house. The one house had not been removed from the main parcel, so it's called the parent parcel. So if you have 2 parcels, you have one parcel that's the parent parcel. That was an error on our part. Or it could be looked at as an omission.
Okay.
So,
It's also the terminology, just like how the business personal property tax is terminology that's required under state statutes, so is the errors and omissions report.
it is, and it's,
So other nomenclature might feel more logical or common sense, but the report we have to file, there's a certificate you will sign tonight after you take this action. That is the errors and omissions certificate that's required for the town to submit to the state of Vermont.
Great. So we got to do it. We can't clarify it to our liking
no.
necessarily. Well, unless we have anybody else that wants to chime in, I'd be open to taking a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I make a motion to approve changes in the 2019 grand list as set forth on the reports entitled Errors and Omissions, Schedule 2019 Grand List, and Errors and Omissions, Schedule 2019 Tax Stabilization from Town Assessor Jennifer Brunel.
Great, thank you. Liz has made a motion to approve the changes in the 2019 grand list as set forth on those two reports aforementioned. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 4-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. In the fear of losing our audience to that conversation, I think...
I'm interested.
Good. I think I'll go on to item C, which is also confusing and strange. No, it's not. I'm
Less
joking.
so, I
Less
think.
confusing. The Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust 2016 Six Scattered Site Grant closeout. Right. Public hearing.
Yes, so I would ask that you please open a public hearing.
Yes.
And then I will explain what we're doing here. And Bruce Whitney is here from the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust to speak to some of the details. Would you please open?
Yes, I will now officially open a public hearing.
Thank you.
Hi, Bruce.
So each time we finish administering a community development block grant project, we are required by the rules of the program to hold a public hearing where you hear the results of the work under that grant, and the public has an opportunity to tell you what they thought about it. The results in this particular case are not just here in Brattleboro, but actually to a broader geographic area that Mr. Whitney will describe here in a moment about the sort of full impact of this. And that's the result of this being one of a series of grants where because the town has maintained a good working relationship with the state, and because the state knows that Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust is a very reliable administrator of these programs, there are other counties now outside of Wyndham and Windsor's usual jurisdiction, and certainly outside of Brattleboro, that are beneficiaries of grant funds that come from the state to the town to the agency, and are then implemented through the programming for whatever that particular grant is. And Bruce will tell us about this particular grant.
Yes, and I'm Bruce Whitney. I'm the Director of Home Ownership with Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust. And because of errors, I gave you an updated report. And really the updates are on the numbers on the second page, the chart. Due to my travel schedule and communication with Patrick, I'd given him historic numbers, but the numbers here are just for this grant period, and that's what we need to report on for this closeout. So you'll see the numbers in the updated report are October 1st, 17 through actually yesterday. We've got the most up-to-date numbers. We thank Brattleboro once again. The town of Brattleboro has sponsored this particular grant since 2014. We've been running this program for about 12 years. In the lingo of the state and CDBG, it's called the Scattered Site Grant because we are working throughout at this point, 5 counties. We did start in the Wyndham and Windsor counties, and in the grant period that started with this period, we are partnering with Down Street Housing and Community Development, which is a sister agency to ours, and they cover the 3 counties of Lamoille, Orange, and Washington counties. So we're doing back office administration for that program. And the services we're providing are home repair loans to income eligible people. We can loan up to $25,000 for necessary health and safety repairs. We do housing counseling advocacy. We work with people who want to buy homes. We provide free one-on-one counseling, and we also provide an 8-hour education course that is in person, and we also have an online version. And those are offered in our location and also up at Mount Ascutney Hospital in Windsor. And then through that service, we're helping people buy homes, and they're leveraging our assistance and our down payment assistance to get mortgages. So on the back side, you'll see the results through these 2 years, almost 2+ years. We've done 40 home repair loans, 6 in Brattleboro, and that's so 15% of the loans have been in Brattleboro, and Brattleboro is a much smaller per capita population-wise. It would be much smaller than 15%. So Brattleboro continues to see an increased effect there. We've counseled 429 people over the period. 116 of those are in Brattleboro, and we helped 173 people buy homes, and 33 of those were in Brattleboro. So with that, we are closing out this grant. Brattleboro also sponsored the next grant, which will start January 1st. We will be spending this particular money through December 31st, and so we have 6 to 8 more home repair projects that we expect to be complete, and 10 in our construction pipeline.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just need to throw out there, if people would be interested in getting more info, and how would they do that? If anybody watching is interested in.
Yes, they can go to homemattershere.org. Our main line is, let me see if I can remember, 254-4604. That gets you right to the front office, and you'll be directed to our program coordinator.
Thank you.
Tim?
Questions? Listen.
I just wanted to congratulate you, Bruce, and your organization. And I think the most significant number is this 33 first-time home buyers in Brattleboro. That's great. Thank you.
In a similar vein, I just heard on the radio that Lamoille County is looking at a new low-income housing project, 25-unit project. I assume you're helping with that, and I hope you are. And one of the things that's unique about it is that they raise the income level to, I think it's 125% of poverty. A family could have an income up to $70,000 and still qualify for the housing assistance.
Well, in Downstreet is still running their own housing development program without assistance from us, other than collegial support. And yeah, that sounds like that money might be the state bond money, and the snow block also has, I think, 5 units that are up to 120% AMI. So we are housing people in that middle income right here in snow block.
I have a clarification question.
Yeah.
On the sheet you just gave, it lists home ownership assistance, but on the December 3rd letter we've got, it only mentions under the final hearing site grant provided home repair and housing counseling services. I'm wondering why the home ownership assistance wasn't.
I'm not sure why Patrick might have left that out. This is the report I provided him. The housing counseling is the service that helps people buy home ownership, buy homes. So maybe he just didn't maybe see it as a service.
It's
more
on the
as a
next
result.
page.
Yeah, it is in the detailed report. I think it was just an oversight that it wasn't mentioned in that paragraph that summarized what's in the detailed report.
Great. I have a question about the home repair program. How do you guys do outreach for that program? It seems like I work at Sevca part-time and I have a little bit of inside knowledge on this, and there are a lot of homes in this county that they're in need of repair. Are you guys actively looking for projects, or are you at capacity with what just kind of comes to you passively?
We are actively looking for projects. Our outreach includes working with partner agencies such as SEVCA, the Council on Aging. Those two tend to be our biggest referral sources, but we do media advertising from time to time. We are doing Facebook, we are doing Google AdWords. We've done some radio ads here in town through the radio stations, and actually radio is pretty interesting these days in that they're big companies that have lots of different stations, so we found that we got a good bang for the buck in doing some radio that actually was spread around the state. So.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
We're spreading cookies around.
Would you like a cookie? Elizabeth made
no,
cookies.
thank you. A colleague brought in Christmas cookies today, so I'm
Very nice. Well, the purpose of this obviously is to take any comments from the public, but it looks like, unless Russ has a comment there, or Chris, I don't think we have anybody here to ask any questions. So I can, if everyone's satisfied, I can close out the public hearing portion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much
again
for the work.
Yeah.
Where are we? Okay.
Budget.
All right.
How could you forget?
So,
I'm sorry to leave you with no audience, but I am going to have
oh, that's
Well, there are
quite
thousands of people watching at home because of the weather.
Get home safe, though.
Yeah. Otherwise, they'd be here.
Oh, they're watching, I'm sure.
I know.
That's good. Our town manager has stepped out, but we are about to enter item D, which is discussion of the FY21 proposed budget. We've had quite a few discussions, and how many meetings in a row? Does anybody remember?
Lots.
This is
Way too many.
Jan, I bet you know.
6.
Yeah,
this is
starting
6.
November 5, then 12, 19, 26, December 3, 10, and 17.
I wasn't counting. That's
1,
8 in a
2,
row.
3, 4, 5, 6. We're on 7 right now.
And if anybody's wondering, that's probably was one of the factors influencing us not to postpone this meeting due to the weather. Because, wow, it was.
Because if
been a
it's
long
Tuesday, we're meeting.
Yeah, exactly. No, but pushing it to
And
next
the next
Tuesday.
2 we won't be.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We
If
will
you
not
wanna
be
let the
here.
public.
But I was stalling a little bit for our town manager because I know that he wants to give us a little info on the current status of our budget talks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, so if it's okay with the board, you've had an opportunity to review this, but I'd like to take just a minute. There's quite a number of different pending matters. I think it would be helpful to the public while on a stormy night we no longer have a public here in the room. We certainly hopefully have plenty of people watching at home, and I think it would be helpful to them to know what is pending, and then you can decide at that point. Tell me if there's anything else that ought to have been on this list. But quickly, there were no changes made to the proposed revenues during your initial review through the budget. And again, for the benefit of the public, I'll say we've been through a series of 6 or 7 meetings where the board has looked at every single part of the town's budget, every line item within every component piece of the budget for the general fund for FY21. And along the way, you talked about some things, made very few changes, but identified quite a number of issues that you still wish to address further in January. So there were no changes made to revenues. There were a couple of very minor changes made on the expenditure side based on information that came to you from others. So The Human Services Committee of the Representative Town Meeting recommended an amount of funding that was $4,510 higher than what we had put into the budget, which would have been level funding from last year. And you accepted that for the purposes of including that higher figure in the budget that you intend to recommend for this year's Representative Town Meeting to consider, so that your number will match the Human Services Committee's recommendation. And you also heard a request from the Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance for an increase of just $1,629 to the amount of funding for the Community Marketing Initiative that was funded at $42,119 in the current year's budget. That was 10% of the receipts through the rooms and meals tax from the prior year. They asked that instead of that $42,119 being the figure again, that you increase it to make it 10% of the prior year's receipts as a matter of policy going forward. You conceded agreed to that. Thank you. Yeah. You agreed to do that, sort of reserving judgment about future years, but for this year's budget, you intend to increase this number so that it reflects 10% of the prior year's receipts. So we have made that change as well. But beyond that, there's a number of matters that might have a substantially greater impact to the budget as it has been proposed and as you will ultimately recommend it to Representative Town Meeting. And those topics include the potential for a pool house renovation or replacement at Living Memorial Park. Staff has been collecting some additional information that we will bring forward to you for your consideration as to whether to add that to the capital plan. You asked for some additional information regarding the fund balance guideline so that you can look at the 10% standard that we've been applying now for about a decade or so in Brattleboro to see how that relates to best practices and the policies that exist in other towns. When we identified the line item of $10,000 of funding for porta potties and other sanitary actions of the town to maintain public health and provide a place for folks to go to the bathroom in the summer months when there's more people living outdoors in Brattleboro, you responded to that by saying that was fine as far as it went. You thought that there were a couple of aspects of that that required more review. One, that you'd like to see some information about what a more permanent installation might look like. We are prepared to show that to you, although I don't anticipate you're going to want to pursue any of that for this particular budget because there's some very high price tags attached to those, unfortunately. But we will be able to at least provide that information and perhaps talk about what we might pursue in the future.
I have a question on that.
Yes.
Are there grants available for things like that?
We are looking for that as well. We're hopeful, but we haven't found one yet. So if we can find a grant that we could bring to you in January together with the information about the systems we've identified, maybe there's an opportunity to move forward more assertively on this. If not, our expectation is that at least there'll be some initial information. We all can sort of look towards what we might want to achieve going forward, and we'll continue to be looking for a way forward to achieve that. But the least expensive units that we've seen so far are $150,000 to buy the unit, and the cost of getting it shipped here and installed with water and sewer service and so on is on top of that. So it'd be a very substantial investment versus the approximately $10,000 a summer cost of putting out the 3 porta potties. You also, my understanding of your concern that you raised was when you talked about more permanent solutions, I understood you to mean not just more permanent bathrooms in public spaces, but actually other ways in which the town might invest in things that help people not just cope with the situation, but improve their living conditions and ways in which we as a community can better support people who are living in vulnerable conditions in our community. And so there is a very specific piece of this report that addresses Project CARE. You asked for that information very specifically, and we are happy to provide, if you want to take that into a broader conversation, we'll be happy to provide additional information that may support that particular consideration. We've been asked to provide more visual budget information to make the information more accessible to a broader group of people throughout the community, for people to be able to see at a glance graphically the most important information about the budget. And what we advised you before and reiterated in this report is we're happy to do that in a sort of relatively more rudimentary way, using tools that already exist for us, basically taking the Excel spreadsheet programs that we use to create the budget and applying the graphical tools that are part of that program, so that we can show you some pie charts and some bar charts and some things that do help make that information pop a little better. But for something that is more sophisticated than that and a bigger step forward, we'll be eager to talk with you more and talk with people in the community who have identified that they have some expertise in that area, and see what we might do in a more significant way forward on that for next year and beyond. The CEVEDS funding, once again, CEVEDS requested $3,000 per resident, or $36,000 worth of funding. You gave some consideration to that and to our report to you from staff that routinely now over the years the town has provided $2,000 per resident instead of $3,000.
Is it 3,000 or 3?
Oh my, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
$3.
I know that the total amount is correct,
They would like
but
that.
I just don't want anybody to be thinking.
Yep, nope,
we're
I
paying
wrote it
$3
wrong
each.
and said it wrong. I apologize. $3 per resident, 12,000 residents, $36,000 for a year. Sorry about that. And so the funding we provided has been at $2 per resident, at around $24,000, $25,000 per year. For several years now. You gave some consideration to that, but decided that you wanted to wait and make a decision about it in January when you're making your final budget decisions. In any event, whatever you decide about the amount, staff would continue to recommend that that funding come from program income rather than from general fund funding, because it is economic development related. It's an appropriate expense from that source of funding that comes from the CDBG loans that are made through the federal money, through the state to the town, that comes back into program income and can be reused for economic development purposes and housing purposes. And so we think that's an appropriate expense from that fund rather than what would be at $25,000 would be about a fifth of a penny on the tax rate. For Project CARE, you asked particularly what if the pay for recovery coaches was, first of all, recovery coaches have been providing their services as volunteers up until now. We did propose to you that there be funding provided, but we proposed it at a rate that would supply $12 per hour funding to the recovery coaches. And you asked us what would it take to make that $15 per hour, and also what would it take to fund transportation services to help the clients get to the appointments for their services. And we've run some numbers on that and would be prepared to add to the budget, if you approve this in January, $16,000 that would pay $12,000 to the recovery coaches and $4,000 to the providers of transportation. That $16,000 is equivalent to 14/100ths of a cent on the property tax rate. You indicated in our finale last week in the first review, the first time through all the different line items, one of the items we looked at was the general services part of the budget, and in that, that one of the line items there is the salaries for select board members. That has been a source of much consideration at town meeting over recent years. We confirmed that the rate of pay for select board members has not been increased since 2012, and prior to 2012, the last time was 1996. So this has been very static over time, and you showed some interest in considering that. If you want us to bring you any additional information, I'll need to know what it is that would be helpful to you in that consideration.
What other select boards receive throughout the state?
Sure.
I know some of that.
It would be good to know
what it was in 96 and what it was in 2012?
Sure.
I know what it was in 2012.
Yeah. Do you remember it?
Yeah, it was 2 and 3, so it was each member getting 2,000 per year and the chair getting 3, and then in 2012 it was raised to 3 and 5. So that's quite a jump when you look at the.
Yeah, at that moment it was quite a jump. Yeah, sure.
And we'll find out what it was
Yeah.
before 1996, if we can. I think we can.
I think on my research back when I was a town meeting rep, we are like well paid, funnily enough, for select boards throughout the state.
Yeah.
I think the discussion at town meeting is if the stipend were higher, more people might be interested.
Yeah, and I'll
We'll
remind
have-
everybody that, oh, sorry, that just for a point of order, it is always on as a article. So it invites the discussion we don't have to place it on the article because it has to be on the article to see what the town will pay its select board.
Okay.
So it's
Yes.
all automatically ripe for discussion, which is why it's almost always discussed.
That's what I was going to say.
Sorry, tangent.
You also asked last week, and I should say these are being listed in the order in which you raised them during our first review, which is why this one, which otherwise probably should have been first, has appeared here in the middle of the list. You wish to review the Select Board's annual goals and our progress in pursuing those over the last 9 months for how well they're aligned with the proposed FY21 budget. And so what we'll plan to do is for the January 7th meeting, this is a fairly significant workload for January, and the schedule calls for meeting each of the 4 Tuesdays in January. And so what we'll plan to do at the outset of that to help you decide, make some choices about where you go from there in the further review of these other items, is we'll provide that quarterly update that we do regarding your the progress, I should say. Some of it's yours and some of it's staff working on behalf of the things that you've directed. But our collective progress towards your annual goals will be reported at the January 7th meeting, so you can give that consideration to the relationship between the goals and the budget as you work through the rest of the pending budget items. When we were discussing the savings that the HRA has provided within the town's health insurance program, the health reimbursement arrangement, we talked about the fact that in the early years of that, we protected ourselves with cautious budgeting because we were concerned that the actuarial information we had received about where we would likely end up is, by the very nature of actuarial estimates, an average and an expectation, and there could be a bad year where it could have significantly negatively affected the budget. We now have several years of administering the program under our belts, and while there is always the potential, and there will someday be a bad year, we're seeing really significant consistency from year to year, even though the individual claims vary and the number of claims and the severity of claims varies. As a group, we're large enough that the impact to the HRA portion of our budget has been really consistent, and so we feel comfortable bringing that down, which freed up some money to be available to be either a lower tax rate or invested in other services and programs, depending on your perspective. And so you asked us to confirm for your understanding and for you to be able to independently gauge the level of risk we're taking on here, what portion the funding for the HRA, the proposed funding for the HRA, what proportion of the overall exposure that the town has is represented in that funding. The answer is that the actuaries, based on our current plan design, the actuaries forecast that we should expect to spend 50% of our total exposure. And our total exposure is $415,000. If we did expend that 50%, it would be $207,500. The proposed FY21 budget includes $215,000, so still just slightly above the actuarial estimate, no longer a significant cushion, but sort of a rounding cushion. The $215,000 represents 51.8% of our total exposure. which is 103.6% of the actuarial estimate. There are 3 different organizations that you asked to come in and appear before you so that you could have some interaction with them about their parts of our budget during your January meetings. And so if you continue to want that, if you don't give us different direction tonight, we'll go ahead and work with these 3 to schedule them to come in. And we'll do that for the first 2 evenings. We'll shoot for January 7th and January 14th for these appearances, with the hope and expectation that most of the additional work you're going to do substantively on this is going to be on the 7th and the 14th, so that by the time we get to the 21st, we're narrowed down to just the final issues, where maybe in the 7th and the 14th you've asked for some additional information or that sort of thing, so that by the time we're done on the 21st, you know what you want 100%, and we're able to put before you and the public on the 28th a budget where you're able to just look at it and say, yes, that's our budget. That's the goal of the January evolution of the final stage of this process. And the 3 organizations that you're asking to come in are the Windham Regional Commission, the Representative Town Meeting Human Services Committee, and the Southeastern Vermont Transportation, which is the bus service that provides the current and mover services in Brattleboro. You also identified a 4th organization you'd like to hear from, but indicated that you didn't need to hear from them during the budget process. And because January is going to be such a full plate of business, we'd suggest that this occur in the spring, at least after you put your budget to bed, maybe after town meeting. And that's Rescue Inc. We'll invite them to come in sometime in the few months ahead. That's the list, I believe. Let me double check the next page. There is one more, sorry. There is one more item, and it's the cost of the additional storage for the body-worn cameras. There was a concern that was raised because it sounded like a lot of money compared to what people know they can buy storage for personal use. We've confirmed that, yes, that's true. The contractual relationship with Axon, who provides the storage and related services, which retrieval and in some cases actually editing the material so that the proper things are redacted when they're being prepared to go to court and that sort of thing, for the body-worn camera footage that is collected by police officers as they respond to different incidents. In amending the contract with Axon to add additional storage within that, the context of those services that are provided, the cost for 2 additional terabytes is $3,000. The overall contract is on the order of $15,000 to $20,000. I don't remember the exact figure, but we can confirm that again for you if that's important. The question you asked us last week was to confirm that it really is $3,000 for the additional 2 terabytes of storage, and the answer to that is yes. Finally, you identified as articles for which, or topics for which you intend to place separate articles on the town meeting warning, separate and apart from just being included in the select board's proposed budget. Would include the SEVEDS funding, the Human Services funding, and the Community Marketing Initiative funding. And so as we prepare the draft warning for your review, which you'll also be looking at on January 21st and January 28th, we'll include those items as separate warning items.
Now, 2 out of 3 of those is traditional.
That's correct. In fact, I believe Human Services is required by state statute to be a separate item. And SEVEDS has traditionally been a separate item. The Community Marketing Initiative, of course, is new. So, but you indicated last week you'd like that to be presented to town meeting as a separate article.
Well, I think it's complete. I can't, does anyone have something that Peter forgot to add to the list?
I think this is plenty. Actually, I'm not sure what, I don't know that we can become, I can't remember the words you used, Peter, but experts on HRA funding. I think I'm not sure what we can decide or what would be, where we would go even for a conversation about that. Other than
my understanding was that you just wanted to satisfy yourselves. When we talked about it generally as being, we had approached it conservatively, and now we've sort of brought that back in, but we believe still to a prudent place, not to a reckless place. I think you wanted to understand what did that mean in numbers. If this is sufficient that that's not an item we need to come back to as we go through the January process, then that'd be great.
Feels to me like we could put a check mark by that one unless Brandy, has a question herself.
Okay.
She could always put it back on. We wouldn't mind, probably. Yeah. Just trying to lighten the load here. I was also looking at the organization appearances. I felt like one of them was certainly needed, and I would just ask the board, whoever else wanted to have the transportation folks come before us. Do you think it's necessary for the budget discussions?
I think it's necessary for the advancement of our goals, because that was an item on our goals.
Okay. I guess just in the budget crunch is what I was suggesting, that maybe it would be something that we might push like we are doing with rescue.
Right.
Unless it's tied to funding for you in your...
No, I mean, I think that's a good point. Like, out of the conversation we're going to have with the bus folks, do we imagine that we're going to say, hey, wait a second?
Well, they've already been approved for the year or something like that. You negotiated that?
No, it's been a standard amount for quite a few years now of $50,000. If, as part of your communication around the services that are provided, you decided that feels like too much or too little, that could be adjusted in your recommended budget to the representative town meeting. Or you could approach this as $50,000 is the amount that we've been allocating for this purpose. We've got some things we'd like to accomplish in the way the service is delivered. For now, it's not a budget matter, it's an operational matter. And
I think my concerns are more operational, and I would be happy to defer. But one of my goals in the select board roster is to have those operational changes to make bus usage more feasible and more likely.
Yeah, and better understanding as to how we might make that happen.
The presentation that they do is full of information.
Yeah,
it's definitely worth doing. I would rather put it off too and really delve into it. It's
okay. So there you go.
Do you want to have them in February?
Yeah,
since it's part of this board's goals for the year to improve that service, we could have them come in February when this board is still the board, and we could have rescue be later in the spring when many of you, maybe all of you, will still be here. But
who knows?
Just in case you're not, since rescue's operation hasn't been part of our annual goals this year, we'll have that come secondary.
That
makes
works.
sense.
Just while we're asking questions about this, why was the regional commission, why are we asking them to come at this point? To talk about why we give them so much money? Was it?
Well, you could say the same thing about the bus company, right? I mean, I think that was the impetus in part.
Is Wyndham Regional's allocation part of the budget?
Yeah, it is part of the budget. In that case, it's more like rescue in that it's part of a regionally applied formula, and our number comes out of that formula, and they say, here's what you owe.
Yes, it's regionally applied formula, but is it mandated? Or is it more like CEVEDS, where we have some flexibility, because that CEVEDS amount is just a construct?
That's a good question.
I don't know if it is statutorily required or not. I would say the CEVEDS one is explicitly voluntary and is a process that's sort of evolved in recent years. And the Wyndham Regional Commission one has been applied much more like dues. Whether it actually is statutorily dues or not, I don't know the answer to. I know that it's been for decades applied in the manner that it has been applied, and unlike CEVEDS, where individual communities make a decision from year to year about whether or not to pay their allocated share, it's paid more like the county tax allocation, where the Power FB makes its decision, tells you what your share is, and you pay it.
Well, maybe I just have an inquiry whether that's mandated or the voluntary.
Sure.
Yeah, I for one, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I recall asking that question the first time I saw it too, and I don't remember. The impression was, well, we just have to, but I don't know. Let's find out.
I mean, I guess like
We'll
the
find
spirit was like, are we getting value for money, right? What does this money represent? How does this benefit the people of Brattleboro?
Well, and particularly,
those are my big questions.
particularly the per capita number,
Right.
because I feel that these groups that ask for money per capita may not give Brattleboro a commensurate service that outlying towns who pay significantly less might be the focus of their efforts.
Are you thinking with the regional commission that we already have a really good planning department and we don't require the regional commission help as much as other places?
Feeding Liz lines.
I'm thinking about Liz's experience.
No communications district then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me just say that I think that this kind of got mixed in with the whole county tax situation
Yes,
because it
it did.
appeared right next
Yeah.
to each other. I, for one, am very happy with the services the Wyndham Regional Commission provides, and I think they do excellent work. Just want to get that out there.
Yeah, no, they're great.
No, my question really
and I know
is
that
whether
you're-
that formula is statutory.
Sure.
or
So
flexible.
perhaps it's more of a staff response
Sure.
than a
And, you know,
women
kind of
before us.
what are we getting for that money?
I'm more interested in a county side. What are we getting for the money?
Yeah, for real.
So how about if we provide that required versus voluntary answer? That's a really clear, is it in the statute or is it not? Or is it in something that got adopted within the region that's a
Yes.
legal document or not? And then if we provide that to you for consideration on January 7th, you could tell us on January 7th whether you want them to visit on either the 14th or the 21st.
Yeah, they
Or later.
also regularly send us a letter saying what they did for us in
Yeah.
the year. And Sue
In the
must
town
have that.
report, there's usually.
Yes.
Yeah. So comparing those things together, I think would be handy for us to do on the 7th.
Okay.
They might not be ready.
Well,
without
I
little
think
notice,
we could
but
have whatever
yeah.
the last one was, whatever the last reporting is.
Oh.
No, I think we have a report this year.
Yeah.
So I have like a newbie question. It feels like I've been here a while.
You
still
can
being
get away
newbie,
with
but-
it for another few months,
Yeah.
and no more.
So let me just understand the process here. So this was sort of like an overview of the things we're still thinking about.
Correct.
And at our next meeting, on January 7th, we'll come back to this list of things and get into it a little bit more, or
So
is this the time to be getting
what
into
we'll
it?
try to do, or what we will do to try to be helpful, is divide these into manageable pieces for the next 2 meetings. So approximately half of this load will be on the 7th, and approximately half of this load will be on the 14th, with the intent that it helps you decide what you're satisfied with. You might make some decisions on the 7th and be done with certain things. You might find that there's some things you still want some more information about, so we would go get that for you. But by the time we get to close of business on the 14th, hopefully you're nearly done, right? You're down to just the last few things that you are still grappling with. So that on the 21st, you can be done, make your final decisions. And then on the 28th, what would be before you, and we'll also have, on the 21st, we'll review the draft warning for representative town meeting. So then on the 28th, what happens is you have a short special meeting, you come together, you look at the warning as it may have been revised based on your direction from the week before, and the budget in what is hopefully its final form, and you say, yep, that's our warning and that's our budget. Or you do final tweaking if necessary. But if we don't get to where we're nearly done or substantively done on the 21st, it makes the 28th chaotic. We've got to, on the 28th, in order to meet the statutory requirements for the window of time within which the warning needs to be approved, and then everything needs to be final and ready to go into the town report, we need to have you make your final decisions on the evening of the 28th.
Okay.
This moment in time, I want to be really clear, is not meant to say, here's your list, this is what we're going to do. It's meant to say, here's what I understand your list to be. And if there's something missing or something that needs to be modified in some way, and we've been just doing that, right? You've been clarifying your intent on a couple of things. But if there is something that you think is missing from this that needs to be on the list, now's the time to say so that we're well prepared for our work in January.
Okay.
Now, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in at least the past couple of years that I've been on the board, we've had those 4 meetings in January in case there was more that came up. And I'm also kind of wondering if there's a chance we could get it down to 3 meetings. If one of them does become the 28th and we keep the 2 regulars, perhaps that 14th could be eliminated.
So,
yeah, it does depend on that. You're correct. But I'm looking for consensus on the board if we think it might be possible. Slightly longer
Peter
meetings.
probably knows best.
I'd like to make an unpleasant or an unwelcome observation. I'd love to say, yeah, that's better. I know you've met every week now for 8 or 9 weeks. Yeah. We're going to get a little break these next couple of weeks, and then it's 4 more in a row. I get that that's onerous. This particular list is longer than we often have at this moment in time. Sometimes what we have is more change that has already occurred in the budget and fewer pending items. This year, I think quite appropriately, as you encountered some things where there was some difference of opinion, you said, yeah, let's get through the first review, and then we're going to come back and learn more about those things and resolve those things. And the result of that is, I think you've got a really full plate here, even for 2 meetings. And trying to put it all onto the 7th is ambition. We can do it if that's what you prefer.
We did successfully push one of the presentations off.
You did push one of the presentations off.
Maybe 2.
One of the presentations off.
And we know about the police storage, so we have to do that again. And the HRA.
If it's your pleasure that we have a really full list, this entire list of pending matters on the 7th, and see if we can get through all of it, we'll do that. We'll be happy to provide that. And then, if you don't get through all of it, you roll some of it over to the 14th.
So the 7th is a regular meeting?
7th is a regular meeting.
Other stuff to do beyond the budget?
There will be, as of right now, it's not a heavy agenda, but it's still early yet for the 7th. But it's also going to be a holiday period where there's not likely to be a lot of things generated to go onto that agenda.
Right.
We could take a shot at getting it all done on the 7th if that's what the board would like to do.
Tim?
Oh, yes.
I wonder if we could also set aside the conversation about the $3 per resident, since the town is going to decide that anyway. The Seveds, $3.
Oh, no.
You need to decide what you're recommending.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
On that one?
Okay.
We have to have a number in there, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And that's always a fun discussion, anyway.
Well, I'm looking at them, the fund balance in the past has, can take a whole meeting by itself. There's incredibly a lot of philosophical stuff in there, and a lot of fiscal stuff as well. And Seveds, again, it's going to be decided by the town, by the representatives. So
I wouldn't give, we do have the power to recommend.
Otherwise, yeah, I'm suggesting that we just leave it as it is. Take their request, or let the town decide.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
You are? That's what you
Well,
suggest?
let's not launch into that discussion.
Okay.
Hasn't been warned.
Oh, well, it's actually on our agenda right here.
Well, this is kind of a check-in. I'm not sure we should start debating it.
No, fine.
I think knowing this board that we need every single one of these meetings.
Yep.
And if some of those meetings we get to go home half an hour earlier than we thought we might, then so be it.
Daniel, I'm concerned that you're going to want more money if we meet this many times.
I couldn't possibly comment. I didn't at all prepare some talking points around that.
It's not on the agenda.
Exactly. But it sort of is. Yeah, I think we need
Different
all those meetings. Maybe we get done a bit early some nights. I don't know.
Okay.
But I think it would be,
For me, it
unless
all
that
depends
January
on
7th meeting has almost nothing else for us to do, and it would be mostly budget.
It doesn't have almost nothing else. It's light.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have almost nothing else. I don't recall right now. I recall one very specific item. I don't recall what the others are, and I believe there's like 3 or 4 substantive matters right now on that agenda.
All right.
As long as all this is okay with Jan,
It's good by me.
What is Jan's pleasure?
Power behind the throne.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Daniel. It would be very heavy to have a January 7 meeting with 2 holidays in between to try to prepare for that and make it the only
And it might
meeting.
snow.
If it
Well,
snows,
we don't
we're
have
having
to
a meeting.
decide
Doesn't
until
make any
January
difference.
7 whether things roll over to the next week.
Yeah.
Nobody
So
knows.
we're gonna divvy these up then. We're not gonna put them all on for the 7th. We're gonna do some on the 7th, some on the 14th. If that's the place you've landed, I'd suggest that the Human Services Committee visit be on the 14th. I think it's important that the goals discussion happen on the 7th. And I also think that if you have a robust discussion of the fund balance guideline, I think David's right that that is something that could take a while. Heads up, foreshadowing to that, I would suggest that if you decide that as a group you think that there's room to maybe do something different, that deciding that in one evening in the midst of all the rest of this is not the best way to change a guideline. That the guideline is long-term planning, best practice. How are we trying to manage town finances as opposed to a decision you're making this year about this year's finances? So I would just urge you to be really cautious. I'm telling you, once we report back to you about that, we're going to give you the information you've asked for. And I have full respect for the fact that you might take it to a place where that guideline gets in play, but I think you should be really careful about changing the guideline in the middle of a budget process in order to free up some cash for that budget process. So with that caveat, that might be an item that takes an hour or 2 to discuss, or it might be an item that takes 5 or 10 minutes.
I vote for the 5 or 10 minutes.
I understand what your point, and thank you for making it. That's exactly what I want you to say. The conversation generally strays into, well, if we did 9.5%, we could do a 2-cent tax increase instead of 3.5. That's where the conversation often goes. So, which means that we change it. We don't necessarily change the guideline, but that year we decide we're going to take a chance and make it 9.5. So anyway, I just wanted people should be ready for that to develop, if history is any indicator. The other thing is that as far as using all of these times and talking about all these things, I think it's really important, because we need to know what we're talking about. And a lot of these are complicated. This is the first time for 2 people. And it's just, Daniel keeps saying a newbie question, but it's actually, I'll finish. Okay. It's actually a due diligence question every time. It's something that we need to understand. So,
Yeah,
as much as
yeah,
I'd like to
well.
go home at 6:30 every night, it doesn't work that way.
Wasn't advocating for leaving anything off
Oh, I know.
or incomplete discussions. I was advocating for fuller meetings, that's all.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that because it's really important. I don't have as many questions because I already asked them all. Poor John. Every budget I had something new that I didn't understand, and it's another 10 minutes off his life. No wonder he retired.
Okay, let's see, where are we then?
I think we're at the place where you've done some modifying to this. I could go through it if you want, but I don't think that's necessary, especially since it's just the list and not actions on the list. But I can list those things, the things you've modified tonight if you want. Otherwise, I just need to know whether you think anything's missing. You've made that sort of more material decision that you are going to meet on both the 7th and the 14th. So we're going to divvy this up into, probably like a 60-40. Take a bigger bite out of it that first night, but have still a fair amount of business on for the second night. And we'll go from there.
Do you have any sense of whether the staff will have a cost estimate for the pool house on the 7th?
Yes.
Okay.
I can tell you, we've
there
actually...
There are pool people that want to come.
We've got a more solid number now than I knew we had.
Mm-hmm.
So what I told you when we discussed that was we'd be bringing you a thumbnail number.
Mm-hmm.
We're actually going to have more of an engineer's cost estimate. It's still just that.
An estimate,
It's
yeah.
not any kind of a design. But it's a range of costs and some information around that. We just don't have it packaged for you yet.
Great.
But we definitely will have that for the first meeting.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to call out that often we have our number 11 is correspondence, and that always includes the department monthly reports. And I just want to say that I always appreciate them. And this time, that's where I got my comment about the fire hydrants. But this time, there's also a little report from BCTV, which is interesting and informational, and a nice reminder that the Recreation and Parks Department has some great things happening for families around the holidays and for last night, we call it here. So
Yeah, they're great.
check it out on brattleboro.org. You can find links to the PDF of their event schedule.
And all the communications that we get are all there on the website.
True. All right. Anyone have a motion to close out the evening?
What time is it? Is there anything else we can talk about?
I move that we adjourn.
All right. Liz has made a motion to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thanks, BCTV.
Thank you.
Did it. Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Yes. I should have said that.
Oh, that's what I should have talked about. Yeah, there's a Shine a Light series of events to do with Hanukkah.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. We apologize to you for being 15 minutes late in starting. We will call to order the November meeting of the State Board of Education. I want to welcome Kathy Lavoie. Is that how you like to pronounce it? Yep. As our new member, filling out, I believe, the unexpired term left by our former colleague. We're very happy to have you here, Kathy. Kathy is a program manager with Franklin Grand Isle Restorative Justice Center and has a long resume of public service, including public torture at the General Assembly for 8 years, I think.
Yes.
Kathy was vice chair of the House Education Committee, which is, Kathy brings a lot of valuable experience, just as do our other legislative members to our work. So we're very happy to have you here, Kathy. Thank you. We are expecting Bill Mathis and John O'Keefe. We had Kyle and we've lost him. He's probably run into some friends in the corridors. We'll have him back shortly. So let's go around the room and just do introductions. Just tell folks your name and where you're from, please.
I'm Dan French, Secretary of Education.
I'm Kim Gleason. I'm from Essex, and a few other boards, but.
Indeed.
Peter Peltz, I'm from Woodbury.
I'm from Williston.
Kathy Lavoie from Swanton.
And I'm John Carroll from Norwich. So far, the prize for longest distance driven, but soon O'Keefe will be here, complaining and happy to be here. And Kyle, will you introduce yourself, please?
Kyle Coutois, student member, Georgia.
Right. And just by way of explanation, we have the board consists of 9 voting members, including one of the student representatives, the older of the two. And then 2 non-voting members, being the Secretary of Education and the younger of the 2 student members who will become a voting member in the next year. Are there any amendments or changes to the agenda? Suzanne, anything we need to know? No. Mr. Secretary, anything that you foresee? Members? So you have the agenda in front of you, and we will play catch-up ball. But we want to begin by, I think, I want to speak a little bit about our colleague, Jenna O'Farrell, but I think I'll wait till the other board members are here for that. So I think we can move on to item B, which is to welcome Superintendent Amy Minor to speak, if you would. Please, if you wouldn't mind terribly, by sitting at the table there and moving the mic over toward you, your audio will be picked up on the video system. And just go right ahead.
Awesome. Thank you very much for having me this morning. With me, I have our high school principal, Heather Barron, our Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, Gwen Carmoli, and our Director of Student Support Services, Carrie Lutz. And so we're excited to share with you a little bit about who we are as a school. Our frame this morning for this presentation to tell you who we are, what we believe in, and then how do we provide education for students. What is that structure here in Colchester? We are a school district of 7 buildings. We have 2 K-2 schools, a 3-4-5 school that also houses our preschool program, a 6-8 middle school, a 9-12 high school, and we have an adjacent building that houses a very small alternative program for students who learn in a variety of ways outside of this campus. Many of our students that are in that alternative program access high school classes here at CHS, and they go back between the 2 buildings. Our enrollment in Colchester is strong. We did a demographic report, and the demographer predicted that our enrollment would be flat. I'm happy to report it. Every year it increases just slightly, so right now we're sitting at about 2144. So excited to have strong growth and student enrollment here. This is my 4th year serving as superintendent of schools in Colchester, and during those 4 years, I have guided our work to be one district. We've had 4 overarching goals or themes, providing equitable experiences for all learners, providing strong support services that will meet the needs of our ever-changing student, providing high-quality universal instruction, and last but certainly not least, I've tried to instill in this district this model of continuous improvement. Good will never be good enough. We can always get better, and we can always get better as a system, not as 7 individual buildings, but as one collective district moving forward. And that's been my philosophy throughout my work. The goal that's probably nearest and dearest to my heart is our work around diversity, inclusion, and equity. You can't teach students you don't know. You need to know their experience really well in order to be able to reach them. And so we have students that join us from all over the globe. As part of our work last year with this community, we built a new vision and a new mission statement. Our vision statement really resonates with me because in order for students to succeed, they need to feel safe, they need to feel welcome, and they need to feel like this school is their home. And so we do that and we achieve that in all of our buildings. So I'm proud of that work we did together as a community to develop that new vision statement. So now I want to shift and I want to give you a little bit about the frame for how do we provide education in Colchester. Part of our vision statement highlights the transferable skills that we expect all students to know as they move through the grades K through 12. And so in our district, we adopted something that we call our essential expectations. They are essentially those transferable skills that we will teach and assess in each grade level as students move through their experience here. Ours are think, learn, communicate, and act. And so I want to highlight for you just a couple of examples of how we do that. We start in our youngest grades at Porter's Point School, which is a K-2 school. They focus on learn through project-based learning. Each grade at the end of that year completes a project. That project is different at the end of every single school year, so they have a 3-year experience. In that experience, they design an interdisciplinary unit. So the picture you see there is they learned the life cycle of a tomato plant. And so they had to figure out the math to purchase the seeds and then to grow and sell these tomato plants to the community. And so they do something very similar to that every single year. Interdisciplinary, takes them several weeks to complete this project, and then we involve families and the community as the culminating activity. When students move on to Mallett's Bay School, our 3-4-5 school, we focus on think. Every Friday, those students participate in Genius Hour, where we try to highlight STEM activities. But what's important about that as a transferable skill is there is choice within that. So students start to experience and build what are they passionate about. Even though Genius Hour is guided every Friday, there is always choice within that activity. As students move into the middle school, we've adopted something called passion projects. This is done through humanities courses. Each student has the opportunity to experience it. And it's where they can dive deeper into a topic that we don't teach at Colchester Middle School. The teachers become facilitators of learning versus facilitators of content. Our students engage with the community as they find content experts around the topic that they are hoping to learn more about. And it culminates with a gallery where students then are asked by community members, what did you learn? How did you do it? Who did you engage with? So middle school students are really building their communication skills as they're getting ready to enter high school. So our hopes is that our work through working on our transferable skills, K-8, and having families see student scores connected to that on their report cards, that students will enter high school ready to think about what pathway is right for us. And so using the language that my high school principal and our guidance director use, we want students to be able to step on and step off the conveyor belt of traditional education when it is appropriate for them. And we hope lots of students in our school community do that through choosing a flexible pathway. They might step off that conveyor belt because they want to access a course that is not part of our program of studies. They might also step off that conveyor belt because they've already demonstrated the skill. They already have that through a set of proficiencies, or the learning environment within a traditional classroom doesn't work for them, and so we want them to have that opportunity. no better person can explain to you flexible pathways in Colchester than our students. So I'm going to turn it over to a few students who are going to share with you what do flexible pathways look like in Colchester.
The first semester of my junior year, I decided to pursue a study abroad in France.
We're at Husky Injection Molding in Milton, Vermont.
I took business and personal law through VHS.
I've been mentoring for 3 years now. I think I started.
Right now we're at the Burlington Technical Center. I am a student in the Health Sciences Academy.
Well, I'm very passionate about helping others and being very involved with other people in any way I can.
So I did my internship through the TIPS class, and I did it with the athletic trainer, Zoe.
So I actually remember seeing this video when I was a freshman, and I saw this kid named Mooney who was talking about his experience abroad, and that I was like, wow, I didn't even know we had that. Because I'd always wanted to do a study abroad since I was young, and I definitely was nervous about doing it, but I kind of just had to push through my nerves and just do it because I knew it would be like a really amazing experience. When I first got there, my host family spoke no English, and I didn't really know French very well, so it was kind of tough. But it really pushed me to learn the language, and it really motivated me to try and speak French and to not be afraid. I learned so much from them. Like my host family was really big on they had so many friends. Like they'd always have people over, and so I'd always be meeting so many different people. And my mom was like a great cook, so she'd always be like showing me all these like delicious recipes. So yeah.
When we're talking about plastic injection molding, which creates anything from like the casing on a drill to a toothbrush or something like that, and we play a critical role in Husky's supply chain. We're just one of many locations that supply different parts that create this overall big machine. What I really like the most, to be honest, is the ability to get a little bit of a taste for machining and manufacturing without having to devote a bunch of time, money, resources to it. College has always been like a financial choice for me, not really an educational choice. So if I didn't find anything that drove me to go to college, then I probably would have just ended up in a job somewhere doing something I wasn't really satisfied with. It's had an incredible effect on where I want to go and what I want to do. I kind of started high school not knowing what I wanted to do, where I wanted to go, what I wanted to be, and I kind of found myself gravitating towards math and science. And through this internship, I really decided I want to go into the manufacturing field. So what I'm going to be doing for college is becoming a manufacturing engineer, and I'm going to go through CCV and then to VTC to get my degree. So it's had a big impact, played a big role on what I've decided to do. It's a huge motivator to come here and be like, I really like what I'm doing here, and I want to pursue this further. And just having that ambition and that focus, I don't know, it just changes how you see things and what you want to be. And so I think having your own pathway to make and your own individualized thing is beautiful because it can really influence what you choose later on in life.
Well, I knew for a while that I wanted to do something in business, and I wasn't quite sure which realm I wanted to be in. I didn't know if I wanted to do entrepreneurship or something with that realm. So I kind of tested the waters, and I took business and personal law through VHS. And that was the first class I took, first semester of junior year, and I loved it. They offer so many different classes, and if there's anyone who's considering doing something that is not offered at the school, I highly recommend taking an online class, because then you get to kind of see if you like it, and you get to just test it and know whether or not you want to pursue it or go to college for it. The main challenge was getting used to the format and having to work on my own. It's really different because you're not in a class with other students, but once you figure that out and once you figure out how to manage your time better. It's really nice. Yeah. I want to go into teaching, and really I've been mentoring at MBS, Porter's Point, a lot of the schools, and just I really find that like I have firsthand experience right in high school and not in college, and I like just helping the kids and really getting that hands-on, and I find it's better than a regular class would be, and how just prepares you in life if this is what you want to do with your teaching. To start off, I did it with a friend, my sophomore, freshman year, kind of, and we both loved it. We were in separate classrooms, but I think like definitely we walked over to MBS, and it was just a great experience you see the kid's face light up every time you walk into the classroom, and it's just amazing. I like it.
I knew that I wanted to do something other than Colchester, like bring something else into my school schedule, but I wasn't sure exactly what. And then one of my friends actually brought this up to me, and I thought it was super cool how we could go, like for instance, we shadow at the hospital and do a whole bunch of cool stuff. We went on clinicals to the hospital and looked in like the labs and stuff, and I realized that wasn't really for me. And then we had like our own individual time to shadow where we could pick where we wanted to go. So I chose to go to different physical therapy sites where it was more like getting the patients back into a functional state and their body is back to the way it's supposed to be. And I really like that idea of helping patients and working with patients one-on-one. I think that the way that the tech centers are set up, they really push to get the students ready for their workplace, like where they want to work, what they want to do. I would push to go to a tech program if you have the opportunity. It's definitely changed my life a million ways. Like I can't even begin to explain all of them. But you get to learn what you want to learn, not exactly what you have to learn. So that's really cool. And working with your guidance counselors, like they make it so accessible, like changing your schedule around for you, or making sure that you have all your credits. So don't be afraid about possibly losing your opportunities that you're getting from Colchester.
Having a flexible pathway through like Laker Learning Lab was very helpful for me to develop my own learning and my own way, my own education, so I could kind of take something that wasn't offered as a class here and make it my own. So my goal was to show my learning. I was going to make a website and videos of myself and my progress in my learning. So I made ASL videos to put on my website of me signing different things. Well, you can really do anything. So like if you want to learn more about like what my peers is doing, learn about concussions or something that you're really interested in, you really are passionate about wanting to learn more, you have a more focused way to demonstrate your learning and get credit for it. I also think it's fun because you have a great community of others who are doing it, so even though they're not doing the same thing as you, you get to see others and what they're interested in, because we meet once a month to kind of see the progress of people's projects.
So TIPS is a class that gets you on your feet and like more into like the workforce and what you want to do post high school. Because a lot of students sometimes struggle with what they want to do after high school, and so getting your like foot in the door with what you might be interested in might give you a taste of something that you want to do or something that you're not interested in anymore. I was always interested in like the medical field, and I've always been really into sports, and being able to combine both of those was something that I thought would be like perfect for me. You start opening up junior and senior year to some really cool options that may not be college. It could be going into the trades or something like that. This has definitely like swung what I want to do, and I'm pretty interested in going in for radiology, which is not specifically athletic training, but the medical side of it still got me like motivated and interested. My biggest piece of advice would probably be do what you love.
Don't be afraid to take chances. Like, really, if you want to do something and you have your heart set on it, you should just do it. And it might be scary, but it's really going to benefit you in the end. And it really like shaped who I am. It really showed me I was able to kind of like find myself going abroad, and I thought it was the most amazing experience.
Your future is based on entirely how you go through high school. So if you, like I said before, I don't think I would have gone to college or would be looking at college at all if I hadn't come here, because I probably would have just ended up working at a retail store just like all my other friends.
It's prepared me for college, it's prepared me for classes here. It's really helped with knowing when to do your work and when you have free time to do your work. And it's really helped get my grades up.
It really pushes you to find that what your passion is and really say, is this what I want to do with my life? And I think I found it.
I had no clue what I wanted to do before. Honestly, it was all the shadows, and in anatomy and physiology, one, we learned the muscular system and the skeletal system, and I thought that was super, super cool. And I wanted to do something related to that.
I have motivation to want to do it more because it offers me credit for my later like college applications and stuff. I mean, it's kind of thinking far ahead, but it really helps me to like see that it offers more than just the basic courses. I can create my own course of learning.
We could have highlighted so many other pathway experiences that students have had, but we just wanted to highlight a few for you this morning so you understood a little bit about who we are as a district. So thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Great.
Yes. Two quick questions.
Yeah.
How'd you fare with 46 and early college opportunities?
So we are a single district,
Right.
And because of our size, we did not consolidate with
Yeah.
any other district.
That's right.
However, we do welcome and have a strong relationship with students from Georgia, from Fletcher, and from
Right.
the islands. And we seek to obtain more students and to serve them here.
And you have a union board then?
We do. We have a 5-person board. Yep.
Yeah. And then early college opportunities, there wasn't much mention at whether it's actually early college or just taking...
We have a large number of students who participate in dual enrollment, and we have a group of students that participate in early college every year. We didn't highlight those just because there were so many others that we wanted to show, but it is very active in this community.
Great, thank you.
I did have a question about the study abroad portion of it. How long are they there for, and like what does that look like?
Yep.
So probably 1 or 2 students a year will do it, and we work with a variety of agencies, and it can be 6 months. That one was a year. We have another senior who last year was also in France for a year.
Okay.
In addition, every year I would say we have anywhere between 3 and 5 students from other countries who are with us for a year or 2, which is really neat. We also have, we didn't highlight in here, a series of extended educational trips, so over a week or 10 days. So this year we have a group going to Ecuador to do a service trip.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does every student have one of these experiences, whether internship or otherwise? Every high school student get to do that over their 4 years at some point?
I think that's our goal, and do you want to talk a little bit? Sure. I don't want to steal my high school principles.
Sounds amazing.
Yes.
It's just
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we are hopeful. I think our philosophy is that by the time that you have experienced your time at Colchester High School, likely 4 years, that you have opted into one of the many pathways that might be in addition to the traditional pathway. So she used the phrase on and off, the conveyor belt of education. We offer a lot of traditional, what we would call traditional courses. But we have grown the opportunities outside of there. So if you were to pull 10 kids out of the hallways here, I think probably 9 out of the 10 would speak to one or more experiences here that were either an internship or our Laker Learning Lab, one of the things that were highlighted, or any of the additional ones. So it's pretty common that we try to offer experience that involves time off of the conveyor belt.
And our goal is that all of that work we're doing, K-8, is going to set students up to be prepared to step off that conveyor belt a little bit more often.
And I do have one other question.
And how does all of that play into the proficiency graduation requirements and grading and all of the 77 stuff?
Yeah, that's a great question. We actually had a school board meeting here last night, and proficiencies was a large topic that we shared with our board. When we look at our K-8 system, we're creating a proficiency-based report card, and it's really important to us that we're also reporting out on our school-wide essential expectations so that parents are getting an understanding of where students are thinking, communicating, learning, and acting. So we're building that capacity. And then when students enter the high school, they're in a rich proficiency-based learning environment. So the students are really specific about what skills are students expected to know, through then communicating it in a way that parents and colleges or employers are going to really understand what students have experienced, and they're going to be able to relate that to their experience. I don't know if you want to add.
Yeah, I think the piece that I would add, again, if you were to step out of here and go into one of our classrooms, you would see a proficiency-based rich environment that would be really clear what the proficiencies are, how the work is geared around those proficiencies. But I think to your question, the proficiencies have allowed us as a school to gain real clarity about what's most important in student learning, and then to offer opportunities, a variety of opportunities that then kids can access that learning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you for having us.
I want to compliment you in its structure, where you started out with sort of the conceptual overview of what matters to you and the way you run this district and these schools, and then you got to specific real-world stories. That's a terrific presentation and pretty darn inspiring and exciting. Thank you very much.
Have a great meeting today.
Thank you.
So next, we're at item C on the agenda. The consent agenda consists of only one item, which is the minutes of our 16 October meeting. Is there a motion in connection with the minutes?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes as presented.
Kim, sorry.
Any discussion, any changes suggested, or you just think it's perfect the way it is? Those in favor of adopting the minutes as presented, signal by aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. You've approved the consent agenda. Are there any announcements by members of the board, quite apart from the student reports? Any announcement by any individuals? Right. Then let's hear from the students. Kyle and Sabina, both of you, do you have anything to fill us in on since we last saw you?
Moment, not much really.
Okay.
I think everything's in there.
That's fine. Sabina.
I have been appointed to my student council as the State Board of Education rep. So obviously I'm gonna go back and report to them tomorrow. And so obviously if there's anything you guys would like me to ask of them, or either way, I kind of am starting to act now as a communication line between those two entities for them and now for you guys. So I want to put that out there. And then I also went to the Gender Equality Conference yesterday, and so one activity that stood out to me at the beginning that we did was they gave us 10 words to define, and kind of one of the questions they asked is how could you incorporate this into a school? And so obviously there was a lot of discussion around that, but these 10 words that they had us define were gender, microaggression, stereotypes, intersectionality, unconscious and implicit bias, harassment, bullying, ally behaviors, equal versus equality, hidden curriculum, and then sexism and misogyny. And so these were the way we opened it is we went to these and kind of talked in a small group and defined them. And so a lot of the conference was looking at, you know, how our school systems discriminating against girls in general, because it was about gender inequality. And so a lot of the conference was focusing on how do we get rid of that, and because most of the people there were educators, and so how do you get rid of that in your classroom or in your school district?
Thank you, Sabina. I want to also say that Sabina was a member of a 4-student panel at the VSBA VSA conference at Lake Maury 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
It was a conference of students who are members of their school boards. And so it was to encourage other districts to consider bringing students aboard as student members of their boards. And of course, Sabina was there as a member of the state board. And it was really, really fun to hear these 4 very capable young women and men talking about their experience and the frustrations of having to go through the processes that public entities must, and building consensus and the learning that came from that. And I sat in on this, and I must say I was very, very proud of our gal over here for her effectiveness in representing the state board. It was really neat. Bill, you had something to say?
Simply echoing what you just said. Very exciting presentation and very well received, and there was a lot of buzz in the hallway after their presentation too.
I think I thank the VSA and VSBA for putting this particular forum on, because I think it piqued the interest of a lot of school boards. I'll have what she's having, you know, a little bit of that. So that was pretty neat. Nice work. Then let us go on to the item D. We're really catching up here, and I'll be brief. Item D is Chair's report. So this is your cue to go to the ladies' room or something. I will just briefly say that you may have seen in the papers that the Sunset Advisory Commission of the General Assembly, which is in the business of reviewing all boards and commissions, they're not just picking on us, has taken a good look at the future of several boards and commissions associated with education, including ours. And in the end, I think they were very responsive to and very interested in the board's vision of reinventing itself. And Kathy, this is something we'll help you get up to speed on. And so they suggested that the board work with the General Assembly in changing statute as is needed to actualize this vision, which, just to summarize, involves the board becoming less of an administrative overseer of the agency of education, which habit takes a lot of our time, as you will see, and frankly is a vestige, a holdover from another time back when the board was literally the board of directors of the Department of Education, hired and fired and supervised and directed and told the commissioner what to do. That is not the world we are in. The secretary reports to the governor. The secretary runs his own ship. We do not supervise or oversee that entity, and yet we still sort of do. And we want to move away from that. This Act 98 changed everything, and the board has been a little bit slow in catching up with all the meanings of that. So has the General Assembly, in fact. Much of the statute carries forward old language from an earlier time. So the Sunset Advisory Commission recommended that we pursue these changes with the General Assembly, and I have already begun those conversations with the chairs of both the House and Senate Committees on Education. And we have kind of 2 years in which to get that done. I think we can get it done in a lot less time than that. My hope is that by the end of the coming legislative session in May of 2020, we will have reached consensus on how to change things, how to kind of wean the board from its dependency upon the agency, kind of get the board out of micromanaging or attempting to micromanage the agency and clarify the different roles that we play, and so that the board could become more of a convener of interest around topics that really matter. We're going to hear today about the NAEP scores, the assessment scores, and then we may hear some conversations about proficiency-based learning and that whole initiative. And there's a fair amount of interest in the state as to how well that's going. And we're here right here that it seems to be well established and a constructive element in some curriculums, but that's not universally so in the state. I can visualize in the near future that the board could convene a day-long hearing on the topic of something like proficiency-based learning. Not to go in prejudging it, not to go in with the purpose of changing it, but to go in and ask people and to find out from people, how's it working? And there are people who will tell you it's working well and it's a real asset, and there are people who will say, well, I don't know, I have some doubts about it. We need to hear from those people, and I think the people in the General Assembly would welcome what we learn from a process like that. So that's the direction that we're moving in as a board, and we'll take, I think, a lot of my time, Peter's time, at the General Assembly to make ourselves available to them as we reconstruct what this board does.
Can I make a quick comment?
Yes, please.
I think the Sunset Advisory, it was good for, they really didn't know what we were doing. And I think we spoke well to it, and that how we're acting as a buffer kind of between the agency and the legislature and the local districts. And I think that's a role we're going to have to better define and enact. But it was very worthwhile, and I think they were a little skeptical, but my sense was at the end they were more receptive to what we're doing.
Yes, just some of the background on this. Many of the members of this commission, which is a commission created by the General Assembly, happen to come from districts where Act 46's implementation was very controversial. And if you followed that, you know that in many parts of the state, the board's decisions were extremely unpopular. And so there were a number of people on this commission, I would say 4 out of the 6, arrive at their meeting with the state board regarding us with some considerable skepticism. So I think, thanks to Peter, we made a presentation that helped us navigate our way through that. I think before we arrived at the meeting, perhaps they were prepared to recommend the termination of the state board. That's how annoyed some of these people were and perhaps still are. So we have our work cut out for us in the General Assembly to remind them that we didn't load that wheelbarrow, we're just trying to get it out of the barn, and we did our best to do that.
And just quick side note, they don't have the authority to disband us. It's the 2 education committees that have the ultimate authority.
Right, they make recommendation only. So anyway, I think we came out of that feeling pretty good about the direction we're headed with the General Assembly. We can now hear from the Secretary.
Good morning. Likewise, I have a fairly brief report. 2 items I was going to speak to. One, in your packet, I think it's listed as item E. It was a memo I had sent out as an update on the SLDS data collection Vermont School Climate Survey. I just thought I'd bring that forward. If you had any questions about that, our continual sort of rejiggering, if you will, of our work schedule for this product and system. You heard, I don't know if it was last meeting or the one before, where we had 2 of our data people in, Dr. Wendy Geller and Kevin Vianney, give you a sense of sort of where the data vision that's emerged for the state or the AOE. But that's a relatively new vision, and as you might remember from that, one of the things we instituted last year was to create a data division at the agency. That data division is fairly new, and what they've been doing is sort of wrapping their arms around the entire workflow and creating a vision for the future. And that's led us to a place where we've had to sort of reconcile what were the previous trajectories of several key systems, including this thing called the SLDS and the report card. So what we're going to be doing is continually trying to go forward and streamline some of the processes around those, and in my view, right-size the report card relative to our few number of students in the state and the complexity of the product itself, so it's useful to everyone, but also very doable for us. So along those lines, in this memo, we're announcing the delay, at this point, sort of an indefinite delay of what was termed the school climate survey aspect of the report card, which was something that we would have to basically go out to bid on, build a new system, a new collection process, and so forth. And our attention, I think, rightfully, as we've gotten a better handle on things, is not shifted so much on creating new things, but trying to make sure we can deliver on the things we've already engaged in, including the SLDS. So, as the memo describes, a big part of that work is this idea of vertical reporting from school districts and getting data from the districts. Last year, in the middle of Act 46 and everything else, we launched that new process, and it wasn't very successful. Last year at this time, we had virtually all the school districts still struggling with doing that data, which was required to be submitted to the agency in July. So it was still mid-year before we were receiving all that data, and that led to significant delays in other related processes, including equalized pupil counts, which impacted school district budget formulations, tax rates, and everything else. This year, through the teams now with this new organization, we're able to reduce that to only one school district still remaining struggling with submitting that data, but we're in a better position. But part of this work will require us to revisit what were the previous plans for the SLDS and the report card itself, and make adjustments to the work plan accordingly. You might remember earlier this summer I advertised this idea of a policy work plan on the agency's website. So under the About Us section, there's a link to essentially what's a Gantt chart that describes the key deliverables on things. And I mentioned on that anytime there was going to be a significant update to that work plan, that we would do so through a formal press release or memorandum, and that's what this memo represents. It's a significant enough change in the work schedule so that we wanted to advertise that more clearly to the field. So you have any questions on that? I'd be happy to answer.
You have a question?
I feel a little bit like we're waiting for Godot on some of this stuff. The act of streamlining, I think, needs a lot of attention. We're trying to do so many things that we've been looking at this school report since 1997, to tell you the truth. But what are we doing to make sure that all of these pieces become realistic? I mean, you've just summarized it broadly, but what specifically do you look at? Are you looking at changing, for example, the school evaluations, the EQS, or other things of this sort?
Yeah, I mean, it's when we start talking about the EQS, I mean, those are your regulations, so that's something certainly at some point you'll revisit. We are sort of, I think, evolving our approach from last year was more or less a triage, putting a tourniquet on, stopping the bleeding to get a better handle on our capacity and what was promised and the complexity of this task. We've made a lot of progress. I think it wasn't my idea to form a data division necessarily inside the agency. That emerged from the people doing the work in the agency, acknowledging that it would behoove them to be organized in a way that allowed them to work more effectively on complex issues like this. So I think, we're taking it one step at a time. There's in the background, there's been one of the things that's been very immediate also is dealing with the vendors involved in both the SLDS and the report card, and making sure we have a good handle on the budget for these processes as well. But we're I think got a better handle on it now, and be interested. And part of my strategy with bringing the folks in from the agency to present to you last time was to just put it on your radar. And I think at some point we'll need to involve the board more significantly on the regulation piece. But anytime we're making just sort of practical decisions around the streamlining, we'll be advertising that formally in a memorandum like this.
Mr. Secretary, is this project the one that was funded by the feds?
Yes, to a large extent it is. So every state is required to have a report card. Right. What I think makes our situation a little more unique, and the feds have been very sympathetic to that, is that we were simultaneously trying to deliver on our statewide longitudinal data system while we're also trying to stand up the report card for the first time. We were one of the last states to get a state longitudinal data system grant that also is funded by the federal government. Because of our size, we were never a priority nationally to have such a system. So that system had been repeatedly delayed I want to say at least by 6 years, but coincidentally we ended up in this awkward place where we're trying to stand up basically the major chunk of apparatus that collects the data while also trying to set up a report card for the first time, and that was a huge traffic jam, so to speak. So the feds have been very sympathetic to our situation, but it is, both initiatives were largely initially funded by federal money. The SLDS now has to be sustained, and that has been put into the Ed Fund off the top as of last legislative session. The report card is part of an assessment chunk of money that we received from the federal government that should be sustained, I think, going forward by federal monies completely.
Well, I'm looking at a 2012 grant application and award that indicates $5 million provided by the federal government in the year 2012, over 7 years ago. That my impression is that was to fund this undertaking. Is that correct?
The SLDS, not the report card.
Well,
the report card is a newer. Yes, the
so,
SLDS.
7 years later, and $5 million later, it's still not up and running. I guess I'm...
No, the SLDS is finished. There is an interrelationship between the two,
Right.
but SLDS, it's fair to say, was delayed about 6 years.
Took 6 years to...
6 years to stand up, but that's been complete. You know, we still have some concerns I'll be talking about going forward about how we're utilizing that system, but that work is complete. Really, where the more the contention now is, and what I'm speaking to in this survey or this memorandum on the climate survey, is related to the report card, which is a new initiative under ESSA, which I think was authorized in like 2015 or so. So every state's required to have a report card. We were coincidentally on the tail end of this process on the SLDS thing, and they sort of arrived at the same time as deliverables.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Questions?
Yes. Is this just all data submission? Is there any personal direct connection between the agency and districts on these issues?
Yeah, well, you say personal, yes. I mean, we work closely with the districts on that. It gets to the question, to follow up on the chair's line of questioning, the title, State Longitudinal Data System. I think when we look nationally at what those products were designed to do, they were designed to be data warehouses, where a lot more opportunity for the public to go into the tools and play with the data themselves. That's not what we ended up by design using our longitudinal data system grant money for. We've built a piece of middleware essentially between our warehouse and the local school districts. So our design, and this goes back to the 6-year trajectory on this, was to create a piece of middleware that could automate the vertical reporting from school districts. Not really address the back end of the data warehouse, which as we've brought together a team and you saw our vision, what we're trying to do now is build a modern back end for state government, period, including the Agency of Education. So we have to modernize that data warehouse sort of aspect, but that's not what we used our state funds for in this regard. We built that piece of middleware that automates data collection from the local districts. So that's, we could argue that wasn't a good idea or not, but at the time it was the most prudent way forward to modernize a lot of our infrastructure, because we were not interested in addressing the local control of student information systems, where a lot of the data begins. But we work very closely with school districts on that issue. I would say much better now that we have a division that can oversee its workflow more actively.
Yes, Kim.
Yeah. The climate study, I had thought that I had understood we were in the bid process. So do we even have places to begin if local districts were going to pursue this? I think among my biggest concern is the transfer of cost from the state to the locals to capture that data, and then to do so in a way that is not consistent and then does not feed back up into anything. And I thought I had understood we were in the process, so understanding better where you were and what were finalists and, where do we go from here?
Yeah, we had, I think we've bid this project twice since I've been secretary. So I've been secretary since August. I stopped the process around January of last year, the first time, because it really hadn't anticipated what the data needs would be for school districts and what the cost would be. So basically once again, the agency wasn't well organized around this product. We had a small team making some decisions on what would be the qualifications for a climate survey statewide. And that was news to our data team and news to our financial team, basically. So as we brought that together, for instance, the original model was predicated on school districts having their own web servers to push this data up to the state, which is totally unrealistic. And it was alarming enough for me. I just reacted as secretary when I saw the price tag on what was coming in to say, time out, let's see what we're doing. Because I've used school climate surveys as a superintendent fairly effectively in our local districts. So we subsequently put it back out to bid, and when that was coming back in, it's precisely when we were getting a better sense, late spring, of what was involved with standing up the report card and so forth. I was anxiously awaiting, like many Vermonters, to see what the report card would actually look like with data populated in it, and I think that was around June when we turned that on. And at that point, we started to really start to look at more critically on to what extent we could take on this new thing while we're trying to build out the rest of the infrastructure. So the second shutting down of the process, which ultimately led to this memo, was more the result of an assessment of our capacity to deliver on this. I would also say to Bill's question about getting more simplified or coherent on the report card itself, the school climate survey is sort of a misnomer as to what it actually includes, because it does include a school climate survey, which typically in school districts, the value of that kind of product asks students, teachers, and parents to give perceptions of the learning environment, and then to look at the triangulation of those three different perspectives. So student perspective might be this, but a parent perspective might be this, and a teacher perspective altogether. So there's a richness in understanding that triangulation. That was one component of this, but this climate survey relative to the report card was also designed to collect teacher perceptions of professional development. So we were going to take a climate survey and add other questions to it to satisfy the needs of a report card. So we had some indicators on teacher perception of professional development, and also some perception information or some sort of measure to what extent students were experiencing personalized learning. So we were using the school climate survey to capture several different things relative to the EQS. So it was a much bigger issue than just the school climate survey. And that's, as we got into those areas, particularly the professional development and the personalization, I don't think we were particularly settled inside the agency on how to design the capture of that information. And I was concerned about the validity of how we were doing that. So that contributed to our decision ultimately to just put a pause on it until we could figure this out a little better.
So Kim spoke about cost shift from state to local. What about that?
Well, I think the question would be, for those districts that have products right now doing school climate surveys, to what extent could they rely on the state doing that for them? So the shifting would be necessarily a positive one, where the state would be picking up the tab for it and they could stop doing that locally. So we're advertising basically we're not going to be engaging this in the moment. So if districts, I assume that's your question, if districts are continuing to spend those monies.
No, I mean, our district, for instance, has been waiting because we didn't want to do, and with unification, I think that culture and climate is pretty critically important, and that is happening all over the state. So for the interest in seeing how culture and climate is happening for all the parties you mentioned, we've waited on that investment, not wanting to conflict with, over survey, compromise the validity of what data would eventually come from the state, and also wanting to make sure what we are feeding up is what you're looking for. So I don't know how many districts routinely are invested in school climate surveys. I know it's a big cost when you do it individually. I think there's a big risk that it's not what's being sought. And I think then when you go out whenever it is, it comes back on the radar, because I'm hearing you describe indicators that are pretty important, I think, to knowing where we are as a state in education. And those indicators probably still need to be sought. And I don't know how that will happen in the absence of that.
We still think it's very important, and I think we have a nice model of trying to balance our accountability, visualization of data on multiple measures, including these. It's just unrealistic to try to deliver on all these things simultaneously. And I think so far, I don't think there are many districts like yours that are positioned to struggling to make those investments. But I've heard pretty significant support for the delay on this from school district leaders. Because, once again, having worked with your district as a consultant, we in Kim's district had to make a decision about buying a new accounting system, and we were unaware the state was in the legislature about to impose the centralization of that. So unfortunately, we had to make a decision unaware of what the state was about to do. So what we're trying to do by this is just advertise as clearly as possible. Like, we'll give you enough notice when we're about to do it, but right now it's on delay. So feel free to factor that into your local decision making.
Thank you. Bill, do you have a question?
I think this is more of a comment for us to reflect on based on what I've just heard. Pogo said, "We have seen the enemy and it is us." And I look at we've just been through Act 46. We're not completely through with that. Proficiency, dual enrollment, preschool, data systems, EQS, and school climate. And that seems like a pretty heavy load. And I would rather we do a few things well than be spread so thin everywhere that nothing gets carried through as completely as we'd like.
Initiative fatigue. Right.
Yeah, and I think, I would agree, but also another dimension of this is we also have to modernize some infrastructure. We call it a technical debt at the agency and in state government. So data is critical for us making good decisions and good policy decisions, and we have to make, keep an eye on the future and do some modernization while at the same time we're trying to simplify things. So
we can add that one to the list.
Add that to the list.
One more
quickly.
Yeah, just one follow-up. Is there a federal requirement, a time certain by which safe and healthy schools domain must be reported on at the state level?
Yeah, I would say no. I mean, and this will get to a question. So if you start to understand the interrelationship between the SLDS and the report card, there's also an interrelationship between the report card and ESSA, and the ESSA state plan. Okay, so and I'll segue into my other point of this in a minute, because I was just at a national conference where we were talking about a lot of these things. We have a statewide plan. To my understanding, that was not approved by the state board. And we are, as we work through a lot of these sort of practical decisions, and we're moving, I would say, from more of a triage into more sort of strategic disposition towards these items, at some point we're going to have to propose an amendment to our state plan. And that's something we'll be looking forward to engaging the state board in. But the federal government does not have a deadline on a lot of these issues. The ESSA itself, I believe, is expiring soon, next month, but there's nothing firm in the federal statute, I understand, or regulation about a deadline for the report card. We ran into some issues last year. There are some related issues around identifying schools for comprehensive supports. Those things aren't necessarily caught up directly in the SLDS or report card per se, but a lot of these tools are by the means by which we do that identification. So there were some deadlines on that last year. But I was at a national conference. My organization is the Council of Chief State School Officers I mentioned. We meet about 3 times a year. We just had our national meeting in Atlanta. A lot of the conversation was around ESSA plans, ESSA amendments to plans, report cards, and also reaction to the NAEP data that we'll be talking about later today. General impression from our policy people is that, and this is just for FYI for you, that they don't anticipate much coming from the U.S. Department of Education or Congress relative to education policy in the next couple of years. Part of that is through the broader paralysis in federal government, but there's just lack of clarity, I think, at this point of any new initiative. So that's good news, is that we won't expect to hear in the way of any new things to do, and that's from folks who spent a lot of time on this. So I think it's pretty good prediction. But we have issues that we have as states need to take responsibility for, such as achievement and equity gaps and so forth. So what's emerging as a consensus reaction to the NAEP data is a focus on literacy. So the CCSSO will be convening a national forum on literacy in education, I think, in January. I don't have any more information on that, but as I get it, I'll share it with you. Coincidentally, that's something we've honed in on as part of our Act 173 work, as we were Act 173 special education reform, probably our biggest policy initiative before us right now, as we were digging into the research studies behind that, largely from UVM. There's a theme there about our need to focus in on literacy a little more proactively as a state. So it's something we're working on. I've been in contact with legislative leaders. I know there's interest on their part as well. So I would expect some policy interest on literacy in the upcoming legislative session. So,
thank you. You made reference to a need to amend the state plan. What's the scope of that amendment, and when will we see that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. You know, basically, as we've been sort of doing the triage elements, as we've got a better handle on both the report card production and SLDS, we've been starting to accumulate a list of things that we might need to do an amendment on. Some of the tweaks, like delaying a school climate survey, aren't necessarily going to result in a need for an amendment. But we have to, as we work through it from a data and a technology standpoint, we have to eye those issues that might require federal approval. So we're creating a list of those items. I expect we'll probably before the first of the year, we're going to have a focused conversation inside the agency about what that looks. I think we're done with that sort of triage of elements that might need to be addressed through an amendment. The question would be, to what extent does the state board get involved in that or not? And I don't, until I know what that work looks like. But what I'm inviting you to say, I will keep you apprised of that. Yeah. And I think it would be in terms of probing your interest in restructuring the role of the board relative to Act 98. This is a very practical exercise in that regard. So it'll give you the opportunity to say, is this something the state board gets involved in or not? But I think until we know what it is, it's hard to say. But good. I'll keep you involved with that as best I can.
Can we move on?
Sure.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, you had mentioned before the state board didn't approve the first one.
That's not my understanding. Yeah.
Knowing what happened before I got here, so.
Bill and Peter.
I wasn't here either, but I had assumed when I started that you had. But I understand.
Do you recall it on that front?
So it would have been in 90. No,
90. No, it would have been 2013, somewhere in that time frame. 2014.
I wasn't on.
Yeah.
Actually,
everything.
All right, let's come back to that another time. This can be researched.
It didn't necessarily require from the federal end, but the question I think would be state statute and the role of the board.
Kathy.
You know,
it is state statute, and that is what bothered me.
That's right. Kathy.
Yes, I have a question regarding the SLDS system and its relationship to the state report card.
Yeah.
And you spoke about the SLDS system being more mid-level data.
Yeah.
Is that system more dynamic that's needed, or not dynamic enough to feed the data for the state report card? And when you're talking about changes around that, are you talking technical platform changes? Are you talking data collection changes? What's that whole picture look like?
Yeah, we're going to be devising a strategy to address that. I think it's hard for school districts to digest that reality that, you know, something that's taken 6 years for us to deliver is to a certain extent now obsolete.
Yeah.
And we've had to figure out a way to how to host that and to ensure its stability and keep in production. But we're also, I wouldn't say it's obsolete, but we're also using it as a tool to build out that modern enterprise data infrastructure that will be used more broadly across state government. So it's been useful in that regard, and it's been painful in that we have significant technical deficit in state government, and we have to start working towards the modern era. We still do a lot of things manually using spreadsheets, and if one person loses a spreadsheet, you know, it has significant implications on our ability to do the work. So, yeah, I think, you know, we have an eye on how we can sort of address some of the modernization issues. I think to the point of vertical reporting, I think that's a nut we have to crack, and we're contemplating discussing that with school districts about to what extent we might be able to move to a single student information system at the local level as a way of simplifying the vertical reporting piece. And our example of that, unfortunately, it hasn't been a good one, has been what we call the SSDDMS initiative, which is another project, which is the centralization of business management and accounting, HR, That was on Bill's list of things going on at the same time. We've turned a corner on that, I think, pretty well. That's moving forward a little better than it was. But the nice thing about that, we can sort of visualize the light at the end of the tunnel, if you will. With that kind of information, we don't need the locals to do vertical reporting because we coexist with them in the same system. So we can basically do an extraction on the back end of it without them knowing the difference, per se. And actually that puts us in a very unique place relative to other states. We're going to be one of the few states that will have good information on school level spending information. Most states are really struggling. That's been a national issue to try to figure out how people are making investments in education, you know, relative to things like NAEP data. If we want to understand how people are spending money, it's really hard at a national level to figure that out at a local level. So I think we have some work to do, but we have to modernize some things, but also, from my view, have to acknowledge that we only have 75,000 students in the state. So our data solutions need to be acknowledge, you know, the scale of our operation, which is relatively small.
So the interagency, as I'm thinking like the Department of Labor, in which that
HS.
information is so relevant.
Yeah.
The overall conversation is across state agencies.
Yeah, we have, more particularly with
modernization of the
AHS, the Agency of Human Services, that's actually a little bit easier. You're right, though, labor is one we're particularly interested in. There's a focused conversation there about the use of Social Security numbers, which is that's part of a national conversation as well, and obviously a lot of concern on data privacy and interoperability. We have different regulations and rules which are designed to protect privacy of data. But a lot of states are focusing in on this issue of matching education data to labor data because we want to see trends in the information and what's going on in workforce development. And we still haven't worked out how we're going to connect those things together as a state. That's an ongoing conversation. But other states struggle with that as well due to the Social Security number. The Social Security number is probably the way we make bridge those connections, but we don't maintain that in the school district data systems. It's very controversial in some
I
places.
have to bring this conversation to a close. We're pretty hard, very, very helpful, very interesting. Yeah. Glad to see you have an interest in this. I have an interest, but few abilities. Let's move on. We're just behind schedule, and I apologize to any public who came here to be heard. This is your chance. Public to be heard, 15 minutes. We welcome anybody who wishes to speak to us. And just, is there anyone who wishes to speak? Then we're almost back on schedule. So we will take then a 15-minute break, which we didn't really earn, and we'll be back here at 10:05 to begin the discussion of the draft version, the next version of Act 173 rules. 15 minutes. Okay, thank you, everybody. Mr. Secretary, the floor is yours.
Yes, we have our fine folks for legal division of the agency, General Counsel Emily Simmons and Judy Cutler from legal team to give you an update on the latest iteration of the rule process.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, how much table setting would you like about where we are in the rulemaking process?
How much do you have?
I can suit the audience. So I might say, maybe we'll say it's for Kathy's benefit.
Well, all of us need catching up.
Sure.
Yeah, just give us some background, some perspective of what led to version 2 and what it's attempting to accomplish. That would be great.
So as a result of the passage of Act 173 of 2018, the State Board has been directed to adopt rules to implement the funding shift in Act 173. So the state is moving away from a reimbursement model for special education expenses to a block grant model. That involves amending the current special education rules, which are State Board rules. Right now, agency folks call it the pink book. It's Rule Series 2300. Currently in the rules. Strategically, because this is a quite substantial long set of rules.
Excuse me.
Yep.
I think people are having difficulty hearing you, so I don't know what to offer other than project.
Sure.
Would please.
So, because the special education rules cover practice as well as funding in their current iteration, the agency made the decision to recommend to you all that you create a new chapter of rules to cover only the funding, so that in the future, amending either is more straightforward than opening up a really long chapter of rules. So, what you have in front of you today is the agency's second draft of what would be Rule 1300, a new rule series in the State Board's rules, pulled out from the substantive special education rules. We gave the first draft to you in January of last year.
The State Board, it would have been April.
Okay.
And then again in July, I think we finished up our conversation.
The first draft of rules is dated July 8th.
Yeah, a couple of revisions were made for that presentation.
We're calling this draft 2 or the November 4th draft if you're looking for the materials online. So this funding series is not the only set of rule changes the agency feels is necessary with Act 173. We also have proposals for selected changes within Rule Series 2300. And we'll go over some of that interaction today, but all we've brought you today is draft 2 of the funding rules. We've not made any changes except for one that we'll cover today in the other rule series. Okay.
So just a question. The red type represents changes from draft B1?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Because remember, all of the language will be new language. We're not amending anything that's an existing rule, so we're amending a draft at this point. So the first large area of changes in the rules statement of purpose, 1302. This language is very nearly a direct quote from the purpose language of Act 173 itself. The inclusion of a longer purpose statement keyed to the purpose of Act 173 was a suggestion from the advisory group. So next on page 1, you'll also see some conforming changes. We're going to also comply with state law, not just federal law, when we're writing these rules, for instance. Okay, so that takes us to page 2, which is the definitions for this rule series. We've suggested striking the definition of inclusive setting because in this draft of the rules, the term is no longer used. In draft 1, inclusive setting was used in one of the permissive use sections of the federal funds, and we've restructured the description on use of federal funds. We think it's more clear, and it leaves out a specific use of this term, inclusive setting.
And you'll show us where that restructuring is.
Yes.
Later.
So the next major change that we'll point out to you is we are recommending conforming the state's definition of special education to align just exactly with the federal law's definition of special education services.
This is the bottom of page 2?
At the bottom of page 2.
So this exactly replicates the federal definition?
I made one judgment call here because the federal language speaks to the standards of the jurisdiction. So let me point that out to you. The second line from the bottom. So I'll read that full phrase. So the student can meet the educational standards within the state that apply to all children. You'll see the federal language uses the word jurisdiction instead of state. This is a policy decision to say that the standards for all children will be at the statewide level rather than at the SU level.
Right, okay. It's understood?
So the contentious point was the language that's struck on the first and second line of the definition. Previously, the state's definition included language that cannot be provided within the school's standard instructional conditions or provided through the school's educational support system. So the big shift here is deleting that language.
Can you put a little bit more flesh on that bone for those
Yes.
who participate?
So the concerns that we heard loud and clear from the advisory group were, and you can invite the group to speak to this in more detail rather than have me represent their point of view, but the gist of it was they saw that language as limiting and that the definition as written was more narrow than the federal definition. And in order to give more flexibility, the definition should be broader, or as broad as possible.
Does this have anything to do with regular ed and special ed?
It has more precisely to do with multi-tiered systems of support and which services within an MTSS are never, always, sometimes general education versus special education.
Can we have a real example of how this might work out in the field? Or do you want to think about that?
I would want to think about that because you can step wrong really easily with real world examples.
That's why I gave you the punting.
Yeah.
I'll jump into it.
Okay.
You're allowed to.
Who's your attorney?
No, just to sort of rephrase some of the conversation that's gone back and forth, and we used the archetype of a reading specialist as an example. But I think we have two basic funding systems that are involved here. A federal funding source for special education we call IDMB, which is restrictive, what you can use that money for. And now under Act 173, we're going to have a more flexible state block grant. So previously, we just had this sort of reimbursement model that had to really get into defining how you could use your money because it was based on what is a reimbursable expense. So our definition sort of set that up from the beginning. Now that we're invoking a more flexible response to using state money, we had to think about, is the definition restraining or not? And so for example, the issue of the reading interventionist, could a reading interventionist, could you use the flexible state block grant money to pay for reading intervention services? Depends, maybe you could or not. The contention was, is that definition setting it up in a way that the answer could never be maybe, but always be no, So we had to, where we sort of moved as an agency, our sort of conservative disposition, I think rightfully to regulation, is that we don't want to budge off language that's kind of functioning, but we need to understand how to resolve the flexibility issue. So we were trying to resolve that downstream. As we got further downstream, we realized we could sort of still control for some issues relative to this thing called maintenance of effort, which I'm sure we'll talk about in a minute, but that we could still enable that sort of flexibility up front, and there was value in conforming the language more tightly to the federal definition.
Excuse me, just a second. I see a lot of people are struggling to hear. I've just asked to see if we can turn down the fan. But I think if you want to bring your chairs over on either side of the witnesses' table, not in front of them, please, but here and there, if that'll make it easier for you to hear, please do so. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, I'll try to speak up. So anyway, I encourage Emily to move through the rest of the presentation, but there was a lot of give and take on that issue. Where we ended up going, I think, as the agency is really, we found a way to accommodate that, but also our concerns about districts being able to satisfy maintenance of effort. We've come up with a way we think that we can handle that as well.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll take my cue and move it along. So on the next page, page 3, toward the top, we have added the defined terms. In addition to student with a disability, this definition also applies to child with a disability and eligible student for this rule series only. If you really dig into Rule 2300, you'll see that different sections, for instance, Judy, an example, early childhood.
Right, yes.
So for students ages 0 to 3, our definitions use the term child to refer to those students. We are being really cautious about avoiding entanglement and referring to students that we don't mean in this funding series. So we've just tried to do a catch-all with this definition. If you see any of these terms in Rule Series 1300, that's a student who's been found eligible for special education and related services consistent with the identification processes. Okay, so beyond the definitions, then the rules move into sort of subchapters on use of various funding streams. So first, draft 2 covers the IDEA Part B federal funds. So in general, you'll see this rule right up under Rule 1304. The general rule is that any federal funds must be reasonable, allocable, and necessary, and there's more detail below. So 1304.1 quotes the federal rule on use of IDEA B funds. It's that those funds may be used only to pay the excess costs, which has its own definition in federal statute, of providing special education and related services. That there's a supplement, not supplant rule, as there is with all federal funding streams. And we say in C that we realize this isn't giving districts a lot, so this directs the agency to put out a technical manual for use and accounting of IDEA Part B entitlement grants that puts more meat on the bones of this general rule and is consistent with this general rule.
May I just inquire on that point? Often, I'm thinking of 1304, where it says an LEA may use. The may, I take it, is intentional, as opposed to must. And there's no, it doesn't say may use them only in these ways. Are there other ways?
No, and I think each rule after that makes it clear. So for instance, in 1304.1, where you dive into a little more detail, must only be used. Then in 1304.2 and .3, those are exceptions to the general rule. They are very specific, flexible uses that school districts can elect in the way that they account for their federal funds and blend those federal funds with local monies.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So I think that's all that needs to be said on 1304 generally, the use of federal funds. So page 4 in 1305 very clearly describes the use of state funds, starting with the census block grant. The rule here is very similar to draft 1's rule on the use of census block funds, which is that once an LEA, if any LEA is able to meet its ongoing requirements under IDEA B and state law, then the census block grants may be invested in system structures or programs for students with and without disabilities requiring additional support. So that's the flexible use language from Act 173. B is just really a reminder that all LEAs still have the very important obligation of complying with the maintenance of effort requirements. So it's sort of a, well, it is a notwithstanding. Remember that you have to do this other thing. So the sections below that are not new, they're just reorganized. State-placed, reimbursement, and EEE or essential early education funds. The language is the same as draft 1. So that takes us to Rule 1306. That is a .4. It's a little hard to see in track changes. Oh, no, the 4 is crossed out, sorry. It's really hard to see because the 4 has the bar across and the strike through happens right across that bar. Okay, so 1306, maintenance of effort. The language on eligibility standard and compliance standard has been changed very little, if at all, just some language changes from draft 1. But again, it is reorganized in a different order. Same for subsequent years rule and the consequences. 1306.4 consequences of failure to maintain effort. Very important section follows that. 1306.5 is exceptions to maintenance of effort. These are the specific ways that an LEA may legally and appropriately lower the dollar amount that it has to maintain year over year in non-federal spending to support special education. So with a declining student population and a stable block grant, it becomes crucial really to LEAs to keep a close eye on what constitutes their maintenance of effort, how much that dollar is, and if it's still the appropriate amount after you take into account these 5 exceptions, or 5 ways that you can reduce it. So I'm going to go to page 7. 1307 is the rule on how LEAs will document that they have met maintenance of effort, both tests. So it goes into some detail about how an LEA will calculate the eligibility test, which is sort of the upfront look-ahead test for maintenance of effort, and the compliance standard of maintenance of effort, which is more of a year-end actuals sort of test. In the first paragraph, the method is the same. We just wanted to explicitly state so that folks would remember they are different tests. In the second paragraph of 1307, you get into the actual substance of this rule. So for purposes of calculating MOE, maintenance of effort, a budgeted or actual expense is attributable to the education of children with disabilities if it is the result of the following, A, B, and C. That phrase, for the education of children with disabilities, is the language that the federal rule gives, and as close as the federal rule comes to telling you really what goes in your maintenance of effort. So we feel the need to expound upon that to assist our districts and to perform our oversight role in being fair and uniform across the state about what goes into that number. So the 3 things are, first, costs that are the result of providing special education or related services and or supplementary aids and services that are articulated in a student's IEP. Things in IEPs. B, instructional, behavioral, and other academic, non-academic supports that are provided to students with and without disabilities so long as the services are provided in an eligible student's IEP. So that can be called the flow over rule. If you're doing it for the benefit of a student who has that service in his or her IEP, other students can also benefit, and the cost does not become any less eligible as a result of other students benefiting. And finally, non-student specific expenditures that are reasonably related to the provision of special education services. And that reasonably related test is pliable, you could say. So the agency is directed here in the paragraph below C to again maintain a technical manual for documenting maintenance of effort, which would give more detail, more meat on the bones, and specific examples of what can be eligible for maintenance of effort.
And maybe I'm jumping ahead, or maybe I'm not remembering it correctly, but for the proverbial reading specialist, can that be articulated in an IEP, or is that, I remember there being some confusion about whether or not that is an allowable expense in a student's IEP if it's not a licensed special educator.
So either or in this case. It may be listed in a particular student's IEP, in which case you would fall under A, and probably B if there were flow over. If it's a different use of a reading specialist that's more general in the school, it would fit under C.
But it would be okay. It sounded like there was some inconsistency in the room about whether or not a non-special educator as a reading coach or specialist could be articulated in an IEP and allowable.
And that really is a separate question not answered by the funding rules. You're asking the question of, in Vermont, which professionals can be listed in an IEP. That's a substantive special education rule in the 2300 series that we're going to also be taking a look at. It's not going to appear in 1300.
Okay, but it would be addressed so there's consistency and it's allowable someplace else.
Yes. I mean, it would be allowable under C. C is not depending off of any particular student's IEP. It's a reasonable relation to the delivery of special education generally.
Okay. Thank you.
We do have the issue potentially of looking at licensing regulations as well, which is beyond the 2300, and licensing regulations are controlled by another board.
Will we like flag things that are triggered by
Absolutely.
this so that
Right.
the other board can deal with it or something?
I also talked to that other board conveniently.
Oh, perfect. Thank
Okay.
you.
So after page 7, there aren't a lot of changes. We'll point them out to you, but the substance of the changes to draft 2 really ends on page 7. So you'll see a lot of strikeout. We've provided the strikeout in this draft, but on pages 8 and 9, those have been reorganized into an earlier place in the draft.
So these are all still part of 1307? Oh, it's all struck, okay.
1305 does not appear in the draft anymore, but 1305.3, so the text on page 9, has been reorganized into a different place in the draft, and the top of page 10 as well.
And I'll just say, the part of the draft 1 that included the inclusive setting language was under permissive use of funds that's struck at the bottom of page 8. And that's been essentially absorbed by 1307 subsection B. Subsection B. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I was like, I think it was just me.
No, it's
Sorry
not you.
about
I've got a
poor
little bit
Judy,
of a
sorry.
froggy voice. So that's basically the IDEA permissive use funds language that allows other students to benefit from an IEP service being provided to a student with a disability that is able to be delivered in a way that the other students can receive it.
So, excuse me, would that include, for instance, some of the tech centers will bring in a math specialist or a reading specialist into the classroom to accommodate multiple students within the classroom, but not every one of them? Is that an example of a use of that?
It sounds like that service is appearing in those students' IEPs, or is that not usually the case?
Possibly, yes.
Well, then you sort of have double coverage. The
Okay.
sort of A, it's in a student's IEP. You might have some flow over students in that hypothetical. And then I'm not sure if C, which is just reasonable relation to special education, will be implicated or not. It depends on the students. So I'm not seeing substantive changes in draft 2 through page 14. There's a lot of renumbering. I want to call your attention, I also called the advisory group's attention to page 15, 1309.4. This is one of the rules that also relates to our statute, section 826, when it comes to students who are attending approved independent schools and public schools on a tuition basis from their sending district. And we have this term, excess costs, which are those costs related to services a student needs that aren't covered by the standard tuition. We're uncomfortable and wanted to flag for you that the term excess costs is used in a really specific way by the federal government that I don't think we can convince them to change to suit Vermont's use of the term in a totally different way. So Vermont's excess costs in section 826 really doesn't have anything at all to do with the way the federal regulations use it. And so we're just nervous about confusion. We're really clear in the rules to the extent we can be that this is totally different. And in the excess cost rule on the use of federal funds up front in the rules, we also refer specifically to the federal regulation. So I don't think we're building in any confusion, but if there were an opportunity for Vermont to change the statute and use a different term in section 826, we'd want to also change that in the rules and the problem would be solved.
So you're saying that it would be desirable to change sub 826 and 2962?
Yes.
Do you have language in mind for that?
I could come up with some, but yeah,
Oh,
it's
it might
just
be
a
helpful
it's just
to
a
see that.
noun. So another vocabulary word or term of art that people like better.
Right, right.
Can you tell us where that might go? I mean, what that would be?
What the term would be?
Yeah, how
or-
would you change it?
Well, we have, on an annual basis, are required to, or the advisory group is anyway, to recommend some statutory changes. I think we're talking about changes to statute. So we'll be prepared to engage with the legislature on those technical corrections as we would on an annual basis.
I'm kind of curious in terms of the implications of where you're headed in regards to that. What would that?
Well, I think we have a term that's been long used in Vermont statutes that's now emerging as being inconsistent with the federal definition, also where we need to go with 173. So once again, 173 is provoking conversation in other areas of statute that need to be looked at, and we're keeping tabs on those issues.
Right.
So at this point, we're just raising it for everyone's awareness.
Seems easily soluble.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Anything else?
No.
So that wraps up what Judy and I needed to tell you about draft 2.
Questions, comments from the board?
Where do you go from here?
I've got the board's timeline in front of me. So it looks like early November, AOE to complete AOE drafts rules version 2 and disseminate to SBE, and I think we can check that off. So you might, I think the board needs to discuss what your next step will be. Won't be my choice.
Well, first of all, thank you. Yes, Bill?
I may have not got hold of this or heard it yet, but is the advisory committee okay with all of this stuff?
Well, let me just address that. We have time set aside in our December meeting, or will, at which time the advisory group knows that it's on the agenda. I believe in your next meeting, you will be establishing concurrence or not with what we see before us. And that December meeting, that would be conveyed to us. On the other hand, if you feel ready to speak with specificity about this now, you do not, I understand, because you haven't had a chance to have that conversation. So at the December meeting, you will do that, and at our December meeting, you will come, please, and testify with regard to your views on this. So we're on schedule. The answer to your question, Bill, is we're on schedule to hear from the AG and any other groups that may wish to comment on the agency's draft V2.
Okay.
So is there, before you escape, Mr. Secretary, is there anything else you want to say about this, or?
No, I think, to Peter's question, the schedule is, I think, what you're looking for, and
Right.
I think we're on track to land that before the board in a way that'll be useful to your potential
Right.
rulemaking process.
Right. Exactly. I think we are, and I thank you for that. I think that's really most commendable, that the agency has heard and responded to the concerns and strengthened and clarified the document. Yes, Marilyn?
If I may just kind of echo that, sort of in response, I think you're absolutely correct. The group has not had a chance to really give a lot of thought or feedback into this draft, but believe that the agency presented us with a draft that really considered a lot of the concerns and incorporated the changes that we were hoping to see. So I think this is a huge step in the right direction. So I will say that the advisory group has some more work to do on this and more conversation to have, but I think that we're definitely moving in the right direction, and we're really pleased with the revisions to this draft, largely.
Just a question for you, if I may. At the 16 October meeting, you presented general comments about the first draft, and you left with us but did not discuss some specific changes that I think you folks were proposing, maybe from the law project, I'm not sure.
Yes.
Where does all that stand?
One of the major changes relative to that was the recommendation that the rules adopt the federal definition of special education.
Okay, so that's all addressed.
Has been agreed to, both within the Rule 1300 series and then changing that in the 2160 series as well. That was a huge change that, that was very appreciated. Yeah. And I think that the other place that was really important was relative to some of the maintenance of efforts pieces. So without having my draft in front of me, I don't want to get into too much specifics, but the agency appears to have been very thoughtful and considered many of the recommendations from the FEG group that sort of moved that conversation even farther from the draft that we had proposed. So that's when and I don't have it in front of me, so I don't want, like I said, get into too many specifics, but I think that the agency has incorporated many of the recommendations of the FEG group that we were primarily concerned with.
But my recollection is that that second document came from the Family Law Project. Is that correct?
The Disability Law Project.
Pardon me.
Yes, the Disability Law Project had presented a draft of rules of the 1300 series. Yeah. And this draft is different from that, but we came to learn from conversations with the FEG group and the reports that were done that some of the ways that we were thinking about it didn't incorporate everything that we needed to be concerned with. I'm sort of stumbling with this because I don't have the draft in front of me. However, I think that the conversations that groups have had subsequent to that have narrowed and properly reflect the federal rules, largely relative to maintenance of effort, excess costs, and those kinds of things. So I think this draft is much cleaner than the draft that we presented relative to these issues, and cleaner than the prior AOE draft.
Okay, so I guess thinking ahead to December, I think it'll be very helpful to the board if we are hearing kind of one voice from you in the several hats you wear. I was
wearing my vice chair hat.
Right, and that's
just so you know, not just really person.
Yeah, and the chair. I think we want to be working with. We got from you folks 2 documents at that time. Paid attention to one and not the other. I think we want to get this thing boiled down to, if you have reservations about what the agencies proposed, one document plays about them, and so that, because we're on the cusp of asking the agency to prepare, pending a conversation in December, we're getting very close to asking the agency to prepare a final draft for this board to then take public, not in the formal rulemaking process, but in an open hearing process where we really invite anybody off the street to come complain to us before we go to the final rulemaking draft, which would be actually probably April. So we just want to get as close to the perfect everybody salutes project proposal as we can, and the goal is to have that happen by the end of December's conversation.
Understood, and I think that's where everyone is coming from that's on the advisory group. We are working towards that. So groups are meeting individually, we're meeting sort of, some of us are meeting with each other, and continuing these conversations with exactly that goal in mind, of getting to a draft that the advisory group can largely support after its December meeting.
One other question, Kim, we were looking at Nicole's summary. Did you get a chance to ascertain? So since we have the time, and this is a little out of order, I'm going to ask Nicole, who didn't ask to be called upon. But
in your new hat.
Sorry?
Just one comment.
Please.
I hate to On the drafting, you mentioned shall in may on page 3,
Yeah.
I think. There's a couple mays in there that I think should probably be, or musts that should be shalls. It just doesn't have a consistent
Okay.
style to the document.
All right.
So I just offer that real quick.
Okay, thank you.
Just so it reads better and it's clear.
You prefer shall to must, is
Thank-
that what I'm hearing?
I mean, I like may and shall, the use of those two terms, and you start throwing in must.
The must is the problematic term. That's something that deers have in rutting season, but it's not something that we. Anyway, so I only want to thank you. You can stay or
Done with us?
you're stuck. Stay there, Judy. Just
Okay, I'll
for
stay.
we'll get Emily back if we need her. Nicole, you
Nicole
wrote a
needs a
very,
seat.
very helpful set of observations following our discussion. I'm losing the date in my mind when it was, which Dan and you all worked toward consensus. How does what you're hearing in draft 2 square up with your understanding of that conversation? Hate to put you on the spot.
So I don't have access to those emails anymore, so I'm not sure. I'd love to be able to.
This is your email that summarized the main issues that we discussed, where we had consensus and where we did not. And Marilyn, you were also at that meeting, as was Kim. I'm just eager to see how close we are.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm unsure who this woman
I'm
is.
sorry.
Could I get a...
Pardon, thank you. Nicole, would you introduce
My
yourself?
name is Nicole Mason, the former executive director of the Vermont School Boards Association, and I held a seat on the advisory group and helped coordinate a meeting between the representatives of the state board, representatives of the Agency of Education, and representatives of the advisory group to confer with an attorney from the federal education group that several associations had contracted with to do an analysis of the rules. And so the email that's being referred to is my summary of that discussion and areas in which there appeared to be agreement moving out of that meeting and areas where there were still some outstanding questions. So I would say I think I did send the draft 2 to the federal education group and received some initial feedback. And I believe I shared that with Megan Roy from the advisory group. So I would consider it essentially in their camp to take the federal education's group feedback. And I think it was mostly with respect to the maintenance of effort provisions of the rules. I think that's the area where it's still less clear, even sort of right up until the last advisory group. I believe the agency was back and forth with the federal education group around some resources that they had provided with respect to maintenance of effort, and there was a question about whether OSEP would be conferred with in terms of some outstanding questions that I raised in this email. So I think that's really the area where there's still the current draft rules reference the technical manual, and so that's really where some of the details will get fleshed out, and I think that's where there still may be some ongoing dialogue about what exactly is required.
So Marilyn, representing the AG group here, if you would be sure to address the FEG questions that Nicole is referring to. It's not absolutely true, but I'd like to think of December's meeting as a kind of speak now or forever hold your peace. Let's get as close to that as we can. And so if the advisory group in its December meeting, was it early December that you meet?
Yes, it's the first Monday in
Yeah.
December.
If you will take into account what Nicole has just described, and everything else, that would be great. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Nicole.
The
Yes,
group
Kim?
just hasn't had a chance to really delve into it.
Understood.
You know, we got that draft right Friday
Yeah,
before the
understood.
meeting, so
Right.
I think those issues will certainly be discussed further at that
Good.
meeting in December.
Thank you. Yeah, that's
The question I was jotting as, and I don't know if it's an Emily question or if it's a Judy or Dan, but it was actually related to the technical manual, and if because this is definitely outside of my area of expertise in special education. But I remember at one point seeing a chart that was like a maybe, always, never. And is that the type of thing that might be envisioned in the technical manual? Like, what are we talking about? And is it possible that that technical manual changes either the way of writing IEPs or the way of complying with maintenance of effort in a way that would be difficult for those practicing to be in agreement with the other intent that's happening here in the language? I don't know, not seeing it, and I'm not a practitioner.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair to say we have to engage in that as a next piece of work, but you know, the point we've had to work through as part of this is, you know, there's a concept, here's the statute, and underneath that we have a regulation which the board's working on, and the agency underneath regulation produces guidance. That all of that should be consistent with the law, but the guidance should be totally consistent with the regulation.
Okay.
You know,
so
but it does get into the really sort of fine point technical aspects, and one of the innovations introduced in version 2 of the rules on our part is to separate out into 2 technical guidance documents. And previously we were kind of working on one, the chart you looked at, but we've sort of come to learn that maintenance of effort is the area where we should go in terms of technical guidance, and there's a lot of good resources from at the federal level on how to produce that technical guidance. So yeah, it's the devil's in the details, so to speak. Yeah.
But the intent should be that, as expressed in the rules, should be consistent with the implementation guidance
on how to
provided
implement
in
the rules.
technical,
Yeah.
so that folks can feel comfortable coalescing around the language of the rules without there being technical guidance provided just yet.
Well, that's what we've been struggling with, I think, and that's the rub of it. We back to the timing question that's been brought up. You know, part of what we wanted to do, and I did conclude it was very useful, was to go down to that guidance level in September. We produced a draft of that just so we could go back and revisit the regulation issue.
Yeah.
If that's confusing to people, but until we got to that point, we couldn't really go back and revisit.
Yeah.
So that was very, very useful for us to then realize we needed to bifurcate the rule or the technical guidance piece. But yeah, the devil will be in the details. I think the other interesting piece that's surfaced as well is that we haven't done a lot of thinking on the intersection between the statewide SSDDMS implementation, you know, the accounting implementation, and Act 173. So I think there's some things we can do with a chart of accounts to help districts code expenditures to satisfy maintenance of effort. So we want to start that really, you know, that's the kind of the level of detail we're looking at in terms of the guidance documents. That's really the consumers of that are special ed directors and business managers and so forth. But we need to provide that guidance, and it will be useful to have one accounting system statewide to do that.
Yeah.
So hopefully that will lessen paperwork on the.
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, on the one hand, we're not going to be doing, districts aren't going to be doing the service plan thing. On the other hand, they're going to be doing some maintenance of effort calculation, and we've got to figure out to what extent the AOE pre-populates that calculation for them, or to what extent they start with a blank spreadsheet and fill it in. You know, that'll be one of the pieces of that we have to figure out.
And I think just my follow-up is, I remember there had been a draft of a version from before, if that is evolving in a way that allows people to see the thinking around implementation of this version of the rules, that might be helpful in having people feel comfortable coalescing around the rules language, because that's the part we need to move forward in a timely fashion. But it might be hard for people to do that without seeing if there's been migration and evolution on the first draft of the technical manual. That might help people come to the table on the rules.
Right. So we're, you know, we're going to be meeting in the coming days to revise our policy work plan. You know, we're also sort of in a place where we need to understand, is this process on track, so we can then put resources on working on other parts of this work. So it's a complex work plan, to say the least. But yeah, we understand that interrelationship, and we'll endeavor to get consensus on those documents as much as possible. But we're at a place now where we need to understand if this is moving forward, then we can then go back and revisit our work plan, because we also have projects related to the independent school rules and so forth. So we've got to figure out where to put our resources and time and create a deliverable schedule for the board and for other stakeholder groups.
Right. Your term, "the devil is in the details," has a certain chilling quality about it. I'm reminded that the great architect Mies van der Rohe said that God is in the details. So it's another way to frame it and to hope. Anything else on this topic? Thank you all. Thank you, Judy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. We're ahead of schedule, which is great. Is the representative from the Vermont Higher Education Council here? Perhaps not. Well, in fairness to them, they knew that they were scheduled at 11:15, although we did warn them that things can come sooner than expected. I'm just going to take the moment that we have now to speak about our colleague Jenna O'Farrell. As you all know, her husband died unexpectedly of a heart attack on Sunday. And Jenna and her husband, Brian, have 5 children. I wanted to invite us all to just take a moment of quiet reflection to think about that family and what they're going through. So for a moment, let us just reflect personally about that. Thank you. If any of you would like to send a personal note to Jenna, I have her address, which you can see me at the break, and I will give to you, her mail address. There is a sort of a family visiting hours on Friday. I plan to go up just on your behalf and my own. And then the service itself is on Saturday morning. If you need any particulars about that, I'm happy to furnish them to you. As you can imagine, they're just in shock and struggling. They have some very, very good friends. And you all, most of you know one of them, Callahan Beck, who was our student representative until she graduated in May of last year, of this year, pardon me. And I wrote to Callahan yesterday knowing that because her family and Jenna's family are very close, knowing that she'd be struggling as well. And Callahan wrote to, I'm going to get a little choked up. She just wrote to say that this man whom none of us knew, perhaps you did, Brian O'Farrell, I don't know. Yeah, he was an educator, counselor. And Callahan, whom I think of as this robust and effective and with it person, said, I wouldn't be where I am except for that man. I spent a year in his guidance office, and he just made all the difference in the world for me. And there are dozens, if not scores, of young people in St. Johnsbury who have had the same experience as a result of this man's work. And I think all 3 of my daughters are educators, each in their own way. And my mom was, and it just reminds me of the difference that educators make in the lives of young people today. So thank you for indulging all that. I think we do have now representatives here from Vermont Higher Education Council. You came early, bless your hearts, because we're early, and we're ready to hear from you. So if you would come to the table here, that microphone is capturing only what will go into the audio-video report, but so you'll need to project so that people behind you as well as here can. So if you would begin by introducing yourself, we'd be grateful.
So my name is Dr. Sophia Howlett, and I am the president of the School for International Training, otherwise known as SIT, in Brattleboro, Vermont. And I'm here as the chair of the Certification Committee of the Vermont Higher Education Council.
Thank you.
And my name is Carrie Williams-Howe. I'm the executive director of the Vermont Higher Education Council, just here to support Sophie.
And Carrie, you and I have been corresponding, and you've been corresponding with the former chair.
Yes.
For about a year and a half.
Mm-hmm.
And here we are finally. We're very, very happy to have you here. So, Dr. Howlett, do you wish to make a statement?
I do, yes. With your permission, I'm going to go through the original memo and provide some language that we are proposing today for consideration by the State Board. So it has come to our attention, that is the Certification Committee of the Vermont Higher Education Council, that there is language in the recently revised rules for post-secondary accreditation that may constrain the ability of new institutions of higher education to successfully begin and sustain operations in Vermont. We would like the opportunity to discuss this issue with the board and explore possible solutions that serve the interests of all parties. The language of concern is section 2243.3 of the board's rules for certification of post-secondary schools that addresses renewal of certification, which states, any school seeking renewal that has obtained initial approval to offer or operate a program of college or professional education for credit or degree on or after January 1st, 2015, shall obtain accreditation from an accrediting entity recognized by the U.S. Department of Education in order to be considered eligible for renewal by the State Board. Under the current practice of the VHEC Certification Committee, our review committees have recommended that new institutions seeking certification be reviewed again in 2 or 3 years in order to ensure that schools have maintained their ability to meet standards. So normally the certification period is 5 years, but increasingly due to the environment within which higher education exists these days, we have been recommending that new schools come back to us after 2 to 3 years so that we can check what's going on and make sure that they have all the conditions of certification in place. We believe that this provides institutions with a reasonable time frame to address potential issues and enables them to benefit from the experience of the reviewers on the certification committee as they move towards accreditation. A reasonable time frame for a new institution to achieve regional accreditation from the New England Commission on Higher Education, NETCHI, that is the new name for the former NEASC, is at least 5 years. However, section 2243.3 of the Vermont rules says that campuses must be accredited before renewal. So in other words, if we give a college 2 to 3 years to review, under the current regulations, they would have to achieve accreditation from NETCHI within 2 to 3 years, which is actually impossible according to NETCHI standards. As a result, VHEC must either recommend certification for 5 years to give in the new institution a fair shot of obtaining regional accreditation, or maintain our current recommendation time frame and put the institution's state renewal at risk. The VHEC Certification Committee does not believe it is in the best interests of the new institutions or the state of Vermont to recommend to the Agency of Education certification of 5 years without some type of interim review. We would like to discuss an alternative structure through which we could recommend and you could consider a shorter term of certification during which one review for renewal would be possible, so long as the institution was in the process of seeking NETCHI or any other type of regional or national accreditation before requiring that full accreditation. So the suggested new language from us is, any school seeking renewal that has obtained initial approval to offer or operate a program of college or professional education for credit or degree on or after January 1st, 2015, shall obtain accreditation from an accrediting entity recognized by the U.S. Department of Education in order to be considered eligible for renewal by the State Board, unless certification has been granted for less than the standard 5-year period. In the case of a shorter term certification period, one Vermont renewal will be considered so long as the institution is in the process of seeking regional or national accreditation.
I'm going to apologize in advance that this board is not deeply knowledgeable about post-secondary accreditations or anything else. If you want to talk to us about accrediting independent secondary schools, we can talk to the cows come home. So walk us through how this works now. Is it that VHEC gives the initial approval? Is that correct?
Yes, and actually, in many respects, it mimics the later process for regional or national accreditation. We try to make it as close as possible to that later experience so that the school will be held to the same standards and will experience the same review process so that they are prepping, essentially, for that larger process.
So you send a committee?
Yes.
They are on campus for how long?
If I can just clarify, the school initially applies to the Agency of Education. And the Agency of Education calls us to do a review, and we provide a recommendation, and then the agency makes the decision. So just to clarify, who's the approval body there?
I see. Thank you for that clarification.
We don't approve. We basically do the review.
Right.
But as I said, it mimics the later, which means that a team goes to the school, they review the finances, they look at the curriculum, they look at the structure, all of those aspects that are later reviewed under NETCHI, and then provides us with a recommendation, and then we have a discussion with that school about what's going on with them, and then make a recommendation to you.
So your committee is on campus for how long?
Usually about 3-4
Typically
days.
2 to 3 days.
And a committee of how many folks?
About 4 to 5 people. They're drawn from institutions across the state, and they're people with expertise in the given areas that we need to look at. So typically we'll have a finance officer, a curriculum officer, an academic chief, or we might tailor that depending on what this school offers and get people with expertise certain to that case.
So, Bill.
How many members of the Higher Education Council, how many institutions, how much churn do you see in terms of applications for new programs? How frequently?
It's not very often. So I've been with VHEC working on this committee now for about 2 years. And so I've experienced 2 reviews. And we haven't had any, I think, for about 1.5 years. Yeah. So it's quite rare. But it's an important first step for an emerging institution. Many of both the institutions that I've been a part of the process on have been very niche schools, and I think those are the sorts of schools that we're seeing rather emerge in Vermont.
Mr. Secretary, do you have any comments?
No, I don't feel well informed on this either, partially due to the rarity of it, but I'm wondering, when I first read the memo, the phrase recently revised rules, do you have any sense of the history on when the rules were revised and to what extent were the prior rules working?
Yes, so I believe these were revised in 2015. That was right when I came into my position. So I don't have experience with the prior iteration, but this was a revision that the message that we received was that there were a couple of schools in Vermont that would be exempt from it because they've never had regional accreditation and they will continue to operate with regular Vermont renewals, but that moving forward, new schools would need to seek regional accreditation before getting renewed again in Vermont. And so we did look at it, but it's these later cases that really convinced us, wait a minute, we might have an issue here because of the time frame.
Okay. So there are 2 schools who are exempt from the obligation to have Neshi review?
Yes, so when this rule was put into place, there were some schools that had been in operation in Vermont for quite a long time and had made an active choice not to seek regional renewal. One example is the Center for Cartoon Studies. They don't have regional renewal. They don't have plans to do that. So they are regularly renewed in Vermont. And
By you folks?
well, by the Agency of Education, who contracts us to do the on-site review.
Okay. And White River.
White River, yeah.
Peter, you had a question.
Is there a difference between programs and schools, and is there an upside for these institutions in regards to what you're advocating?
Yes, there's a difference between programs and schools. So accreditation of this nature looks at a whole school. It looks at the institution.
Okay.
So you would go through professional association normally to have accreditation for a program. I wasn't quite clear about your...
Well, I mean, is there an upside for these startup institutions to have this changed?
Yes, there is, definitely, because, you know, any institution that's opening, especially as you know in the current climate, really requires some careful guidance and is actually seeking guidance. And getting institutional accreditation from NETCHI is becoming a higher and higher bar, and it should be. So being able to support an institution towards that accreditation process is important. Things like making sure that people have good auditing processes, for instance, right? And making sure that they're assessing the quality of their programs as they go along.
It'd be nice to reverse the trend.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I would just observe to the board that our experience with the Compass School, where we sent in a team, admittedly for only a half a day, of people from a variety of backgrounds, was an enormous help to that independent school, which had outgrown its governance, in effect. It seems to me that visiting committees of the sort that you provide, or as Neshi does, are an enormous asset to schools, and probably the most powerful way we can imagine to assure that schools really do have the institutional capacity to do what they are licensed to do. Of course, these schools are somewhat different in that they're not accepting public dollars, tuition monies, in the way that elementary and secondary schools are. So the state's fiduciary interest in the matter is a little bit different. But nonetheless, it seems very important to strengthen the visitation process, whether it's done by you folks or by NETCHI. And it sounds like what you're saying is that in the real world, there's this sort of impossible gap. And you're asking, let's find some language that doesn't so obviously set schools up into an unachievable situation. There might be two ways to do it. I see your language. Another way might be to simply require that within the first 5 years, or maybe after the first 2 years, you go back and make a second approval. And then for 3 years, and then at the end of 3 years, they would be able to be operating on the basis of a NETCHI visit or something like that. Is that what we're trying to accomplish?
That would put it out of their reach, because basically NETCHI, you have to become a candidate for accreditation first. So there's a number of hurdles on the way to a final accreditation. So it's a kind of a run-up, if you see what I mean. So we have to kind of get them prepped before they can actually start the run-up and apply for candidature, etc. So right now the language says that they have to have achieved it already at the end of 5 years. That means they have to have gone through all the hurdles, including candidature, including the final visit, etc. So we're asking that we're allowed, say, 2 to 3 years before they get onto that road of passing through those hurdles with NETCHI.
So the run-up is 2 or 3 years, and is that what you're saying?
We would say 5, personally. Yeah, to get an institution all the way through to complete accreditation it's a bit of a haul.
Okay.
I mean, my process for my school of reaccreditation, we start at least 3 years out for reaccreditation. And we're a historical school,
Right.
and we have everything organized.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
question. Do you see, I look at the headlines and see these institutions of higher education going bankrupt or what have you. Do you perceive that there's a niche here that might be developed, or some kind of target audience that you would benefit from this kind of change?
I can just say, one of the things that we discussed at our recent board meeting was that we are probably likely to see creative reconfigurations in the future, merges, schools operating in different ways. For example, Marlborough's initial solution was to have a university out of Connecticut come to Vermont and run their campus there, which we believed would spark this process. And so we think those kinds of things are likely to come up, and we would love for the state and us to be able to respond to those quickly and have a way to help make sure that those things, if they make sense, can happen as one way to address the issue of struggling schools.
I mean, frankly, it's far better for everybody if an institution seeks those types of approaches, you know, merger or consolidation of some sort prior to getting to a situation where they're on the verge of collapse, right? And so if we can encourage them to do so and then have a road forward for them, that would be really productive. But it has to be a road forward that has some checks and balances. So essentially what we're asking for is to be allowed to have some checks and balances there.
So that non-higher ed folks would be the group that would help ensure academic quality between the founding of the school and the NECHI accreditation.
Yes.
So you'd be willing to take that on and ensure that that the school is progressing and is on both good financial, a good financial foundation, but also offering a quality program. That's my biggest concern. It seems like the NECHI program, which has been described in the past to us as very rigorous, gets there in the end. But I guess the concern that I would have is that these schools, that when they start up, I would assume that they'd be most vulnerable. And so if we can get our hands around that, I think it's a good idea.
So what is the typical period of approval, initial approval? Is it typically less than 5?
Well, it's become that way because, as I said, we're trying to be a lot more sensitive about supporting an institution, but also supporting the state, if you see what I mean. So we had a recent example where we felt that the school was making significant progress, but also had some significant shortcomings. But we didn't want to say no right now because you want to give them a period of time to get those issues sorted out. So we found ourselves in a bit of a bind. What do? Do we give them 5 years, which for us would have been giving up our responsibility? We wanted to give them 2 to 3, but then it would have been impossible under this legislation to have them go and apply for NECHI and succeed in that way. So we were kind of caught.
And just to respond to your comment, we do largely see one of our most important roles as consumer protection and making sure that students are not enrolled in a school that cannot support them.
Right.
So going 5 years worth of students is one of our main concerns. We don't want something to fizzle out after 2 years and us not check in on it and make sure that those students are being served well.
I was late for the meeting because I drive all the way up from southern Vermont, which is heavily impacted by what happened recently with colleges, whether it's Marlborough or southern Vermont and St. Joe's. I think one of the challenges with this too is that what we saw on Southern Vermont College was that as news stories came out and it became increasingly clear that the school was in jeopardy, not only were students leaving, but new students weren't coming in. So I think that the whole process around accreditation and around the news stories that came out basically guaranteed that the school was going to go out of business. And I think that's one of one of the pieces that you want to have transparency in the process and you want to have accountability, but at the same time, I think that especially in that one case, I think they just saw their incoming class coming in and they didn't have enough students and that was the end of it.
I would refer you to a Inside Higher Education article that came out yesterday. I don't know if you've heard about it, but there's been a bit of a storm going on because a group around Brandeis has set up a supposed model for predicting failure of schools, and they were going to publish all the schools they thought were going to fail. And so there was like a sort of a mass, schools started slapping on injunctions. Anyway, it's a very interesting article.
Wow.
Yeah.
Basically, here's a list of schools you shouldn't go to.
Yes, basically, which probably meant they were all going to fail.
Yes. Well, I think their model would be probably pretty highly effective.
Well, the trouble was it was one of those. Yes, it's true. Yes.
As a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yes. I mean, of course, what it didn't put in was the fact that a school can change and can innovate. They were trying to predict over 50 years.
Over
50 years. Yeah, it was really awful.
What would happen if the initial period for renewal was automatically 2 years?
Mm-hmm.
The condition and that as a condition of the initial approval, the school had to begin the net sheet process, knowing that is a 5-year period before there's a net sheet approval, and then that there's an initial 2-year period, and then there's a second visit by your team after 24 months. In whatever level of detail appears to be needed in the situation. By that time, NETCHI has already begun some kind of relationship with the school. You guys go back in after 2 years. I think to your consumer protection thing, a lot of bad things can happen in the first 18 months.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, it's in the first 24 months where the greatest vulnerabilities probably lie in any startup organization. I just am wondering about the way to make this work in the real world and to be sure that we are looking closely over the shoulder of this entity in those first 5 years. And would it be redundant to have you people go back in after 2 years to do sort of an interim checkup while they're underway in their net sheet process? Because net sheet doesn't really have standing until they get to the end of it.
No, yes. No, they do not. I think, I would say at least, I'd want to give them at least 3, because 3 to 4, because the problem is that, if you're starting a new institution, you're a 4-year college, and you haven't even got through to a graduation. It's really hard to see all the glitches that might arise.
I see.
Speaking as a college president.
Right.
But I could imagine a situation where, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be quibbling here, but I could imagine a situation where we said, okay, 2 to 3 years, but they have to have written, which is effectively the language here, but they have to have indicated, and NETCHI has to have them on their radar. In other words, started the process.
Is 5 years, is that optimistic? I'm hearing, we keep saying 5, and you keep saying, well, 5 at the minimum.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And does this have any impact? Say like the University of Vermont wanted to start a new school or a college or a program. Would this also? So they're already covered under their. Okay.
Yes.
So a school that's starting another college, university that's starting another college, for example, under the university.
No, they're not
that's
impacted.
Not impacted at all.
It's
okay.
only
this is just
institutions.
Standalone institutions.
Yeah,
not,
whether
okay.
they're called colleges, institutes,
Okay.
universities, whatever, and it's an independent
Okay,
institution.
okay.
Or an institution that is
Newly
certified in
formed.
another state and wants to begin operating in Vermont.
Okay.
I think one thing I would add is I think we need some leeway for a case-by-case basis, because if I were to give you 3 examples, the Center for Cartoon Studies has been operating for a long time. We do renewals for them, but we don't need to do that every 2 or 3 years, because they have a long history of 5-year cycles. So we'd want the 5-year option for someone like that. We might also want the 5-year option for a place, for example, Southern New Hampshire University opened a campus in Vermont. They have a very robust New Hampshire base. We may not feel they need to come back after 2 years. So there's a case by case, whereas a brand new startup, we may feel they do need to come back after 2 to 3 years. So I think it would be preferable to have an up to with some discretion for both us and the Agency of Education to make some decisions case by case.
So you're saying if RPI, for example, which is in Troy, New York, wanted to open a program in Bennington, Vermont, that that would be handled the same way under the regs as a completely new startup.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It is right now. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That
Which is
doesn't
why we've got to
seem-
be careful.
Yeah.
Well, you've given the cartoon studies, and there's one other entity in the state that's
think so.
not going through NETCHI review. Is that correct?
I think so. I don't off the top of my head know who it is, but
So-
I think they said there were 2 and they.
Is are they grandfathered, or is that still an option that's available?
They're grandfathered.
Okay, so there's only 2 cases of that.
That's not going to change.
So there won't be any more schools that are started that won't have to have had be reviewed under this rule. The school must have NETCHI come in.
Or
and-
there are other
There are
options,
others,
but
right.
NETCHI's the most common.
Right. And you're saying it's 5 or 6 years before NETCHI can issue a decision, has spent enough time on campus to be able to give information to the secretary that says, yes, reapproval is appropriate. So we're just trying to manage the period between when you first go in and say, yes, go, and so does the secretary, and when NETCHI does. And not visiting that campus for 5 or 6 years seems very inadvisable.
Right.
Was it the Albany Pharmaceutical, wasn't there a pharmacy college or something? Did they go through this process?
I believe they did. It was before my time, but that's another example. A school like that also, for example, when Southern New Hampshire came in, they were offering a master's degree. When they decided they wanted to offer a doctoral degree, again, that kicked off the process. And it is the Agency of Education who determines whether a review is needed. It's not us, but typically it's when they're either new to the state or offering a new level of a degree. And this is just degree granting. There's a different process for awarding credit before you decide to award an actual, degree at whatever level.
So so you mentioned the word campus. Does this also have an impact on online degrees, or how is that?
Yeah, there's a difference because they're covered under the SARA Act.
Okay.
And it's a different part of our statute that
Okay.
regulates online
Yeah.
post-secondary courses.
Okay.
Which may be confusing because Southern New Hampshire is known so much for that. They have a
Yes.
physical class that teaches educators.
Yeah,
in
they actually have a
Vermont. They
campus,
they
right?
Well, they have an office and they
Yes,
teach in
they have a-
schools and other places.
Okay.
They have a
They
campus.
have a physical presence. Yeah.
Sabina, did you have a comment?
I just kind of, I may be completely oblivious just to my slight ignorance to this process, but when we do the school approvals, right?
Independent school,
In the independent schools, we do have that, like, is it 2 years or is it 5 years? And we recently saw that with, like, how much do they think that the school, how much attention do they need? So I don't know if there's some way to use that information and use it as an example or a format for them to do in like these higher post-secondary school approvals.
Right. Well, you raise a good point. When we approve an independent school that's a startup, it's common practice for us to approve them for only 2 years. There's nothing in statute about that, and there's probably nothing in our rules. But the agency typically, in fact, we're going to see some this afternoon, typically will recommend an approval for only 2 years. They have to come back, and the agency revisits.
But we don't require third-party accreditation on those either.
No, but
Because that was one of the 2,200 series?
The general ed component is usually done through, that's one of the ways you can accomplish it is through a general, you know, the accreditation.
Yeah.
If you have that, then we don't require further evidence.
Right.
Or,
Statute provides
or we
for
do
that.
a site visit, and that was the piece that we used to contract out, and now we're doing ourselves.
Right.
Yeah.
And we'll see those this afternoon.
So you could do either. In this case, we are saying that we want to see accreditation. But in the independent schools, some of the smaller independent schools said that the New England independent school process was too costly.
Right.
I think was the argument at the time, right?
That was the argument. I think someday we might revisit all that, but apropos of the present situation, what is the typical length that an initial approval is made for?
Well, it depends, as Carrie was saying, on the nature of the institution. If it's already a well-recognized institution that simply wants to come into Vermont and work here, then we probably would not say, okay, we need to keep going back and seeing you every 2 years. But if it's a small startup that's just finding its way, we would want the flexibility to be able to say we want to come back after 2 to 3 years. So it really depends.
And in fact, in that first case, they probably already have NECHI
Yes.
from their home campus, so they'd meet that right off the bat.
To make sure we don't have cyber rip-off schools or some kind of things like that. Is this actually the agency, or you are together, or what?
So it depends on their physical presence. If a school is going to have a physical presence in Vermont, even if they're just going to open up an office and run an online school, the agency would determine, but there would be one or the other process they would need to go through, correct?
Yes.
So there is oversight over that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to work with the language you've proposed. Number one, it would seem to me desirable that it be imperative in all cases of an initial approval that the school open up conversations with NECHI from the very beginning. Because without that, then we're left with you folks indefinitely having to keep going back.
We
And
don't
that's
want that.
not the business you want to be in. And frankly, the NECHI people are probably better at it. They're at least very good.
I do the NECHI reaccreditations
do.
too.
You
Yes.
do?
Yeah.
Oh my, you're a glutton for punishment.
Thank you. No, I'm joking.
So it seems that this language could be improved by requiring that in all cases of an initial approval, a condition of initial approval is evidence that the school has begun or will begin its process with NECHI, so that at the end of the run-out period, 3 years, 5 years, 6 years at the latest, they are now on the NECHI schedule of approvals. Does that make, am I saying that?
discovered another challenge here, though, too, though, that I think we should bifurcate, that if Harvard University, I think that's the oldest university in America, if they decide to open up a satellite campus in Brattleboro, Vermont, they go through the same process as a startup. And I
Yes.
think that's the other problem, is that we're treating those two different categories of a startup school starting in Vermont with maybe almost no money and no students to a university that's been around for 300 years.
So
That just wants to open up a satellite campus.
But in that latter case, that university has already got a relationship with NECHI.
Yes.
They don't need to.
But
Well, maybe
Yeah,
not
but they need to
NECHI,
be
though, if it's a New
certified.
York school.
Yep.
We're thinking that the school would come from the east.
So they would still need to go through a review, but one thing I'll add is that the Agency of Education has a set of rules for Vermont that they have to meet. And then they give some discretion to the VHEC committee as to what that review looks like. So we always look at whether they're meeting the Vermont rules. And then we have another set of more narrative things that we ask them to cover. So we do have some discretion with a school like Harvard to say, please don't give us 18 binders with all your financial models in them.
I use the nth,
Please
the
give
nth
us your
example on
financial
that, by the
model
way.
for this portion of your activities. So we have some discretion as to how we conduct the review.
Okay.
I would also add that I think the language right now is actually saying, maybe not as clearly as I'm hearing you might want, exactly what you're stating. So it says one Vermont renewal will be considered so long as the institution is in the process of seeking regional or national accreditation. So the presumption of the language, therefore, is that they are on the NETCHI or whoever they're going with track.
So is it like a new school starting up and they get their NETCHI accreditation? Does that mean now that they're probably on the track to have a prosperous school and they're probably not going to shut down? Or is that not? No, NETCHI's not that kind of.
No.
Okay, because I would say you could be like
reapproval.
Yes.
Okay, 'cause I was gonna say you could do like if they get NETCHI, then for 5 years, once you get that NETCHI accreditation, then it's only a 5-year review period. But
No,
that's not it at all.
No, they. I wish. NETCHI reaccredits every 10 years.
Okay.
And every 5 of those 10 years, there's what they call a periodic review, where they go, basically you have to sort of do like a mini reaccreditation. But also NETCHI has a kind of a series of prerogatives that they can request annually from an institution. So for instance, they can say, all right, every year you have to tell us, you have to fill in a special thing on your enrollment and your finances, for instance. So institutions, unfortunately these days, many institutions are on one type or other of these monitoring processes, and they are being steadily tightened as well. So unfortunately, the answer
And in
is
the case of Southern Vermont College, for example, I hate to go back to that one, but it's the most obvious example. I think that the NETCHI was saying they may not be reaccredited.
That is usually the reason why things then stop. So if an institution gets on probation, or the term, I believe St. Joseph's has, they have to show cause. In other words, you have to show cause why you should stay open. That's the step after probation. So right now there's all these different stages. And, you know, in my view, personally, I suspect that in the future, those steps are going to be far more tightened up. Because one of the problems right now with that process is it can take a very, very long time between a school being told, we're not quite sure, and then a school being told, show us just cause for you to be here.
Yeah.
So would it make sense that when you guys go in for your approval, you just get to decide on your discretion whether it's for 2 years or for 5 years? And that's basically what you're attempting to get here?
Yes, that's exactly right. Yeah. So, I mean, I realize that's a lot to ask, but we are making recommendations rather than, I mean, it's.
Yeah, it will come.
It will come
to this
to you.
body next
Yes.
to the agency. So.
Yeah.
It
But
comes to you. I don't think we.
I was wondering to what extent your interest in this topic conforms with your vision for the board's work going forward under sort of the Act 98 conversation.
Exactly.
I mean, you've gone down pretty far. We now have a better understanding of this
Right.
issue. Is this the kind of work that you see the board supervising in the new future?
Can I ask one more granular question in regards to Burlington College? Is there a role for NETCHI or anybody if they've seen sort of alarms or something to step in, you know, and say, do you know what I'm saying, in terms of what the purchase of that property and everything that ensued thereafter?
So Burlington was just before my time, so I'm not quite sure what their position was with NETCHI. Do you know?
I don't know. It was
No.
before my time as well. It was right when I came in. So.
So at that time, I was fully immersed in New Jersey state education. So, yeah, I mean, obviously you hear the stories, but
Yeah.
I don't quite know what happened.
I'm just wondering if they can troubleshoot or to, you know, rather than just go on a fixed, you know, schedule or whatever, if they can step in and if they see something that's.
I know that these are the very issues that they're talking about.
Okay.
And they've been piloting a couple of things in Massachusetts. You know, I would just comment that I think the Vermont higher education sector feels a little lonely up here. You know, because NETCHI's experimenting with Massachusetts and thinking with Massachusetts, and you know, meanwhile we're suffering. And it would be really interesting to engage more broadly as a region. But that's just a side comment from me.
So let me just get to respond to Dan's observation, which I think is really on point. Under the current arrangements, is the rule the board's rule or is it the agency's rule?
my understanding is we have no rules other than your rules.
Yeah, my understanding is that once a school gets reviewed by us and is forwarded to the Agency of Education, they come before this board.
Yeah, I mean, one of the, I believe the sort of vestigial artifacts of this Act 98 transition was previously the agency was a department. By
So
therefore, it did not have rulemaking
The board of
authority.
directors did the rulemaking.
Yeah, and now as an agency, we have rulemaking authority, but that hasn't been investigated.
Okay.
That's
So-
inference.
Yeah, I don't know.
So I guess,
Question.
John, the
Yeah.
big question on higher ed is, as we think about our future, is does the board take? We've had some discussions about higher ed and like head scratching. Why have these schools closed? And we've thought about organizing like some kind of event around it. And I guess as far as reinventing the board, and we'll talk about this later, but do we just get rid of all the higher ed functions, or do we try to become more involved in higher ed?
That's a question.
And, yeah, I don't have an answer to it, but Kim does.
No no answers. More questions. That's what I do. But I am thinking, I guess my question is, the timeliness of the request for new language and whose authority it is to approve it
to make this process more productive for these institutions and for your body as a reviewing body on behalf of the agency, who then sounds like brings it before us. We may not get to new legislation before we need to, it sounds like, be responsive for you to do your jobs better on behalf of the agency and higher ed in Vermont. So I'm just wondering if we want to consider the language change and add it to our list of things to consider regarding future roles and responsibilities.
Good question. You have stumbled across a board who is in the process of questioning its own identity.
Right, right.
Um,
I'm hearing that.
Yes, and
We'll know by 5 o'clock tonight. So.
Stay tuned. And the legislature will be like,
so
this, fixing it.
in terms of the way things have always been, kind of vestigially, as the secretary says, you've come to the right place. It's our role. It would be our job to change it, but it's the secretary's job to implement it and it cause it to happen in the real world. And there's some question sort of under the surface here is this stuff that do we bring much value to this, and should we continue on in the way that's before us? Maybe we could get to an operable conclusion, something that would give you some assurance that one way or another this will move forward, but we're not quite clear as to who among us should move it forward. And as Kim said, we're not there yet. We haven't had the operation, and it'll depend upon the General Assembly to make that happen. I think it would be just useful if we could have a sense of the board about what is the as close as we can, what's the language that would seem to respond to the need here. And in practice, usually when it comes to rulemaking, even though it's the board that adopts them and theoretically, historically owns them, it's always the agency that does the legwork of drafting the language. So,
I'm sorry.
yes, go ahead.
So I'm a little bit confused. I thought I had heard that this is the body that can make this decision, right? And if we're agreeable to the language to support this, then we can make a decision today, right? Is that thinking about what we might do in the future or where we may be in the future?
Yep.
Is not irrelevant, but it might not be pertinent to this conversation,
Yep.
right? We can make a decision.
I think you raise a good point. I think that's a great point. As things stand at the moment, the rules are our duty to change as we see fit, and it's the agency's duty to cause them to be implemented. It's not the direction we want to go in the long haul, but for the immediate situation, what's your sense on the board?
How about about asking these folks to come back with a refined suggestion.
Or can we just,
I don't
can we
know.
just
Wondering
do it?
about the language at the bottom. So-
Yeah.
And I guess to that
Let's-
question, because that was my,
Sort of where I was going with it too, Kathy, is like, what can we do now that's responsive, that doesn't make the process worse while we figure out who's ultimately responsible for this? But do we even have authority to amend rules at this meeting sitting here?
No,
No.
not today.
What I was going to offer is that if you want to, we'll be happy to work with them to, similar, parallel to what you just experienced with 173, to come up with a draft that would be amenable and solve an issue and present that to you for consideration. To then, you'd have to vote to open rulemaking process, which would take 8 months to thereabouts.
Oh, for goodness.
So, but we, from the agency standpoint, we could certainly engage with them to resolve the language issues and try to work through something. Is that useful?
Good news, bad news. This rule is in Rule 2200, which
Oh.
you've not amended.
Congratulations.
Oh, what fun.
But you will be amending according to your work plan and our work plan probably next year, probably in 2021.
So the rulemaking on
says?
the series of rules will open.
So the prompt for rulemaking on Rule 2200 series is also in Act 173. It's in the latter sections that
Oh.
become effective in 2022.
Yeah, I know the parts you're talking about, right.
Thank you.
Won't this impact that?
So there's no relief, huh?
So,
Well,
I want to say thanks.
I know operationally, maybe a question for our guests. Operationally, how does that impact what you're trying to do? If it's a next year revisit and then an 8-month rulemaking process when we've got a new draft version of those next year. So we're really talking 2021 anyway.
So there is at least one school that we have not heard yet, the decision that was made by the state, that we reviewed almost 2 years ago. I believe they came before this board in August, and we have not heard what decision was made last August 2018. But our recommendation was a 2 to 3 year time period to take a look at that school again. That's the school that brought up this issue. So there is at least one school that would be in
Limbo.
But
I'm sorry, now I'm confused. So is that, if that school is willing for you to go in and do that review, why are you limited?
So we did. So they applied
did
for
the initial.
certification.
Okay.
We did the review. We went in there. They were a startup. You know, they are a niche school. So we said, okay, there's some issues and some things that we think that you need to be working on, and we really only want to give you 2 years. And we made that recommendation to the agency about 1.5 to 2 years ago. We don't know what happened. So right now, that school, we don't know what's happening with that school.
So
And we can't, moving forwards, we want to be able to support them and the agency either to say, well, yes, you're making good progress or not, or we want to advise them to go to NETCHI, but we're not sure what to do.
But
And we
that's
can't-
not a conversation that's specific
Yeah, I mean,
to this
I'd be
here.
interested in
It's
following up
how
on
we're
that.
seeing the impact, but there's
Right.
still something the Agency of Education can answer regarding that
Right,
specific school.
absolutely.
But we can't go back and do a 2-year or 3-year review because they won't meet the requirement to have NETCHI certification.
They come
that's
under this
currently in
rule.
the rule.
So there is no way that they will be able to be recertified at this point.
We certainly, I mean, I'd be happy to dig into the specific issue if we can work on that, I mean, as a workaround, but, the larger issue would be, the 2200 is going to be open, the whole series of rules will be open as a result of Act 173. And I don't know to what extent it's even realistic to open it for this small issue when we have that larger issue in front of us. But if there's a specific issue I can work on, I'd be happy to, address that. It's news to me.
This is just a mechanical question, probably applied broadly potentially. Are there ever exceptions to the rules that can be sought from any body for interim purposes of
It
operating?
depends on the rules, but, yeah, I mean, that's.
I just didn't know if that's
Yeah,
even
I mean,
something we can do.
I'd appreciate the opportunity to work on a specific case to see what I could do on that. It would give me the opportunity to review the context of the rules a little more closely.
We couldn't just do another initial approval. It says initial approval and then renewal.
Yeah, and I might, through some review, I might be able to provide a path forward for the
Yeah.
individual situation.
I'm just
But
thinking
I'm
if we
not
were-
confident yet. I'm,
Yeah.
we need to look at.
I just
the
asked the
rules.
question, if we approve them once, couldn't we just approve them again
don't know.
from scratch?
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to it.
We'd give you a recommendation either way if there was
Okay.
some opportunity there.
I had thought this would be about a 10-minute conversation. And-
It's tricky, isn't it?
Isn't it? It is. And it's, it's sort of a lot of good intentions run amok. I mean, we adopt rules for a good reason. We don't change them willy-nilly. But this turns out to be a very cumbersome process to do in a kind of orderly way. And frankly, if the agency were writing the rules and adopting them, they'd have to go through the same change process. Our Administrative Procedures Act sets forth this 8-month minimum rule change process. I think the way forward is to let the secretary get into the specific case that you have in mind, and then maybe think about a way to give you some flexibility to be revisiting these schools. I'm not sure that I can see how this language prevents you from being the people who go back for the second round. But there must be some way to do a patch for this, at least for the time being.
I agree about letting them work on some workarounds and get spend some face time trying to figure it out.
Well, if
we are more than happy to come to Montpelier and sit down, have a
Good.
chat.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for your patience. I think you've been sort of lurking around the agenda for over a year, and then it turns out we still can't really solve your problem when you come to see us. So I can understand if that's kind of frustrating to you. But I think if you'll work with the secretary, he's with us all the time, more than he'd like, and he'll fill us in on what
I
next
report
steps.
to you?
You will inform us as to what next steps, if any, we should be doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just to be clear then, so we're going to work together
reach
for
out
this
to you,
for this
yes.
particular
Yeah, see what we can
institution,
do. We'll
but
give-
but then otherwise the rule that you're going to be reviewing the entire area of 2200
Yeah, I
next
think-
year.
I think we can firstly focus in on this specific case as a case that allows us to inform the board's direction on how to look at 2200.
That would be
Yeah.
awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks very much for your patience and an interesting problem.
It's all downhill.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Well, nothing's easy sometimes, is it? Board, we have a little time before lunch is served, and I don't see that we have anything in particular that we can. We could skip down. We've got 15 minutes. Let us skip down to M. Some of the topics there.
M.
A little bit of work session. Let me just toss out a couple things for you to be thinking about. One is that, to my knowledge, we've never had a formal process on this board where we discuss board members' ideas for agenda for future meetings. Many boards have that process, and it seems to me that it would be useful if we set aside time at each meeting for members of the board to offer their ideas about what we ought to be talking about next meeting, meeting after that, and so on. Not the meaning of life questions that we've been doing, but sort of what are your ideas about agendas?
So that would be under C if it was this meeting, would you say?
C, or maybe even at the end of the meeting typically, so that when stuff comes up during a meeting that might trigger thoughts on your part to say, gee, you know what, we really ought to spend 4 hours on proficiency-based learning. We keep hearing about it, what have you. So I would be inclined to try to make it happen at the end of every meeting, because ideas will get stimulated.
We adopted that years ago, except that we don't practice it except every once in a while.
Yeah, well, I thought I would try to be more regular about that and just.
I think it should be.
My friend here urged us to be doing that. And so I would try to make it an item on the agenda at the end of each meeting to invite your thoughts, not necessarily for what we do next month, but what we need to be doing in June, July, what have you, whatever the time frame is that you have in mind.
Do you want to put voice to that right now in terms of some?
Let us put voice to that right now. Well said.
Well, I'd like, at our retreat, we talked about having meetings later in the day to reach, to have a public come in at a 5 o'clock hour, whatever that we discussed at the time. I'd like to see that conversation continue to give it legs.
Mm-hmm. I'd love to see a pilot on that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just have one meeting and see if it. I mean, it might be something like that. You just never know if it'll take hold or not. It could be a complete. It could be the Bay of Pigs sort of experiment.
That gets people out.
Yep. Always food.
Yeah.
We have enough cookies at our break for people who come. I half jokingly say that, but we are doing a pies and pie charts around our budget to get folks to join us, because no matter what board meeting you attend, there are very few public in attendance unless there's pitchforks, because there's been something really horrible that's happened.
Yes.
And I think if we could avoid that being what provokes people for coming out, but rather interest in whatever the topic is,
So
great.
replace the pitchforks with forks.
With forks, or
And
we could do something even easier, just cookies and coffee.
In Title 16, our role is clearly it's connected to local boards. I mean, it's in statute,
Right.
and I think we've underplayed that in terms of how we're conducting business, and I think that's in terms of '98, when we're still sort of in a kind of identity crisis, trying to figure out what we're doing. That's a role I think that could be improved or strengthened, and how that actually plays out. But I do think that, you know, perhaps to try you know, see what happens.
I mean, I think it'd be interesting to actually invite maybe not the entire board, but maybe the board chair of the school that we're in to sit with the board. Maybe that would encourage more people locally. You know, they could sit over there, but I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Sit next to Dan.
Let me just toss out a possible sort of trial run of something like this. I suspect that during our conversation about NAEP results, there are certainly some folks in the state who think that there's some nexus between NAEP results and proficiency-based learning. I don't subscribe to any particular theories, but there's a fair amount of sentiment out there about proficiency-based learning, both enthusiastic and skeptical. What would happen if the board devoted a large part of a meeting to essentially a hearing, inviting the public and also inviting some experts, some people who've had real success with PBL and others who haven't, to come to hearing where we devote 4 or 5 hours to that topic, or pick another topic if you want, and do that in connection with a board meeting. We always have board business we've got to do. For example, we've got to keep Act 173 moving on our timeline, and for the next several meetings, we have specific things we got to get done on 173. But probably we could get done in 2 or 3 hours any sort of must-do board stuff, independent school approvals, what have you. But this would be a transition to starting to be a board that forms more of its own agenda and takes on topics of its own that the board has decided are of interest. Out of such a discussion, such a hearing, if you will, I think there are people in the General Assembly who would be interested in what the board had learned from that. I wouldn't expect that there would be a clear and decisive consensus on a topic like proficiency-based learning, but it might be a service to the General Assembly to prepare a 2 or 3 page summary of the scope of what we heard. And to do this in the context that Peter is speaking about, where we start a meeting at noontime someplace, get our business out of the way, and starting at 4:30 or 5, we're open for business in a hearing. And I think we have to work real hard at publicizing that. So what do you think of that idea?
Kim's first.
Kim?
Topically, I think, well, I had my initial thoughts, so I'm going to react first to the idea of bringing forth a topic on a law that we don't control that is to be implemented for those graduating this year. And I think the implications of opening a conversation of its validity is going to put the brakes on or allow for districts not to be responsive to the requirements of the law. So I would be cautious about convening that topic at this time.
Is there another topic?
2020 requirement is not the law, though. That's your regulation.
Right. It's not the law.
Yeah.
No, I thought, I don't, so
Yeah,
the graduation
your
requirements?
Your regulations are what drive it.
It's what Pogo said.
Wait, okay, well.
The law doesn't have a 2020 deadline in it and doesn't speak much to proficiency-based learning. That's the regulation interpreted by the State Board on flexible pathways.
Okay.
Actually,
the law doesn't speak to it?
I don't think it's in rule, and I don't think it's in law as much as it's been touted.
Well, it's in regulation. Pretty good.
I thought the date for the graduating classes was in law.
I thought
2020
it
is
was too.
in regulation.
What's that?
It's in regulation. We had this, I think, debate
If we
last
don't
time.
know, all of us sitting here, I think that's its own problem. But I will say then topically, so I'm going to go back to where I was originally thinking about the idea of future agenda items. I always think that's a great idea at the end of any agenda, because you can gather what might be consensus interest of the board, not just individual curiosities that like take us on a whim someplace or otherwise, but almost more importantly is a annual work calendar, so that we would have, it doesn't have to be fully populated, but what are the big topics that are reasonable in each month? Because the agency is producing reports on that, or SBAC is coming out at this point, NAEP is coming out at this point. We could have anticipated that there would be some need for topical consideration of things that we know the dates that they are coming out, or that make sense in conjunction with the agency's calendar, not necessarily driven by the agency's calendar, but respectfully responsive to timelines that are already known. And we could begin to populate a work calendar for the year around those topics, and then see what other things come out of our work that align with our vision, our roles, and our responsibilities, which we're trying to form. And then we have sort of a monitoring schedule of these things. But I do think that doesn't, it is the original skeleton, I think, for our work, and then the future agenda items piece at the end of an agenda gives us the opportunity to react to what we're hearing and say, oh, this is something we really need more information on, and so consequently looking at the work calendar next month, maybe it doesn't make sense, but it aligns really well with this 2 months out, and it just feels more intentional.
I think the idea of a calendar is an excellent idea. There's another piece of coordination, and that is with the General Assembly.
Yep.
If you convene a discussion that leads to some gathering of information and ideas, sometimes that will be of interest to the General Assembly, to the House and Senate Committees on Education. And in fact, it's even conceivable that they might ask us to pursue and gather certain informations. So a piece of the coordinating might be producing results on a basis that's timely for the General Assembly, which basically, if it's new information and it arrives at the General Assembly much later than mid to late January, it's kind of too late. Yes, Bill?
I'm drawing my memory back to 2013, which is a very dangerous thing to do. But at that time, we were looking at 173, I believe, in which we were really focusing on the EQS part of the law rather than the proficiency part.
Act 77.
77.
77.
Yeah. And sometimes, well, there's two thoughts here. One is, do we need to cut down the scope to where we don't have these convoluted issues where people are working on two kinds of things? And the other is, could we take advantage of that ICAR process and build this in some kind of fashion? If we're going to have hearings anyway,
Yeah.
could we double dip and do both?
Well, the ICAR process is for writing rules, right?
Well, that's true.
I don't think we need or
You
want
want a colloquial.
rules. I mean, I'm not sure that the board needs to change its rules in order to do what we're trying to do. That's not to say I'm certain
I
that
was
we don't.
just thinking that if we were making rules,
Right.
we could expand that a whole lot more than what we have in the past.
Yeah, we could, I guess. The place to start, of course, is with law. Most of what we do is stipulated by statute, and much of that, as the Secretary has indicated, is vestigial from an earlier time. Let's not get off onto process there for a moment. Let's stay with the general idea of convening or using a large hunk of our meeting to invite discussion from lay people and experts alike on a topic. I mean, you might, for example, take dual enrollment. How's it working? You know, and we hear that there are successes, and we see from the data that participation isn't evenly spread across our student population, I guess is a fair way to put it. But I guess the idea would be we would take an educational topic of interest to the state and intentionally convene a gathering to get input and opinions about it.
So, I mean, it would be my thought for the January meeting in that January or February that it wouldn't be too ambitious to do something like this and try it once, and I think we should put Peter in charge of it to sort of map it out a little bit and you know, everything down to what kind of pie we'll serve.
Well, and you may have
bring a pie. It's the board.
You could very easily have there. I'm sure, according to where you're going to go, you may have issues that are more pronounced in one area than the other.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it might be worth trying to get a, you know, an idea before we land someplace what might be what they might want to talk about.
Kathy?
Yep.
It's the idea of convening our group to hold broad-based discussions that could conceivably be from around the state sounds good, but I guess I would be cautious to hold a conversation on a topic that very well could be very inflammatory, that we have maybe no control, no influence, or no authority on. And then what do? Then we've just convened a group and we have nothing we can give them in response to any of their concerns or suggestions.
What happens if we go and say, tell us some success stories, or you know?
I don't.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of. I know that there was a study on early childhood ed. Like, there are studies that come out of acts that are enacted that sort of look at the results of the implementation. And in some of my hats, I get to see those studies and don't necessarily notice that they get a lot of more broad attention in terms of the effect of the implementation of the law, and or at least from a general public that might otherwise be interested in knowing how the preschool universal pre-K is actually impacting the state. That being an example. So convening people to speak about studies that have already been commissioned and produced and provided to the legislature, that I think feels a little different than having a somewhat non-technically valid kind of study of people coming and testifying and then providing a report out of that. So I would view those two things differently, and my preference would be that we bring light to reports that have already been produced and invite conversation there so that there's attention if it needs to be remedied because it's having an opposite effect of what was intended in the law. And then we aren't sort of recreating new evidence, we're just bringing attention to a topic that may need attention to affect change.
What about the waiting study using this kind of thing? It's due out in 2 days or something like that.
Love that.
But it has the possibility of being very volatile, as Kathy is speaking. But it's a very important topic.
And it's not our data, so like it's just a study of somebody else's.
Yeah,
right? It's also very technical. I don't know if a lot of people come out for that, but maybe the 10 hours of pre-K is something that people do have an opinion on. But
well, money.
Yeah, no, I know. We all get it. It's just the session that I went to at the VSBA was pretty technical. Right? It might be hard. You'd have to have a lot of cookies and coffee. A lot of cookies and coffee.
So let's try to integrate what we're hearing here. Let me just try that. First of all, I'm hearing that there is interest in getting out where people have more easy access to us. By the way, that'll take some work because how will people even know we're there? We've got to be much better at that than we are used to. Second, there's the idea of let's not needlessly be stirring up enmities. Certainly understood. Third, there's the idea of maybe a way to structure this is around some established research or analysis that points at some concerns and that we could bring some greater light on those concerns. But fourth, to Kathy's point, we need to frame this in a way that people understand that we have very little authority to make change. And I think there's been a lot of confusion about that over the years, even on this board. But that the vehicle, but we do have this power to convene. If we were a business, you would say you have a brand. You're called the State Board of Education, and people think that's important, perhaps unjustifiably, but that gets people's attention. If the State Board of Education is in your county, prepared to invite comment, I think a lot of people might notice that.
Schools even put it on the sign in front when you show up.
Notice that, yes. The sign it wasn't shot up by the time you got here, was it?
No, it's still there.
Yeah.
It's still there. All in one piece.
So, but I think part of our duty is to explain to people that we are advisory. We don't tell the secretary what to do. The governor does that, if anybody does. And we certainly don't tell the General Assembly what to do. But the General Assembly is interested in what we have to say. And so out of this, if we prepare an analysis or a point of view or simply present facts and information, we can, if we time it correctly, get that in front of the General Assembly, and it may, through their good offices, influence the direction of legislation. And especially, I think, when you choose an established program like pre-K, dual enrollment, there have been some analyses which raise questions about some unintended effects of those programs. I think there's probably an appetite in the General Assembly to know more. To the question of January or February, John mentioned those two possible times. I mentioned January only because this does not, you can hold a meeting, but one thing that this board is not used to is writing reports on its own. And these things don't just materialize out of thin air, and we don't have staff people who are readily at our disposal. So that means board members needing to sit down and write stuff. And we're all very capable of that, but we all also have day jobs, or many of us do. So there's some work that has to happen in connection with this. But I could imagine that a January meeting, by the way, we're scheduled for Hyde Park. That's where we are currently scheduled to go, and we would like to keep our commitment there since they're anticipating us. Wait a minute, January? I may have it wrong. No, I think January we're scheduled for McFarland House, which means nothing.
Okay.
We could go anywhere else that would have us. And so depending upon the topic, if let's say pre-K was the topic, well, if you go in Chittenden County, you're going to get a very different set of answers than you will get in Windham County. But anyway, we can work out those details, but the idea was to do something in January as sort of a dry run, partly for us to begin to learn how to do this, and partly to do it in time so that if there's something that comes out of it that is discrete that might be useful for the General Assembly to know, we'd get it to them in time to be useful. Knowing that it's going to be at least 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks before, after such a hearing, before we have a document that's ready, that's a consensus document among us. Number one, 2 or 3 people have done a draft. It's been knitted together. It's been circulated. That takes time. And after 2 or 3 weeks after a January hearing, if the General Assembly were interested, we could go and present our findings.
Would we approve it at the next meeting?
No, I wouldn't wait that long. You gotta cycle this stuff out.
But then
I think you draft it as soon as possible after the meeting, and you circulate it and say, "Can everybody kiss this pig?" and let's go.
Do we have a sense, just, I like the structure and the format. The topic might be driven by if we know what is on the dockets of the 2 ed committees coming up, and if any of those are related to, are they likely to look at whichever act it is that's early childhood ed, or are they more likely to look and react to the weighting study, or are they more, do we know
I can find that
what's
out. No
coming
problem.
up and what would be most helpful, and that we're not trying to create new data, but rather I could imagine us doing almost like an information session. So we've got 45 minutes of somebody who's either produced the study or been on the committee that produced the study, sharing the highlights, and then hearing more.
2 phone
like
calls
that.
tomorrow.
Yeah, so that'd be cool. I think that
That's a great point. Thank you, Board. We're on item I, Middle School Appeal. Ms. Simmons, will you come to the table, please?
Mr. Chairman, I'm Mark Ottinger. May I join?
Certainly.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Simmons, why don't you begin?
Sure. So The topic of this agenda item is based out of, again, in Rule 2200 series. We're in the realm of Rule 2228.8, which is the process for rate approval for independent schools that are approved for special education purposes. So the middle school is one such school. It actually received its initial approval from the board last December. The agency is charged in Rule 2228.8 with examining requests for rates or rate increases for special purpose independent schools and evaluating whether the school's rates are reasonably related to a level of services provided to publicly placed independent school students. So the agency's gone through that process with about 10 schools this year who either, like the middle school, asked for an initial rate for the first time or more commonly for an increase to the school's rate. You may remember that in 2018 the agency placed a prohibition on any rate increases at these schools to reflect the statewide level budgeting conversation that was ongoing at that time. So in 2019 the agency said we'll again accept and evaluate rate requests or increase requests from schools, and we received about a dozen total. So there is a dispute resolution process in the rule for a school that does not agree with the agency's determination about their rate. So in the case of the middle school, the school received the agency's final decision on a rate in the fall. The school did not find that rate satisfactory, took their appeal to Secretary French, as the rule describes, and Secretary French found under the rule that the school's explanation of why it required a higher rate was not satisfactory, and so has referred the matter to the state board. So the rule tells you that upon such referral by the secretary, the board will conduct a formal hearing to determine what the rate should be, and the board's determination is final. So this is, and I'm just editorializing now, one of those one-off sort of appeals that comes to the state board either under statute or under your rules that really don't happen very often.
So, just to be clear, then your presentation therefore constitutes the Secretary's action to bring this matter before the board, is that correct?
And I also have forwarded to the chair the middle school's notice of appeal.
Yeah, I don't quite get that there's a notice of appeal yet. We are considering whether that we shall open a hearing. Is that correct? And at this point, presumably, we are. It's the duty of the board to make arrangements to conduct a hearing. As prescribed by statute and rule. So I'm still not quite clear what's being appealed.
So the middle school, and I'll let Mark chime in next, the middle school has a decision from the agency affirmed by the secretary as to a dollar amount of its maximum rate, and is appealing, finding that that rate is still not as high as it should be in the middle school's opinion, and is invoking its right to have the state board conduct a formal proceeding.
And where is the middle school's right codified?
In 2228.8, 3.
I don't see in this that there's any reference to the middle school's to the applicant's right to a hearing. I do see the secretary is directed to turn this matter over to the board, and the board is obliged to conduct a hearing. I see that, but your term, a right to appeal, I don't see that in the language.
Well, then, if we don't put it in terms of the middle school's right, we'll put it in terms of the secretary's obligation and the board's obligation flowing from that.
Yeah. Mr. Otten, did you have a comment on that?
I do, Mr. Chairman, thank you. My name is Mark Ottinger. For those of you who do not know me, I represent the middle school. I'm an attorney in Burlington. To answer the chair's question directly, I think the right of a contested case or an appeal or a hearing is contained in what's called the Administrative Procedure Act.
Understood.
Which is actually in Title III, Chapter 25. A contested case, which I think is the category that this falls under, that being a disagreement with the final determination of the Secretary. The contested case means a proceeding including but not restricted to rate making and licensing, in which the legal rights, duties, or privileges of a party are required by law to be determined by an agency after an opportunity for hearing. So it's a contested case, and then the actual, I think, enabling statute is in Section 809 in that same chapter that talks about, in a contested case, all parties shall be given an opportunity for hearing after reasonable notice, including. So, as Emily indicated, this is one of those very unusual events where the State Board of Education is placed in a quasi-judicial capacity. Given the complexity of the rate setting, we feel that perhaps a half day or a full day is going to be required.
Well, before we get into the specifics of how much time is required for a hearing, I'm just trying to clear up the language. I have in front of me something furnished to me by Ms. Simmons, which is your notice of appeal, Mr. Ottinger.
Yes.
Middle school hereby appeals the decision of the Vermont Agency of Education. This is maybe semantics, but the process, as I understand it, is that the Secretary has duly turned the matter over to the board for a hearing of a contested case. And so we conduct a hearing whether you appeal or not. There's nothing for you to appeal. The hearing is underway when the board convenes it. And you, as a party to the hearing, come and present your case. So I'm still stuck with the hearing happens whether you appeal or not, I guess is the point.
Well, I think, Mr. Chairman, had we not appealed, I mean, I think the agency would have been satisfied simply to allow us to charge the rate that had been determined to be appropriate. As a lawyer, I sort of strive for some concreteness about the rights and the procedures, and that, for me, is the Administrative Procedure Act. So my feeling was that, it was my obligation to appeal when the middle school believed that the rate that had been set was insufficient and contrary to law. And then the rights that I believe we're entitled to would be contained in Chapter 25.
Well, there's no doubt that the proceedings are spelled out by the administrative rules, and we understand that. I think we can leave behind our semantic differences and say we need board members to conduct a hearing in the matter of the middle school's contested case with regard to rate setting. This board's not used to doing a lot of hearings, but many of us have been involved in this kind of thing in other settings. So, Mr. Ottinger, you have some ideas about how the scope and dimensions of this hearing. Why don't you tell us about that?
Well, I draw partly on past experience, having been on board when the State Board of Education in prior years had engaged an independent hearing officer to essentially do fact-finding and to create a recommendation that would be given to the State Board for adoption or rejection or modification. We had an internal discussion about the possibility of the State Board designating perhaps 3 of its members to sit as a panel, and then the next question would be whether they would be advised by the staff of the agency. It's our opinion that you either should have, in order to give us the due process rights under the APA, we either should have an independent hearing officer or independent counsel for the board. As much as we have great respect for Donna Russo-Savage's intellect, if you will, she's been suggested as an alternative to guide the board through this process. We find it impossible to understand how she could advise the board in the context of a situation where her bosses decision is the subject of the appeal. Now, I know that there's some practical issues with, you know, how could you obtain a independent lawyer to advise the board, and Ms. Simmons and I have talked about whether it's possible to use one of the hearing officers or the mediators that are currently under contract with the agency. Now, of course, their contracts tend to be specific to their undertakings, like due process. But in the past, I know that the boards have expanded the hearing officers and had somebody make a report and recommendation for them. In any case, it's our position that the three-person subgroup of the board as fact finders would be fine, as long as there's independent counsel from outside the agency. And we apologize for the fact that there would be some cost attendant to that, and possibly some needing for contracting or getting a waiver from the Attorney General's office, so there could be simply the appointment of the appropriate person. But we feel that that would be the best and most efficient way to elucidate the issues, so that the State Board as a whole can then make a decision as to whether the rate should be modified or should stay the same, and then we can move forward.
Do I understand that you're saying, and I'd like your view as well, Ms. Simmons, that there are two alternative structures for this? Either the board retains an independent entity to conduct a hearing and make recommendation to the board,
right,
or the board sits and the board or some designated part of the board sits and hears the evidence and is advised by counsel, and you're advocating it should be an outside counsel. But there are two different models that can be employed?
I believe so, and if you employed the first model, I think then you could have staff attorneys from the agency, whether it be Ms. Simmons or Ms. Russo-Savage or any of them, advocate on behalf of the agency, because then the independence would be vested in the hearing officer,
Right.
who again would not make a decision but make a recommendation that you would then adopt or modify.
So, okay. So board, I think we're getting at a point where I think we need to make a choice. I think it'd be wise to get this, which model chosen.
So
Yes, excuse me, go ahead.
in either model, staff from an attorney from the agency and Mr. Ottinger would present their side of the case, whether it be to a hearing officer sitting with two or three board members sitting with the hearing officer further over to the side, or just a hearing officer who would then report back to the State Board.
Right. But in either case, I mean, obviously, the board's attorneys can advocate for the board's views. I'm sorry, the agency's attorneys
That too, yeah.
would advocate for the agency's views. Mr. Ottinger is saying to us that the board should not be advised in this matter in its determinations by an agency employee, but rather a separate outside counsel. Is that what you're saying, sir?
Yes, sir.
So I think first let's have a conversation. Mr. Secretary, do you have any comments on at this point?
No, I don't feel it would be appropriate for me to weigh in on.
So, board, the choice comes to retaining an attorney, probably an attorney, or it could be a mediator or someone else who's impartial and qualified to conduct a hearing on her or his own, hear evidence from the agency and from the appellant, make a recommendation to this board, and we either adopt or reject that recommendation, and that makes the decision final. Or alternatively, the board itself conducts a hearing, presumably with an outside attorney to advise the board on its procedures and its understanding of the facts.
Yes.
I don't think we need a hearing officer necessarily, do we? We can conduct the hearing. So, and the board needn't be all 19 of us, but it could be a subset of us, perhaps an odd number like 3, to conduct the hearing. So, is there are there thoughts about those choices?
To me, having either independent legal counsel and/or a hearing officer, I think, is really important. I think in order to maintain due process, I'm not comfortable with agency, although I have the utmost confidence in agency counsel. I think that it would really call into question due process if somebody was sitting on both sides of the table. So I think that's really important.
Yeah.
I think it's also important that the board hear that at least somebody from the board hear the facts as they're presented real time.
Thank you. Other views?
I agree completely with that.
Okay. So it's been suggested two things, that in any engagement, the board itself have the advice of independent counsel. And second, there's a preference for having the board itself, or a subset of the board, conduct the hearing.
I would suggest subset. I agree with you that there's not 19 of us, but if there were,
pretty big number.
that would also be unnecessary too.
Are there other views? Bill?
Same. 3-member subcommittee.
3-member subcommittee of the board.
And outside counsel.
Okay, so I don't think we have to vote, but I think we have consensus. Any dissent from this approach? The idea being a 3-member subcommittee of the board to be appointed by the chair, to retain independent counsel to advise the board and to even assist it in guiding its proceedings so that the board conducts its work properly. And we would hear then from counsel for the agency and counsel for the appellant.
Would our legal counsel be the hearing officer, or would one of the 3 members? I think that's the only thing that's not covered under that.
We are entitled to conduct our own hearing, I believe. We don't have to have a separate hearing officer, as we do in the other case that you and I are familiar with. I believe that's correct. Is that,
It's
attorneys?
almost a question of semantics.
Okay.
It will ultimately be, in both cases, the other hearing you have in this one, the board's decision. It receives a recommendation on that decision from the subcommittee with the counsel of the attorney.
The board's, the chair of this board committee would conduct the hearing. Is that correct?
That would work fine, yeah.
So that would be the person that controls time and
precisely,
and all of the comments go through versus the hearing. That was it was more semantics, but it is okay. Who's in charge of conducting the actual mechanics of the hearing?
The chair of the committee that's been created. And the board would be advised by its own counsel. All right, I think there seems to be consensus on that model. That's how we would like to proceed. Now, you have some thoughts, sir.
I just wanted to introduce one more thing with
Yes,
your
please.
permission. Ms. Simmons and I have been working together on this quite successfully. I mean, we've talked about discovery, which is kind of a formalistic way of saying, getting the information that we need for our hearing. We've exchanged certain things on a voluntary basis. I brought up the idea just before we came up to the table here that perhaps a mediator prior to a full-blown hearing might be able to bring us together. I know that the rate setting as it's currently being developed by the agency is kind of a new approach to the setting of rates for therapeutic schools, or at least it's new in certain ways. Our view is that it's treating newer schools that are in the ramp-up phase disparately, but I don't know that we're that far apart. So I just wanted to let the board know that we're open to the idea of possibly having a day or half a day of mediation to see if we could close the gap, limit the issues that are before the board, your hearing, possibly resolve things, and then also possibly provide some type of, I don't know, guidance, if you will, on the issue of rate setting going forward. So we're open to that. It's a sort of a common approach in the litigation world that before you consume all the resources of an actual contested hearing, you give a good faith effort at mediating. So I just wanted the board to be aware of the fact that we discussed that briefly.
Mr. Chairman, wouldn't that be a voluntary process between the agency and the school?
I believe it is.
That would be designed to avoid board
Precisely.
action.
Right, I don't think we would have any involvement in that.
I just wanted the,
Yeah, no, I
the body
appreciate
to
that.
be aware of that in
To make
case
sure
for.
you won't get mad at us if we come to agreement and don't need you to have a hearing
Oh,
at all.
yeah, well, don't throw us in that briar patch, yeah. The board, I think, probably should proceed with appointing a committee.
Yes.
And stand by. And and also, now we have to turn to Mr. Hunter, just to be clear, we have to turn to the agency to arrange for an independent counsel on our behalf.
I understand.
We have no staff, we have no separate budget. We have a budget. We can pay for it out of our budget, but we depend upon the agency to facilitate these things.
Understood.
You're comfortable with that?
And last time it was the Attorney General's office was involved when we needed
That
independent
was
counsel?
in the case of defending against the suits.
Okay.
In connection with Act 46, because the state of Vermont was being sued.
And I was a member of the Attorney General's office at that time, if you remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have to.
Yeah.
Yes. So I think we should move on two separate tracks then. One is the possibility that you folks will keep talking, and simultaneously we should proceed with forming the committee and making arrangements to retain counsel.
I think that's right, and no
Okay.
objection to
Fair
that
enough.
approach.
Okay. Is there anything else, board members?
I heard one thing that I just need clarification on. There's the individual case of middle school and their rate, but you also mentioned the rate-setting process as being new and in question. And that's an entirely different beast, I would assume, right?
Right.
So, depending on the process that you use, whether you go through mediation or it ends up through a hearing process with lawyers, is that going to have any effect potentially on the rate-setting process, one way or the other, whether we go one path or the other? Is it really conceivable that if it goes through a mediation process and there are some considered changes to rate setting, that it would occur? Or is it, if there's a question along rate setting, should it really go down the path with legal advice? Or
Not
does
sure.
it not make a difference?
Not sure.
Okay. So the process is new, the rate setting?
Yeah, I don't know if I'd characterize it that way, but I think it's, fair to let the process go forward here, and we'll learn what we can from it.
Okay.
Yeah, I would think that they're separable, and that if the parties, the middle school and perhaps other independent schools, want to make an issue of the rate-setting process, there's a totally separate mechanism for doing so. This hearing would not be that setting.
Okay.
Because frankly, this board would have no authority in determining that. It would presumably, or at least we would like not to be involved in things like that. And it might be a legislative change as well.
Right.
Great.
May I just respond very briefly
Please.
to the question? I'm here to advocate on behalf of the middle school and the middle school only. My point is that if and to the extent that the hearing may elucidate how things were happening and how things are happening now, to the extent that there might have been some changes, one of the things that you may conclude is that there's a disparity in treatment that is resulting from the change. And so our argument would be that everybody should be treated uniformly. So to the extent that this may have systemic impacts or whatever, it would be, let's call it accidental and not sort of at the top of our list. Our list is simply to make sure that the rate that the middle school is receiving is fair.
Understood. Understood. Thank you.
This is a grievance process, more or less, isn't it? I mean, you're challenging this, what the rates that the agency has set. Isn't that a singular case? That shouldn't be
Yeah,
precedent.
the rates set school by school or by category?
School by school.
If it's not precedent, it
That's
could be
what I- that's what I
informative.
just wanna-
It could be
Yeah.
informative for the
Well,
board.
if I may respond to that, so one of the issues in the case, without jumping ahead,
We
is...
shouldn't get into the
Okay.
case.
All right.
Yeah,
Let's-
we don't need to I don't think we need to understand all of the potential downfield ramifications of this. Let's just stay focused on hearing, mediation, negotiation, whatever the possibilities are.
Agreed.
And then we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Is there anything else we need to discuss in this connection? Very good. Mr. Unger, thank you for coming.
Thank you for having us.
To you, John, do we have a sense of the time commitment that would be required if you're looking for board members to be able to sit on this subcommittee? Do we have a sense of the time frame necessary?
From the documents we've seen, it could be at least a day and maybe 2.
And where would that take place? And what, in 2 months from now? In 2 weeks from now?
I think
Probably.
we'd facilitate that, and, who the appointees are and the schedule and availability of folks.
But the volunteers might
We
find
consider
them.
your schedules.
No, I'm just saying the volunteers may not volunteer themselves, knowing.
You'd be paid your per diem.
Oh my gosh,
You're not a
no.
volunteer.
Try to make it as convenient
That's
as
so worth my trips to Barry too, for those other meetings.
Okay, thank you.
We had no documentation on this.
That's correct. There's nothing.
Yeah, that's true. You did
And I
not.
kept
I
looking.
received
I'm like,
some.
wait, where?
Nothing in your packet. I don't know just why. So, are you ready to move on? Very good. We're 4 minutes ahead of schedule. 3. So, Mr. Secretary, sir, we're happy to be hearing from you. Am I right? Yes. Nape.
So in your packets, we have slides of a PowerPoint presentation. I was hoping to have our head of assessment here today. He's not going to be able to make it, unfortunately. So I was just going to walk through this really quickly. And I know Professor Wolf is in the audience, who has a polished presentation on this. This topic, as I mentioned earlier, at a national conference recently, the state chiefs, the NAEP results are provoking a lot of conversations nationally due to the general decline in scores. In particular, consensus among the chiefs that there should be some focus nationally on literacy, as I mentioned earlier. But I just want to walk through this a little bit. In the first couple slides talk a little bit about a brief history of NAEP itself. I think its importance, one of the reasons it's important as a measure is that it's one of the few that we've had that's been around for a while. And so we can say that we have some longitudinal data on the NAEP. Does everyone have that? Kathy, do you have it? Okay, yep. So I won't go through the history as much, but it's important to acknowledge that it's been around for a while, so we have some longitudinal data, and basically it's administered every other year, 4th and 8th grade in Vermont. And most, if not all, our schools participate in this. In some states there are samples. Our state is small enough that we have to have a large number of schools participate. So I just, call your attention to sort of the summary of the findings. I'm not going to go through this chart by chart.
Can I ask
Yeah.
Point of personal context?
I don't know. Go for it.
I got a report recently on my student that.
Your student?
On my student, my
Yeah.
personal student, yes, that I have legal possession of right now. Is this the same test?
No, you would not get student level results on this
Not yet,
assessment.
okay.
No, not ever. So we get generalized state level results. We don't get school level results on the NAEP either. So
Okay,
it's just
I can't.
state
I
by
can't-
state.
Yeah, I can't keep them all straight when they come home.
Yeah, you should
Okay.
keep a better eye on your kids.
I should, I know. You're busy wandering around town.
Yeah, I know. Good point that out. We live in the same town, so I see his kids hanging around sometimes.
Yes.
Anyway, so these are state level results only. I should have mentioned that. So there's not school level results, just state level results. But once again, it's one of the few assessments that's been around for a while in the United States. And as you know, in the United States, education was largely an activity left to the states themselves. So our educational activities and policies vary greatly from state to state. So this is one of the few things we've had not only consistently through time, but also consistently administered across the United States. And on the bottom of page 3, just to summarize the 2019 results on a national level and compare those to the Vermont results, most states saw little or no improvement in either reading or mathematics at both grade levels that were assessed, 4th and 8th grades. Lowest performing students showed the most significant declines in scores since the last time the test was administered in 2017. In Vermont, students scored above the national average in reading at 4th and 8th grade levels and mathematics at the 8th grade level in 2019. However, students scored below the national average in grade 4 in math. Key takeaway, although the average scores in reading and math for Vermont Nation appear to show a population of students who are stagnating academically, those averages are made up of high-performing students who continue to improve, contrasted by low-performing students whose scores continue to decline. So that's a big part of the let's say interpretation of the results, is that though the average composite shows a decline, as we unpack those results, we start to see a little bit where the students on the 90th percentile continue to do fairly well, and the students in the lowest 10th percentile doing much more poorly. So that's kind of what's involved with the average.
Got a question. On page 3, you talk about the scale running from 0 to 500. How much was the decline from last administration to this administration?
I don't have that answer. That would be, I would invite our assessment folks to come back and answer that to that level of detail.
3 points.
Okay, so significant decline or not?
It's 0.6% of the scale.
Okay.
That's the size of the difference we're talking about.
I'm just going to try to provide the sort of, I don't want to interpret the findings so much as just provide a straight up, but I appreciate your opportunity.
Well, I will continue.
Yeah, okay. The, no, I think, it's a very important assessment. I just want to keep emphasizing it. It's one of the few things we have to compare ourselves in Vermont to the national level. So it's a very important piece of data for us to consider. The other thing I'd point to is a bit on page 6 when we started breaking the data a little further between gender, and we still use the National School Lunch Program as a proxy for poverty. We still have those trends in reading. Female students outperforming males for the most part. The trend appears somewhat in mathematics, but not the same consistency. And we still, have the discrepancy in performance. Use National School Lunch Program as a proxy for poverty, but the poverty issues are still there as well. But it's fair to say the overall trend for the last 5 years or so has been one of decline, both nationally and in Vermont. And just the final word I'll say on the back cover, key takeaways. Vermont's results indicate a widening gap between high-performing and low-performing. Vermont results indicate that females outperform males in reading, both for students in poverty and students that are not in poverty. This is frequently the case in mathematics, but also not always. NAEP results should not be used to make causal inferences, meaning they can't be, can't say what caused this, we don't know. The NAEP data tell us what is happening, not explicitly why it is happening. And generally our approach at the state level, and I think the same at the district level, is to use these results as one point of data, then to see correlation among other data. I would, without getting into the detail of it, I think it's fair to say we see similar trends in SBAC data as well, which is our state assessment. And that's pretty much all we have at the state level. Local districts can go further. They have benchmark assessments and so forth that they use locally that I'm sure they will use NAEP as an opportunity to invite the unpacking of those results in more detail to examine their own trends.
Mr. Secretary, a question for you. This was discussed at CCSSO. Is there any thinking that, let me back up, a year or two ago, we had the SBAC folks come see us, and there was some conversation about could the decline in scores be a result of changes in the examination itself. Well, not surprisingly, the SBAC folks said, no, we've corrected for all that.
Yeah.
And none of us had the ability to dispute that claim. Is there any reason to think that the nationwide decline that we're seeing is associated with changes in the NAEP?
Yeah, I don't know. It's there certainly. I know the CCSSO is commissioning or I should say, getting a group of chiefs who are thinking that way together with the folks behind NAEP to examine some very specific points in the data where they think that might be the case. I think from my standpoint, as long as we use these data in a general way, there's no harm in using them in a general way to elucidate our understanding of a trend.
Right.
if we want to go further and design a specific policy intervention, then I'd be very cautious. You know, as this, basically the rule of thumb would be as the stakes increase with the intervention we're designing, we want to make sure we have solid triangulation with the data before we proceed further. But I think as long as the data are used in a general way, they're useful. I think, you know, the issues that emerged, as I mentioned, at the national level around literacy as a trend. Another obvious one, for instance, I attended a panel that was staffed largely from educators from Mississippi. Mississippi is one of the states, you know, historically one of the poor performers on NAEP, has made some progress on NAEP. And so it was interesting to hear their, you know, what they've been doing essentially. And if I were to distill that down, it basically is investing in high quality instructional materials, curriculum, and making sure teachers are trained to use the curriculum. So, you know, the point I'd make is that the data is general and we could contemplate specific interventions to achieve it, but honestly the interventions that most likely we'd use are ones we've always had in our toolkit, which are make sure the students have high quality instructional materials and make sure they are before a high quality teacher as long as possible, you know. So.
Yeah, so to the question earlier, initially, of changes in the examination, which is possible, and none of us here in this room could ascertain if that's happened, but it's somewhat moot in the sense that that there's a convergence of scores in Vermont with nationwide scores that is noticeable. And I think that here in Vermont, lots of people have fancied somehow that we were significantly stronger than other states in our educational system, and the data suggests that whatever strength that was that differentiation is diminishing for whatever reason. We have no idea. So in some ways, you don't have to worry about whether the test has changed. Probably the most significant trend is that the difference between U.S. average and Vermont is diminishing.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, we also can see that in other data. So I mean,
Yeah.
the other point, particularly as I mentioned earlier, is we are digging into the Act 173, the research behind that, and particularly the UVM study. You know, surface are a fairly mediocre performance on literacy in particular at the end of third grade. I think it was less than half of students are reading proficiently at the end of third grade.
Right.
So those kinds of trends coupled with this kind of trend should be setting off alarm bells for us at least to think a little more deeply about what we're going to do about it.
Right.
I know as secretary I am thinking more deeply about what we should be doing about it, and there's a couple things I think we should be attending to. One is to ensure we have stability in the data, in our own data, and that's, as you heard me talk about SLDS and so forth. I think there's some things we can do to align our data a little better, K through 12, to ensure that we have a better understanding of what's going on. I think one of the takeaways I pulled from the 173 research is that really the only data those researchers could point to was SBAC. You know, we do a lot of other assessment at the local level in the state, but at the state level, all we have is SBAC,
Right.
which really has only been stable for about 2 years. So that's not a lot to hang our hats on. And I know there's a lot of other data out there we could be using. So I think we have some work to do at the state level. That's not going to be overly complicated to do that. But I think, you know, consistent with the goals of Act 173, I think the work is what it's always going to be, which is going to be making sure students have high quality instructional materials and that regular instruction is strong. What we would say in Acts 173 is Tier 1 instruction, making sure that's strong as possible and consistently deployed across the state as much as possible.
Here.
So this might be more of a commentary, but I was on a board when Neckleby came in, and that really transformed what we were beforehand. Vermont was trying to get its own Common Core and its own set its own ground rules and whatnot, and that pretty much subverted that process, and everything got skewed to teaching to the test, and that was a big issue for years. And I'm wondering, in terms of just how we're measuring and how we're preparing
both teachers and students for a learning experience, how much we should really depend on testing to be the decisive indicator, and how could we be doing things differently at the ground level, personal level?
I think it's it's a good point. I would agree that certainly the shift to standards is part of something that needs to be understood here, because we are aligned to the Common Core in Vermont, but the NAEP doesn't measure the same content.
Right.
So SBAC is a test that measures alignment to the Common Core, our standards, but the NAEP does not. But once again, one would think that general trends of literacy achievement and abilities would be manifest across multiple assessments, not just on one. And I would agree that's important. But I think to your question, Peter, I know we've had long-standing aspirations in this state, informally expressed by both the Superintendent's Association and the School Board Association, to have a world-class education system. I don't think we're going to achieve that unless we open ourselves up to some benchmarking at an international level. And the idea that I think formal standardized tests have gotten a bum rap to a certain extent, perhaps because we've embarked on too much testing, but they're a very important tool for us to understand how Vermont students are performing relative to their peers, not only around the state but around the world. And I think we have potential to be a world-class education. I'd hope that we'd open ourselves up to that international benchmarking as a way to get there, and not shut ourselves off from it.
We already have.
Have what?
We got pizza.
PISA?
And what's the other one?
Tim's.
Tim's. And you can crosswalk PISA and Tim's, the interstate things, and in fact, some folks out at Stanford have done exactly that. And I think we're running a little ahead of the conversation in terms of seeking out causality when we really don't know.
No one's talking about causality, Bill. We're just trying to understand the data.
Well, then SBAC and NAEP and the difference between those, they correlate with each other at about 0.5, which is 25% of the variance, which means they're really testing different things. And if you're going to look at the decline in the scores in Vermont, you're going to have to go back to about 6 or 8 years and then look at that and then compare that with what's happening nationally. The decline in the NAEP scores that we saw is just not us. It is the nation. When you look at the nation and see this kind of decline, you have to infer that there's something bigger that's going on here. And then if you start looking at the NAEP scores a little bit closer, you'll see the decline is in the bottom 5%. In other words, we're not doing well by the poor kids, and Sean Reardon has shown that that can account for 100% of the variance, and then you go back in and start looking at the school stuff. But the thing is that we've got to look at this a little more carefully and in bigger trends than just ours. I don't think the teachers have forgot how to teach or the children have forgotten how to learn. It's a matter of looking at the things that we have, and if we don't deal with poverty, we'll never solve the problem.
Dan, other states that buck the trend? Mississippi's kind of interesting because Mississippi and Alabama are two states that people always use as number 49 and 50.
The two that were highlighted at the conference were Mississippi and Washington, D.C. I haven't had a chance to look at their data yet. I haven't asked to look at Mississippi's data either.
Okay.
But we talked with those chiefs in a focused way.
Certainly not a big spending state, I would assume.
No, it's quite low.
Yeah.
No.
It's rated 51st, and I have worked with Mississippi data and know what it is. There's a thing called regression toward the mean. When you're at the very top of the curve or the very bottom of the curve, you tend to regress towards it. Mississippi literally had no place to go but up.
Yeah, that's what I would assume. But still seeing some increase. I get the whole point about no place to go but up.
One of the things that I think we sometimes forget here in Vermont is that the extraordinary demographics of this state. The state happens to have racial characteristics which, for reasons that are beyond most of us comprehending, equip this state with a 90% white population, with a population that has a significantly lower poverty rate than the national average, has by most measures significantly higher health indicators for children. We're in the number 5 to number 10 in the country in terms of the overall health of children. In general, our children have kind of what would appear to be a lot of advantages.
Statistical advantage.
Walking into the schoolhouse door. And yet, what we're seeing is those advantages appear to be dissipated through their education. That is to say, we're seeing a convergence of what ought to be an advantaged score for this little state with such an extraordinarily favorable demographic, dissipating to becoming a very ordinary score when compared to other states.
Well, also, if you look at the spending too, Mr. Chairman.
There's that as well.
That when you layer that on top of the demographic, you would expect better results.
You would. So we're not trying to get at why, but we are trying to get at what.
I think it's, to the point, though, of the average. I mean, that's where the convenience of using an average score needs to be acknowledged eyes wide open. So,
right.
You mentioned like we have better than average student health, but individual students don't have better than average health,
certainly.
right? So we have students that have very poor health outcomes and students have very good outcomes, and the resulting average is good compared to other states.
And we're looking at average scores as well.
If the trend is that bottom 5% is what's driving the average weighting, I would argue our 5% average who experience low health outcomes, there's probably a good correlation there between how they're performing on these assessments. So,
and another element of diversity can be seen in the school-by-school SBAC scores.
Yeah, and
I mean, there's a significant variation between the weakest quintile and the strongest quintile, and we need to understand better what that's about. And it would seem, when we look at numbers like this, we feel like we have to boil the ocean. We have to solve the whole problem. But in many ways, if we simply could strengthen the performance of children who are struggling, and in school districts that appear to be struggling, perhaps they're the same thing, if we could focus on those underperforming communities or individuals, we would find our averages significantly improved. We don't have to remake it all, whatever remaking might be. We could get significant improvements in these scores were we to address where the problems are most acute.
I think the other trend I forgot to mention from CCSSO that I started to notice is I think there's going to be an increased focus on rural education policy. Because a lot of, especially when we start talking about demographics, from my perspective, a lot of that conversation has been driven by urban education reform to a certain extent, and I think increasingly, we acknowledge that a large majority of our students are educated in the rural landscape in the United States, and a lot of the federal education policy really hasn't been targeted at that very specific demographic. So we have issues now, as you know, with our aging demographic trend, workforce challenges and so forth. So the larger lens of rural economic development, social development, education development is gaining some traction among the chiefs anyway. So I think there'll be an increased focus and probably an opportunity for Vermont to inform renewed energy on rural education policy.
All right, it's been a good conversation. I think it's time to invite up Art Wolf, whom I invited to come here with us today because I know that he has a long-standing interest in data like this. I went back through my files and found, shows you what a wonk I am, I found from year 2002, I think it was an article by you, Art, the heading almost precisely the same as the one that recently appeared in Digger.
Yeah.
Why don't you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah. Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity to come here. My name is Art Wolf. I am an emeritus professor of economics at UVM, just retired this past year. I have had a very long interest in Vermont economics and Vermont education, starting back when I was the state economist for Governor Cunin back in the late 80s when the chair was a senator at that time. And I've been interested in it for a number of reasons. I'm interested in it because we spent a lot of money on education, about $1.6 billion. That's K through 12, or pre-K through 12. It's about 40% of all the tax revenues that are collected by state and local governments in Vermont go for K through 12 education. So it's a large amount of money. And I'm also interested in it because we want to look at how effective that money is, because what are we getting for our money as taxpayers, and what are the students who are on the receiving end of that, how well are they going to be prepared for the life they're going to be leading as a result of their education in Vermont. So I started investigating this and writing about it when I was working for the governor, and I've continued doing it. So I have a PowerPoint here, which I'm going to have to get a crook. Yeah, but I don't. So I'm going to be turning my head. That's all right. I can do it this way. So first of all, as the conversation just mentioned, Vermont is very different than the United States in a number of dimensions, and I've been focusing on Vermont's demographics in terms of aging for about the last 10 or 15 years. But we're obviously very different demographically in terms of the racial and ethnic composition of the state. And if we look at the school children in the United States, less than half of them are non-Hispanic white students. And I'm using census and US DOE definitions of race and ethnicity. And so black and white are races, Hispanic is an ethnicity. Okay, so there are differences there. So fewer than half the students in the United States are white, and about 15% are black, and a little over a quarter are Hispanic. And you can see by the numbers in Vermont, it's tiny numbers. So we are very different. And I think that's important when we look at these test results, the NAEP tests, and to reiterate what the secretary said, the NAEP test, the National Assessment of Educational Progress, are given by the U.S. Department of Education to a sample of students in every state in the United States. The Smarter Balance tests are given in Vermont to every school. I think every child takes them, right? So the Smarter Balance test, you can compare schools in Vermont, but you can't do much national comparison because there's only about a dozen or so states that use that test. So your ability to compare Vermont's students to other students is very limited. The NAEP test is one of the few tests that exists, or few measures that exist, where we can compare Vermont to the rest of the country. So what I did was essentially take that into account and say, we need to compare Vermont students to their peers nationally. And their peers nationally is not the entire student body of the United States, because we know that minority students and minority population in the United States are at a disadvantage when it comes to the white population. They have lower average incomes, they have higher poverty rates, more unemployment, more kids in single-parent families. Immigrants are, a lot of them are in the Hispanic category, and a lot of them don't speak English at home. We don't have those issues in Vermont. Well, I shouldn't say we don't have them. They're a very, very small percent of the population. So the relevant comparison, if we want to compare Vermont to other states, the relevant comparison is not to the entire U.S. student population, but to the U.S. white student population. And in fact, we need to compare Vermont white students to white students nationally. And we can do that. We can't compare Vermont black or Hispanic students to those students nationally because the sample sizes in the NAEP test are so small that they don't give any data out for Vermont. Okay, so
on the poverty thing, doesn't our free and reduced lunch population come in at about 40%?
I will be addressing that in my talk. And so if you wait a few minutes, Bill, I'd be glad to answer your questions or your criticisms at that time. So what I did was I looked at the two grades, 4th and 8th grade, and the two tests, math and reading, and looked at how Vermont compares to other states in terms of the white student population. And I did it in two ways. Number one, is there's the scale score that the Secretary was talking about, but they also publish, the US DOE also publishes these results in terms of something that is more understandable than a number like 257, which doesn't mean anything to anybody. And they divide the student test results into a number of categories. Below basic, which means really bad. Basic, which means they sort of have understood some of the material that they should understand for that grade level in that subject. Proficient, which means they do a good job at mastering the material they should know in that subject. And then advanced, which is they're doing really well.
Proficient is kind of like at grade level? Is that
No,
sort of what
proficient would be, yeah, I mean, I kind of read through the way they do it, and I would say that below basic is like a D or an F. Basic is maybe a C or a C+. Proficient, B minus, B, B+, and advanced in the A range. I mean, that's really a broad generalization, but that's the way I think of it. If you're doing proficient, which is the measure I use in my things here, is you're doing a good job at educating your kids at what they should know at that grade level. And I actually have the official census definition and thing later on in my deck if you really want to do that at the end, but I didn't want to get into the minutia here. So, and then what I did was I went through the process of doing this for every state and finding out what Vermont's ranking was. So if we take the 4th grade math test, we can see that Vermont looks like they do about average nationally, just for all students, about 40% proficient or above. And we rank 33rd, so the bottom half, but not too far from average. If we only look at white students, Vermont doesn't do very well at all. Only 40% of 4th grade white students in Vermont score proficient or better on the 4th grade math test. 52% of students nationally do, and we ranked 47th in the nation among white students. And that's white students in every state, not just white students in Vermont compared to everybody else. So we're looking at just white students totally. So if we were number 1, we'd be great. If we were number 50, we'd be pretty bad. Okay, so that's math. So I'm just going to go through this fairly quickly, but I'm sorry. Oops, I think I'm going the wrong way. I'm not sure what that was for. Okay, so what about 8th grade math? Same thing. For all students, Vermont looks like we do better than the national average. 38% of 33 proficient or better, almost top 10, number 11. If we look only at white students, we're below the national average, and we rank down in the almost in the bottom third. Well, in the bottom third, pretty much in the states, right? 31. Not so good. If we look at the reading tests in 4th grade, again, better than average if we look at everybody, top third of the states. But if we only look at white students in Vermont compared to white students nationally, we're below the national average, and we're down in the bottom 6 states, number 44. Hardly what I'd call a good score. If we look at 8th grade reading, again, Vermont looks great, 4th in the nation if we look at everybody. If we only look at white students, we're exactly average. And I'm not sure why I don't have the 4th grade math somehow. I'm sorry, 8th grade math? Or 8th? I think I thought I was missing one. Maybe not.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Yeah.
All students, white students, we're mostly white students.
Right.
Right. Well, that's why if you look at Vermont, for example, for all students, 48% of them are above proficient or above. If you look at white students, it's 49%. Those numbers are almost going to be the same for all of these because 90% of the kids in Vermont are white.
Right.
There's the Hispanic and the Black and Asian and Native American and the Pacific Islanders, which are also small. They're going to pull the average down a little bit. So that's why white students is all.
Half.
Pardon?
That's right.
Most students, white is half.
Yeah, remember, it's
Or
less
less.
than half.
Or
Yeah,
less
I
than
mean,
half.
for the school population of the United States is a majority-minority country. And in 15 or 20 years, the entire population of the United States will be majority-minority. That is, the white population of the U.S. in 2040 or something will be less than 50%. And Vermont, it'll still be probably about 80%, 90%. But yeah, so the school-age population already reflects that large number of, majority of essentially Hispanics and Blacks, but also some other ethnic and racial groups. So yeah, so that white student is always looking at the U.S. white and Vermont white. And so again, for this one, we're average. I'm sorry, I didn't do this one yet. So the other one is there was a science test given to in every state in 2015. In 2017, they do it every 2 years. 2017, 2019, it was only reading and math. But in 2015, they did a science test. And in 4th grade, again, we look great, second in the nation. But if we look at only the white students in Vermont, only 25th in the nation. And with 8th grade, same thing. 5th in the nation if we look overall. The headlines that all the media would report would be number 5th best in the nation. But if you look at only white students, again, we're pretty much average in terms of the percent, and the ranking 21st, there's 50 states, we're not that much above average. So that's kind of the general pattern. Bill mentioned, what about poverty? And so let's look at that. Now, how do we measure poverty? Basically, the measure of poverty that the NAEP folks use is the percent of students on free and reduced price lunch. And just to give you a sense for what that means, free lunch is, your family has to earn less than 130% of poverty level of income. So for a family of 4, that would be a family of 4 earning less than about $33,000. Reduced price means you can earn up to 185% of poverty. So between 130% and 185%. Those are national numbers, yeah. And that's about...
That money goes differently in certain areas.
Well, yeah. I mean, New York City, $30,000 is going to be a lot less than Oklahoma, $30,000. But that goes up to $48,000. I will point out, I'm going to show you what these numbers are, but remember, Vermont, there's a real incentive for administrators to get as many students as they can on the free and reduced price lunch, because you get 125% of the per pupil grant if you're in there. So if you're a principal, you want to beat the bushes and make sure every kid that can possibly qualify qualifies. If you're a principal in Oklahoma, you're probably not that concerned, because Vermont, I think, is the only state that has such a significant amount of money attached to a poor kid in terms of the way state money is divvied out. I haven't looked at that in great detail, but I think that is a true statement. There's probably very few states that give any significant extra amounts. I'm talking about more than 5 or 10%. 25% is huge. So there's a real incentive for Vermont to have a lot of poor kids, or for your school to have a lot of poor kids, because it's worthwhile. Okay.
And they get
free meals. Pardon?
I'm sorry. And they get free meals.
Well, the kids get free meals, but I'm saying the district's going to get money. That's not including the lunch money. I mean, this is real money we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, these things are not audited very heavily, so who knows what's going on. But again, there's a real incentive in Vermont to get these numbers higher than other states. So when we look at poor kids in Vermont, remember. If every state went to the effort that Vermont principals and administrators went to, their poverty numbers would probably be higher. So a lot of the kids who are listed as poor in Vermont would probably not be considered poor in other states, because they wouldn't qualify, because there hasn't been the outreach. That's the only point I'm making, if you can understand that.
There's some skepticism around the table about the validity of this.
You can ignore that statement then, and the numbers are still amazing.
Well, all I'm getting at is, if you're able to furnish an analysis that explains what you're describing, that would be useful.
Sure.
It is worth noting that in Vermont, the percentage of citizens who are coded as eligible for Social Security disability insurance is appreciably higher than the national average in a state which has very high health indicators. So it's a little hard to explain that. Similarly, the percentage of students who are coded as eligible for special education is appreciably higher than the national average.
I actually have a slide on that later on.
There's some evidence that, at the very least, this is kind of a inclusive and soft-hearted interpretation of the rules. Some evidence, or at least crude evidence.
Okay. So having said that, let's just look at the numbers. So if we look at the 4th grade math, so again, let's only look at white poor kids compared to white poor kids nationally. And those would be kids that are eligible for free and reduced price lunch. So in the United States, on the 4th grade math test, 35% of the poor kids in 4th grade, poor white kids in 4th grade who are eligible for free and reduced price lunch, score proficient or better. Okay. In Vermont, only 28% do. So among poor kids, Vermont poor white kids do worse than poor white kids nationally in terms of percent proficient, and we rank one of the lowest states in the nation in how well we're serving, if you want to, well, I shouldn't say that's editorial, how well they do. If we look at kids who are not eligible, essentially middle-class Vermont kids, that's the bottom row, 61% of U.S. white middle-class kids get proficient or better on that test, and in Vermont it's only 48%, and we're 49th in the nation. So whether you're a middle-class poor white kid in Vermont or a poor white kid in Vermont, you do significantly worse than you would do if you're a poor white kid, either poor white kid or a middle-class white kid nationally.
Just a point about that. So I know that many schools feel at times, understandably, sort of overwhelmed by the challenge of dealing with children who come from difficult circumstances, as partly as measured by the free and reduced lunch. But the degree to which our schools actually encounter that is appreciably less than schools in other states. The average free and reduced lunch rate in nationwide is 52% of children are eligible for free and reduced lunch. And according to other data, 2017, and it's 38%, probably 4 to 5 difference, 80% difference. So that although it's a very serious concern to every educator and this board, we are actually less burdened by that than other states.
I've got to ask one question here, and it shows up in this chart here. You're using an ordinal ranking, right?
That's a ranking, yeah.
It's an ordinal ranking.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that it doesn't have equal percentile intervals, and it's not a ratio scale. And what that means is it bunches up the center of your distribution when you rank order. And
Okay.
what happens is that means that accelerates that number at 48, 49, because it is picking up all those states that are clustered together in one place. And so what happens is the metric systematically overestimates. If you'd used a scale score, you would have been safe. But
I would get the same ranking of the scale score.
No, the problem
Well, I would think the two would be extremely highly correlated.
Well, I was going to mention that there's a problem mathematically on Bill's line with comparing this percents from different states on an ordinal basis. So, the biggest obvious failing of that analysis is the fact that Vermont only has 75,000 students versus states that have many more. I mean, if anything stands out for Vermont compared to other states is the few number of students we have. So if I put it to you this way, if I were going to give a test in 2 different classrooms, and one classroom had 8 kids in it and the other had 30 kids on it, the percentage of kids passing is going to be highly variable in a group of a small sample like Vermont, whereas a class with 30 kids. My point is states that are much larger are going to have much more stable gravitation towards the mean. The average is going to be a much more accurate prediction. Vermont is such a small sample, it's highly unreliable.
So it's amusing at the very least that quibbling about ranking numbers happens when we're at the bottom, but I haven't heard you quibble about the times when we're at the front and top.
Can I make a couple statements on
both ends of the tail.
No, number one is that I'm sure the statisticians at the Department of Education understand sample size issues and make the sample size large enough that the margin of errors are roughly the same for all states.
Yeah, that's why we use scale scores, not percentages, though.
Okay.
We would not, I mean, you made that assumption right up front that your statement was something like scale scores are too hard to understand.
Right.
The reason we don't use scale scores because they're hard to understand is because they're accurate. You know,
okay.
The percentage is a covers
I
that
think,
huge
though,
variation.
if we're dealing with Vermonters who are spending money on their taxes, they want to know what the results are. I think.
Oh, I agree with you.
Something
But
let me also deal with the small size issue, and that is
Well,
that
let me make it worse for you.
Hang on, Bill. Let him just finish with.
So there is a school district, a state by U.S. Department of Education measurements that is not a state, and it's called the U.S. Department of Defense Education System. And that is the school system for all members of the military, all the kids of members of the military whose parents are stationed abroad. Okay, obviously if you're stationed in Fort Benning, you're gonna go to the schools, the local schools. But if you're stationed in Tokyo or Okinawa or Berlin or somewhere in Germany, the Department of Defense runs a school system for you. That school system has about 70,000 students, pretty much the same as Vermont. That school system has a racial and demographic profile very similar to the US, 40% minority students, just like the US. And they come out on every one of these tests as one of the top, I shouldn't say everyone, I think everyone, but almost all of them, as one of the top performing school districts in the nation. I don't know what they do, but they're small. They have a demographic profile very different than Vermont, very similar to the rest of the US, and their white students are like number 1, number 2, number 3 of any state in the US. The third thing I want to say is that if we look at Mississippi, which has been brought up in some discussion here, I would say that Mississippi students do better than Vermont students. If we look at white Mississippi students, and remember, you know, Mississippi is a poor state. They got a lot of poor black kids in that state, and a huge number, and I assume a very large number of poor Hispanics. So if we look at the 4th grade math test, Mississippi ranks 14th in the nation, right? Vermont ranked down like 47th. If we look at poor white kids in Mississippi, that is by free and reduced lunch, Mississippi white kids ranked 3rd best in the nation. If we look at Mississippi middle class kids who are white, on the 4th grade math test, they are number 1 in the nation. So Mississippi has an excellent school system.
Very segregated.
It is very segregated, and if we looked at the black student results, I'm sure they would look very different compared to national averages. But I just want to point out that when you start cutting the data this way, you get some very different results in terms of what's going on in terms of student outcomes, student results. If we look at 8th grade math, again, the poor kids in Vermont, poor white kids in Vermont do just like the poor white kids nationally. If we look at middle income kids in Vermont, white kids in Vermont compared to middle income kids nationally, below average. I don't need to go through all these.
Can I ask just one on the non-eligible though? So
Yeah.
that means you're, so there is a little bit of a distinction here, I think, that I'm starting to pick up on here, that if you're not eligible for free and reduced lunch, that just means that your family income is over a certain number.
That's right, over about $48,000 for a family of 4.
Now, Connecticut and Massachusetts, I think, are 2 of the highest earning states in the country per capita.
Right. Yep.
So it doesn't take into account the high end, though, that you may have an average family income of $175,000 or whatever it is. So you may be comparing that. So when you talk about non-eligible in a state like Vermont, where you don't have a lot of really, really high earners, I would assume, you're comparing a family that makes $50,000 a year to a family that makes $300,000 a year.
Yeah, well,
to some extent. I know that this is very broad stuff.
Yeah, first of all, I've got to remember that the populations are different in Connecticut and Vermont. And if we look at what percent of families earn over, let's say, 100,000 or 200,000, I don't know those off the top of my head. But they're going to be a little bit different. I don't think they're going to be hugely different, but there will be some difference. I don't think that's what's driving these numbers. If we look at inequality, for example, in Vermont by the Gini coefficient, we're one of the least unequal states in the nation by that measure. So yeah, Connecticut's got a lot of families that earn over $1 million. But again,
they might not be going to public school either.
Pardon?
They may
not go to public schools. Yeah.
May I interject about your point about the military students who are overseas?
Yeah.
I understand that yes, it's the same size as Vermont, but if you do think about it, the level of at-home care that they're getting. So their parents are all in the military, they have a job, and then you look at Vermont, we have unemployed people here, whereas all these students who are stationed overseas with their parents, that implies that their parents are employed. So that can also be that you're not taking into account when you compare these military students to these Vermont students, the fact that there are unemployed parents and kids that go home and probably don't have dinner on the table, whereas if you have an employed parent and you're stationed overseas, you're probably going to have dinner on the table.
Yeah, remember the
What?
unemployment.
Yeah.
I remember the
Like-
unemployment rate in Vermont is about 2%, so it's pretty low, and you know, they would be eligible for free and reduced lunch. But, yeah.
I know there's no better numbers that we can gather
I
on
mean,
this
I'm just-
because income is hard to, we've been told, it's very hard to get that data other than these broad categories that we have.
Yeah, but remember, Vermont is overwhelmingly white, and we have, and minorities have many more, higher percentages of single-parent families, and than Vermont does. And since Vermont doesn't have the minorities, we don't have that issue in Vermont. I mean, there are some income numbers that we have that are very interesting, to me anyway. If you take the median family income of married couple families in Vermont, it's about $85,000, which is much higher than most people think it is.
How does that compare nationally?
Nationally, it's not that different.
We're in the middle range.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, same thing with 8th grade reading. One other measure of performance that we have is completion of high school. And so one way of looking at that is by looking, how do you measure high school dropout rates? There's many different ways that you can measure it. One way that the U.S. Department of Education measures it is what percent of 16 to 24-year-olds have dropped out of high school. And so if you look at Vermont, it looks like we're pretty good. Only 4% of that population has dropped out of high school compared to 6% nationally. We rank in the top 10 states in the nation. If we look at white students in Vermont, it's not that much different than the national average. So again, if we think about how do we measure educational success, well, one measure of educational success is getting out of high school. And once you adjust for our racial and ethnic profile, we're not that much better than the U.S. So these are, sorry, it might be hard to read, but these are some of the kind of the things that I think you've been talking about, John, in terms of comparison. So if we look at education and other inputs, what they look like. Inputs is probably a bad idea. But if we look at student-teacher ratios in Vermont, we have the lowest student-teacher ratio in the country. So that should mean, I think most people would think, that should mean you're going to get better economic performance, educational performance if you have low student-teacher ratios. We're the lowest in the nation. Student-staff ratios, lowest in the nation. Class size, which is a different metric than teacher-student ratio. Student-teacher ratio is just taking the total number of students in a school and dividing it by the total number of teaching staff, which includes art teachers, gym teachers, music teachers. The average class size is how many kids are actually in front of a teacher in a classroom. And the education department doesn't measure that very often. The last time was, about 7 years ago. But we have the lowest average elementary class size and one of the lowest average high school class sizes in the country. Our teachers make slightly lower average salaries than the U.S., but it's still 15th highest in the nation. We have more teachers that have master's degree than the national average. So those all should suggest better educational outcomes, but as my other slide showed, I don't think that's the case. If we look at the percent of students that are under the IDEA program, we are one of the highest in the nation. That's, so why is that? Is there something about our students? Well, the problem with that metric is that 5 of the top 12 states for the percent of IDEA students are in New England. So the Northeast tends to have a very high percent, and I think that's more of a policy issue than an underlying student demographic issue. So I don't think that our students are more difficult to educate. It's just that we tend to put more of them, as do a lot of other states in the Northeast, into these special programs. So that you know, that's something we have to be careful about. If we look at English language learners, almost 10% of all students in the nation are ELL students. In Vermont, it's under 2%. We're the second lowest in the nation. The only state with fewer is West Virginia. And anytime we are similar to West Virginia, I always get kind of queasy and shudder because I don't like to be compared to West Virginia. Free and reduced lunch, and I think you've used this number a few minutes ago, John. Nationally, it's 52%. In Vermont, it's 38%, ninth lowest. And again, that's with that stipulation that I think we try harder than other states to get more students up there. And then in the one to me that is extremely important is that we are one of the highest spending states in the nation in terms of spending per student. We're about 65%. We spend 65% more per student than the average state in the U.S. If you want to bring that into dollars, that's about $600 million. We spend more than Massachusetts. We spend more than New Hampshire. I think the only states that spend more than us are Connecticut, New Jersey, and maybe New York. I can't remember. But we spend a lot to get what I think are fairly mediocre results by my measures.
And when you say the amount they're spending, that's taxpayer dollars, not like private schools and things like that.
This is just yeah.
Okay, because there are more.
Yeah,
other states have like more private schools that
this is public school spending.
Okay.
In those states that you named, most of those states, at least when you read newspapers and other accounts, that actually is attributable to teacher salaries, like in New Jersey. But your slide here shows that our teachers are actually paid less than the national average. So it's interesting, the states that you listed out are states that I typically hear high education costs are related to, at least in part, to teacher salaries. And here, we're one of the highest spending states, yet it doesn't look like it's attributable to
No, it's
salaries.
attributable to the top
the
line.
ratio.
It's the ratio that drives everything. It's the low student teacher ratio that drives the spending. Yeah. So basically, my conclusion is that because of our demographic differences, we would expect to see much better outcomes than national average and much better outcomes than we do see. And I think that essentially taxpayers are spending a lot of money and not getting their money's worth for it. So thanks for your time, and I'll be glad to answer any questions. I have some supplemental slides that I didn't want to get into, but if the conversation goes that way, I can show them.
Thank you. We've got about 6 minutes before our next item, so there's some time for further comment.
That gives me maybe just enough time if I take the whole 6 minutes.
I'd rather you don't.
In addition to this thing about the scale and it being not equal intervals, that's the number one thing that's distorting the data. The second thing is you notice that throughout this is the percent proficient was always the metric, not the scale score. What happens there is if you have a kid, here's the proficiency mark, and if you come right up to here, but don't go over that line, you get a 0. You're not counted. And so there's a tremendous amount of achievement that would be picked up on a scale score that is just not even seen in the data. And so that's a real problem.
So let me ask you this. If you did this, and I bet you could, if you gave us similar tables based on scale scores, would it be totally different results, or what?
No, it would still show that there's a problem here.
What's the problem? Describe it. I'm not...
Oh, okay, and I'll give you a reference. Sean Reardon at Stanford, who does the poverty work, just came out with an article 2 weeks ago. We can find it on the web. He accounts for 100% of the variance in test scores to poverty. Okay, now I don't believe that, but he did it in terms of the statistics. But he established this as a threshold of dealing with poverty before you can deal with anything else.
So we have less poverty than the national average.
Well, hang on. we know that
All
our
6
low
minutes are up.
performance is in the bottom part of the distribution, right? So that's where the poverty is. And here, after you deal with poverty, then you can have an effect with all the other things, such as smaller class size. But if you try to deal with these things that we know are true for better instruction without dealing with poverty, we will not succeed. We have to do the two pieces together, and that's where we have really failed.
I would just, again, we're now talking anecdotal stories, but I would, again, look at the Department of Defense, how well those students do. And people who go into the military tend to come from lower stratas of society economically and socioeconomically. Military pay is not the highest in the world. These people are probably what you would consider disadvantaged by many measures, and yet their performance ranks up there in the top. And by the way, it's not just for white students, it's also for minority students.
But Art, that's a self-selecting group. I mean, that's like measuring Catholics or something.
I don't know. It's self-selecting it's not a real high self-selecting group, though. It's people that want to go in the military.
Yeah,
and,
but they've got a cultural attitude about.
Yeah, and then like the way you raise your kids. So if you are like from a military household, you have to, presume that there is some sense of like more structure.
That's made every day.
Yeah, and so like I think having that, more tentative parents, is going to lead to, a better childhood. And so I think, yes, it's nice to look and be like, look, over here they have got the same amount of kids as we do and they're doing better. We should try and be like them. But it's not a perfect comparison. It's kind of apples to oranges.
I guess the takeaway that I didn't write up here is I would look at the states that are doing well by, by my metric, and say, what can we learn from them? What is the Defense Department schools like? Has anybody ever talked to somebody that is an administrator from them and said, how do you run your schools? Go down to Massachusetts and say, okay, what do you do differently than we do?
Right.
Because your performance is really good. You might even want to go to Mississippi.
John, I think I will say one thing, that I love Bill's comments on this, but is going to be confusing to the 62% of 8th grade students that didn't score proficient in math. The scaled approach is just too, I think your approach is much simpler. I think that the scaled discussion is just, for the point of presenting it to taxpayers, this is a much easier, and I don't think it's statistically unfair.
But to Bill's point is whether you're right below the proficiency level or all the way down here, you're still marked as not being proficient. So he's kind of getting at that maybe Vermont has more kids right below proficiency, whereas other states have a scattered number of students that are below proficient and even scoring like zeros on tests. So in a sense, yes, it would both make sense, but then just
Well, you got a 64 on a test, you fail.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you missed it by 1 point.
So can I just say something? The military has been one of the most progressive institutions. They were well ahead in integration, and I'm sure that reflects in how they're conducting their education. It's a captive audience, and they're doing a great job. You're highlighting the accenting, as Cole Porter song, the negative. What? Are you going back to student-teacher ratio? How do you address this from your standpoint as an observer and we tried the student-teacher ratio during the Douglas administration didn't fly. We've done Act 46. Where are you going with this in policy?
You're going to solutions.
Yes.
We're not ready to leap across a clear understanding of problems. Directly to solutions. We're just trying to know what are the facts.
Why stop now?
Well, number one, because we're out of time, and number two, the point of this is to have an analysis of the meaning and the interpretation of the scores, and we have two different perspectives about that, and we need to move on. We certainly are not ready to talk about solutions because we don't even have a clear statement of what the problem might be.
We just got to get a demonstration of what the
I would like to just observe, though, that whatever anxieties we might have, some of us might have about whether we're delivering the high-performing education we would like to think we're delivering, I'm very pleased to see that a student member of this board, who is a sophomore, was the first to point out and point out some conceptual challenges with part of this analysis, and that's a form of critical thinking that I applaud, and I don't want to embarrass you in any way, but I just did. But nonetheless,
I was impressed.
you're
And
emblematic.
that's our promise.
If you're typical of what's happening in schools, hooray.
I'll delete my PowerPoint.
So we thank you, Art, for your time and your talent and for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're gonna, I think we move right on. Oh, we take a break. Oh, darn. Okay, let's take a quick break and let's get back here. So, Donna, will you introduce the topic, please?
Certainly. This is Donna Russo-Savage from the Agency of Education, and you all have received the green sheet, I believe, and the Barnard's proposal. That does say draft at the top of Barnard's proposal. They've since submitted a new version that doesn't say draft, but it's exactly the same as what you've received. Just to give you a little bit of context to pull you into what this issue is before you today, in 2017, the State Board of Education approved the proposal by a study committee in Windsor Central and one district that was outside of Windsor Central SU to form a unified union school district. The vote was favorable in all except one district, the Barnard School District, and under the terms of Act 156 of 2012, a modified unified union school district was formed. And just to remind you of what that is a unified union school district, so it's pre-K through 12 for all of the towns that voted yes to merge, and for the one town that did not, Barnard, it is only a grade 7 through 12. It's one district that's pre-K through 12 for everyone except for Barnard. It is 7 through 12, which is the grades that for which Barnard was a member of the Union High School. That means that the Barnard Elementary School District is still an independent school district at this point. So they are two separate districts. Let me just think of the next. When the Section 9 proposals were presented to you, the Barnard School Board came forward and asked you to please not merge them, that they wanted to be able to continue in the path that they were continuing. They were having conversations with the modified union school district, but they would like to continue and be their own separate school district, and indicated that there were certain concerns they had regarding pre-K and other issues. In your order that you issued last November, just about exactly a year ago, you conditionally merged the district. That is, you did not have the authority to require the modified unified union school district to merge, but you did have the authority to require Barnard to merge. So in your order of November 30th of last year, you said, we require Barnard to merge if the modified unified union school district voters want to have them and vote to have them. The conversations continued between the two school boards. The modified unified union school district board chose not to present this issue to the voters. They have reached some agreements about potential amendments to the articles of agreement that would make the Barnard School District feel more confident about entering into a full relationship with them and becoming part of the pre-K through 12 district. And so now they are going through the process that's been in statute for decades. It's under Section 721 of Title 16 that it's essentially, if you approve of what their proposal is today, it would be 2 steps. It would be the voters of Barnard would vote whether they would like to join the modified union school district for all grades, pre-K through 12. And then if that was successful, the modified unified union school district voters would vote, which would include Barnard, which is a weird little thing,
do we accept you as a full member? So they're asking now to you, coming now to you to ask, is it okay if we present this proposal to our voters to become full pre-K through 12 members? One thing that's just a little bit unusual about this is that they are conditioning it on agreement by the MUD voters that the articles of amendment be amended further. The articles of agreement be amended further, so they can talk with you about those details. And I'm here to answer any questions procedurally if you have.
Thank you, thank you, Donna. Ms. Park and Ms. Fraser, would you come to the table, please? And if you will introduce yourselves for the record, welcome back.
Yeah.
I'm Corinne Park, Chair of the Barnard District School Board. And I'm Pamela Fraser, and I'm on the 721 Committee of the Barnard School District, and I'm also a Barnard 7 through 12 member of the Windsor Central MUD Board.
Question for you. Did you together write this analysis, or one or the other of you?
The letter that we sent
No,
you?
no.
Yes, we wrote it together.
Well, I want to applaud you. I think it's lucid, it's clear. It took me a while to get over a year's vacation from this challenge, and your communication did a great job setting the stage for our understanding. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I trust you all have had an opportunity to review these materials. Do you have questions? No questions. I'll ask you, what do you think the prospects are that the voters will approve this?
I would say it's unclear. It's hard to know. I think they're good based upon the original merger vote, conversations that happened then, and the biggest concerns that were hurdles at that point, where we had a significant number of people on the fence regarding merger, not necessarily against merger per se, but concerns about particular articles of agreement.
Yep.
Presenting that now with the new articles of agreement and two specifically that were focused upon to change, I believe that a good number of those voting, should they come to the polls, it would skew it the other way towards a favorable vote. And that was the sort of premise of our discussions with the MUD board last fall and leading up to December, when they chose not to forcibly bring us in, but say, okay, we will come to the table, try to address some of these concerns that they wanted to do in any case through policy. So based on that, I think the chances are good. It's interesting because so much time has gone by since the original merger. There was so much discussion then, and tomorrow we will have a second informational meeting this fall on this vote. And you see the same handfuls of people come to the table, and I'm hoping that we can bring out more of the town to get a better sense of, where the majority of the town is at. So, yeah. Anything to add to that?
No, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about getting out the people to vote and changing some minds.
Yeah.
People need to understand that this is a very different proposition than the one that they would have voted against before.
It is. And I think that when you're looking at the question of merger, there were sort of those points of concerns that I think are abated. And then there's the other sort of bigger, foundational questions or philosophic questions around, is it better to have your independent district? And those pieces haven't really changed, right? So that will still be a part of the debate. But the piece that was a stumbling block for certain people, I think those have been addressed so that we might get more, the majority to vote yes, should the right people come out.
I would agree and say it like this, that there are some people that were always going to vote for a merger no matter what, didn't really care that much about the terms. There was people that are never going to vote for merger no matter what, and then there's all the people in the middle that did care about the terms, and I do think that we improved the terms not as well as I would have liked, but
Right,
substantially.
right.
So.
So it's a communication challenge for you.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
So
Peter?
it's interesting to see how the dynamics and how the language has actually changed between when we were dealing with all this head-on a year ago or more, and how the conversation has evolved into beyond what town lines to a broader context of community and sharing and whatnot. And I mean, from my perspective, where I live, and there was one district very close by that was very resistant to this, it really has changed. And I'm wondering, has anything like that happened in Barnard? You know, I mean, there was certainly some strong resistance. Has that ebbed in any way to see how it's unfolded and it may be less threatening or possible, envisioning more possibilities for students and whatnot?
Yeah, I think that the concerns are still there. There's, and I think many people, even people that will vote for this, are still concerned about some of the possibilities of things that could happen in consolidation, restructuring, closure, those sorts of things. And I think that if you notice, we didn't talk about any new educational programming or possibilities because we don't see that that's been a part of the conversation, and we also don't see that that's happened in Windsor Central. I'm on the board, so I don't vote on the elementary issues, but I know what's happening. And I don't, you know, and that's not to demean it. It's just to say that there's not some amazing new opportunities because of merger.
Okay.
So I don't, and I think it's important to note that what we feel are the benefits of a possible merger are less grandiose than a lot of people that probably have presented in the past, certainly under Act 46. We feel that it could provide some financial stability, and that is the strongest reason that we're presenting to voters when we talk to them about it.
Thank you.
I'll just add one interesting tidbit, which I think is, you know, it could be characterized as sort of unfortunate, but one thing that we've experienced being a small school relative to the way Title I funds are distributed, we're small enough that we're not identified as a Title I school. This is my understanding, a Title I school. At the federal level, so that the way those funds can be distributed across the SU prohibits essentially the funds being used to actually fund an interventionist in our building. So we can get other types of support through that grant, but that's something that, you know, because of the way the federal grant works, we can't receive that. So, you know, I would say that's unfortunate that that is the case, but what that means is that if we enter into merger, that's one example of a concrete way that our students will be able to benefit by being a part of that larger structure. And that's something that, you know, hits directly at their educational experience. And it's certainly really important. So there's a couple of examples, you know, of things like that, which have less to do with the efficiencies of a larger board structure or programming, but more kind of, you know, details of circumstance that play into, you know, the pros and cons of merger.
You perhaps have addressed this, and I don't remember it. What happens if the voters vote no?
The issue is over, at least for the
And you remain?
And we would just remain as we are an independent district, an NMED, I guess, connected with a.
Is that correct? Donna, is that your understanding?
Correct. They remain a pre-K through 6 district, and they would still be part of the MUD for 7 through 12.
Right.
And the MUD would remain.
Okay. All right. Board, we move forward only by considering a motion.
Can I just share one last thing with you? The superintendent, Mary Beth Banyas, planned to be here with us, and she had a family emergency, so she asked me to read this short.
Oh, please do.
Thank you. Dear Board of Education members, I apologize for being unable to speak to you in person this afternoon. An unexpected situation has occurred that has interfered with my ability to be present. I wanted to communicate the full support of the Windsor Central Unified District Board for Barnard's merger proposal. The board has always welcomed Barnard joining our merged districts, but has felt that it was important for the town of Barnard enter voluntarily and not be forced into the district. Board members have worked collaboratively with Barnard representatives to craft articles of agreement that are designed to provide clarity around critical decision-making processes to both Barnard voters and constituents of the merged district. The merged district remains hopeful that the townspeople of Barnard vote to voluntarily join our merged districts. Respectfully, Mary
Thank
Beth
you.
Banyas.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Would you
May I?
like to just
Yeah.
allude to the motion?
That the State Board of Education approve the Barnard School Board's proposal to request voter authorization to apply the admission to the Windsor Central Modified Union School District pursuant to 16 VSA Section 721A effective July 1st, 2020. That the State Board of Education confirm that if the Barnard School District votes in the affirmative and subsequently the Windsor Central Modified Union School District votes to approve Barnard's admission, then the Modified Union School District will be a unified union school district.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? I would just observe that I think you've done a pretty good job of negotiating an improvement of terms, especially in light of the fact that you probably didn't have a whole lot of leverage. Nice work.
I think, part of the tribute to these two is how much we've seen them.
Exactly.
Over the last year and a half or so, they've
Exactly.
become
Deja vu all over
recurring
again, yeah.
characters
Right.
here at our board meetings. So
Ferocious.
your diligence is noted.
So are you ready for the question? All those in favor of adopting the motion as presented, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? The ayes have it. You've adopted the Secretary's recommendation and go forth, do good work,
Yeah, good
convince a
luck.
lot of
Good luck.
voters. Now it's all about convincing voters.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good work. Thank you.
Yeah, that is.
Wow. It's been a long haul for these folks.
Yeah, sure has.
We are going to move on to item L if the parties concerned are here. Please come to the table. Who's representing the agency? Nice to see you. Is there anybody speaking for the agency before you come up?
Saw that Deborah Ormsby was on the,
Yes, I thought so also. Emily, are you the one? Please do. You can just remain there for the moment and we'll let the agency introduce the matter before us. We're speaking presumably of item L1, is that correct?
Which one is L1? I left my agenda in my chair.
It's priority placements?
Sure. Yes, I have the green sheets. So as I understand it, both of these are initial approvals for new
That's
programs.
correct.
That's correct. Okay.
Let's just speak about L1 for now.
So the Secretary's recommended action is that the priority placements in Brattleboro receive initial approval for 2 years for the disability categories of intellectual disability, SLD or specific learning disability, ED, emotional disturbance, autism spectrum disorder, speech or language impairment, developmental delay, or other health impairment, we call that OHI, through, which is 2 years, June 30th, 2021.
Right. The usual condition. I have a few questions.
Sure.
Do you know when the application was submitted?
I do not.
Well, from the report by Ms. Ormsby and others, it appears to have been submitted in May of this year. And it appears that the team visited in August of this year, and it's now November. So I guess my question would be, why does this take so long?
I don't know what the specifics are on this one.
So I'm familiar with the agency's internal process and the shift on staffing organization that's been made. Last month, I believe you saw the first reports that were conducted totally by agency staff rather than by the contractors that we've used. I could take a guess that there's been a transition period and an onboarding period for staff to totally take over the writing of the reports that you see. The other reality that you're familiar with is just that the agency strives to even out the state board's calendar and bring approvals forward as they're ready without having any month be totally taken up with approvals on your agenda.
Board members, do you have questions of the attorney?
Maybe just the process of bringing the review in-house and the staffing or resourcing, maybe it's a Dan question, and was that I'm assuming a fiscal consideration and or there's stress on a lot of the resources in-house, so is this coming in-house an additional stress or stress relief?
It wasn't about stress, it was about better quality control of the process.
Okay. But with capacity to manage it in a timely fashion?
We have one person dedicated to this right now.
And that, I don't know what it was
before. It's too early to tell, yeah. I mean, we were farming out the general education review to contractors, you know, but there has been some changes. We'll see how this plays out over time in the agency, because it's an activity that sort of transcends a couple divisions. There's financial folks involved as well as school quality folks, and they reside in separate divisions in the agency. So we'll see how this plays out over time.
The quality included consistency too, didn't it?
That's what I said up front, yeah. It's
okay.
an issue. Yeah.
It's pretty uneven.
Yeah, we get some reports that seem really thorough, and then we get others that...
When was the crossover? Was before I got here? Like, I'm just trying to see what I've seen and what I noticed.
It was something that was sort of in play when I arrived as secretary, and then we finalized it, I would say, like mid-year internally, but it's taken a while.
I've only ever seen this version.
Yeah, it's taken us a while to actually implement it and bring it online.
Board members would have seen reports done by the contractors throughout the summer and maybe even
because they were on the queue.
Right.
Okay.
When you went on your Compass visit, Ms. Ormsby was relatively still new to that, so we were kind of orienting her.
So we may have other questions. My questions were to the agency staff, which are rather particular, and you have no reason to know about them, some of the language. So, do we know anything about where the agency staff is?
We don't have agency staff involved in creating the report here.
In presenting this or answering board questions?
This is between the two of us, we'll answer.
I thought we were going to hear from Ms. Ormsby.
No, it was not our intention to do that.
Well then, we'll have to...
Hit him up with your questions. Go for it. I
Yeah,
heard Dan say he's ready.
So help us understand, this organization is applied in May for an approval to accept children and therefore be eligible for public funding. But it had been in business before, and is currently in business, providing services. Is it providing services only to private pay students until it receives this approval? I mean, how does this work?
Says it's the initial.
This is the initial approval. So they don't exist as an entity allowed to take public pay students until this approval is made. So my question is, what have they been doing until now?
Yeah.
Could ask them.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a question for the school folks if they're here.
The school people are here. I'm working from...
The tutorial program?
No.
From Howard Center?
No.
Not yet.
So they're not here?
These
Yeah,
people
these
from the
folks
school
are
are
right
here, there's no one from the, I guess I want to ask, what did the agency mean by the sentence on page 4 of 2, referring to distressed children and adolescents in need of educational placement?
Which page you said?
Page 4.
Oh, I think you said 4 and 2, or
Page 4, sorry. What does it mean to provide safe, positive, predictable outcomes to distressed children and adolescents in need of an educational placement in the Windham County catchment area who are unable to access education? What sort of situations are children who are unable to access education?
not sure.
Middle of the page.
Yeah, I'm looking at the footnote. It looks like it's
Looks
quoting.
like it's from their application materials.
Yes.
But what did the agency understand this to mean?
Not sure.
Well, it's in your document. I guess
I'm not sure what it would mean beyond what we wrote.
Well, what children are unable to access education?
So I just know from working in the agency that many children who have the category of emotional disturbance as one of their identified disabilities have such pervasive difficulties that are related to behavior and developmental behavioral behaviors, that's redundant, that they're not available for learning. They have difficulties just being present to be instructed, and their needs are not purely instructional, they are developmental and behavioral needs.
And that quote's from their mission statement.
I understand that.
Yeah, so we didn't, when you say what did we mean when we wrote that, we didn't write it per se. It's a quote verbatim from their purpose statement.
I understand that.
Yeah, so it would really be up to the school to answer that question.
But didn't you have to review that statement in making this document?
To a certain extent, but our site review isn't necessarily a review of to what extent their mission statement's actually being implemented. You know,
It's not?
Not necessarily, no. That'd be a hard thing to ascertain, I believe.
Mr. Green Sheet, their application cut and pasted, or is this prose?
So if you'll look at the next paragraph, this is where the agency staff site review comes into play. It's they state here that they did confirm evidence at the site visit of accomplishing these educational objectives, and they're listed there in that third
What
paragraph.
page are you on?
Page 4, third paragraph.
Thank you. Got it.
To go back to my first question, the agency says currently Priority Placements provides contracted services to surrounding LEAs. Both locations of program are managed by the same leadership team. So what is the agency's understanding of what those contracted services are, and are public dollars involved currently?
So yes, public dollars would be involved in a contracted service, but the enrollment of the student would remain either in the LEA or in an approved independent school, and that enrollment and the services available there would be supplemented by the services of the contractor.
So the distinction then is that if it's a contracted service paid for with public dollars, it is not necessary that it be an approved independent school. That can be provided otherwise.
Yes.
Providing their expertise.
Right, okay. Then let us invite the representatives of the school to come forward, please, and if you would sit at the table here. Thank you very much, Ms. Simmons. And welcome to this meeting of the State Board. We're glad you're here. Thank you for making the long drive. Please introduce yourselves.
My name's Leslie Todd, and I'm the Executive Director at Priority Placements, and I established this organization back in 1998.
I'm Sarah Newman. I'm the Director of Priority Placements now, and I've been there for about 10 years.
I'm sorry, I wasn't able to get your name.
Sarah Newman.
Ms. Newman.
Yes.
And there's a lot of AC noise here, so please project as much as possible. Thank you. Perhaps you have an introductory statement you'd
Yes,
like
I'd
to
like to say how unfortunate it is that a member from the agency wasn't here today to introduce the basis of the application and the purpose for us to be here today. So I'm a little caught off guard about that because my understanding was that the agency had a very positive impression of our program and wanted to see this proceed. So we'll do our best to answer any questions that you have. I don't know whether everyone's had a chance to read the agency's report on the program.
Everybody has had the chance, whether or not they've done so is that.
May I ask if anyone has not been able to read the report?
I'm sure we have some questions.
I'm fine with that, yeah. I just wanted to know if there was the basis for the question.
It's mentioned in the report that you currently have a 4-person board of directors.
Correct.
And it's also mentioned in the report that this is a for-profit entity.
Correct.
There was a particular term of art that was used that I'm not able to put my finger on, but it was a particular kind of for-profit entity. Can you tell me what?
Oh, of course, subject, S Corporation is what I established 21 years ago.
A small corporation.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
in the state of Vermont.
And tell us how long has the school been operating? It's in here, but
Yeah, may I take a moment to explain how this turned into a school operation?
Please.
I had worked for the Department of Children and Families in child welfare matters for a number of years. I had specialized in residential placement arrangements and foster care arrangements for children that were in state custody. So I became aware of a very serious need for stabilization foster placements for children all over the state who were bouncing around from foster home to foster home. This is back in 1998 that I decided to leave my position with DCF and establish a private child placing agency called Priority Placements Incorporated, which I did so. And we contracted with the Department of Children and Families for a number of years to establish very stable, highly supervised, and highly successful assessment placements for kids who were very difficult to settle down and to analyze and to help with longer-term services. During that process, I realized and that I needed to provide get educational services for these kids that were with us about 90 days at 4 different foster family homes in the Windham County area where I live. And these were children that were coming out of Woodside, coming out of the Brattleboro Retreat, that had been bouncing into many temporary placements for all kinds of reasons. We even had a contract with the Department of Corrections to place kids that were under the age of 18 that were adjudicated as adult offenders. So while we had these students, we couldn't just have them sitting around at the foster home all day cooling their jets. We needed to have educational services in place. I met with each school in each of those 4 areas where there were these only 4 specialized foster homes, one in 4 different towns in Windham County, and came to agreements with the school that rather than us bringing the kid in on Monday morning and leaving them there for the school to deal with all kinds of issues that were, pretty overwhelming for a school to suddenly be responsible to educate that child, I set up agreements with those different schools to provide tutoring services to those kids, and had some very good retired educators and other educators that worked with our students during the time that they were with us so that their education was provided. And we worked with these kids were from all over the state, different towns, different districts. And so we coordinated with that district to have, the information we needed, to have them provide us with any evaluation materials, et cetera. Usually there were educational surrogates, at the time they were called, as advocates for those kids because they were almost all in state custody. Anyway, this is back in 1998, 99, into the early 2000s. And some of the special ed directors that became familiar with our programming, one in particular, said to me, I really need your kind of programming and your kind of supervision and your kind of analysis and your kind of results for kids that are in my district that are blowing out of school. Can't be here for a reason such as bringing a weapon in, can't be here because they won't come here, can't be here because of some sort of a criminal act or misconduct that causes them not to be able to be in the public school. And yet they need to be educated, and they wanted more information than just having tutorial services provided. So what we were a social services agency. And this is, again, over 20 years ago. And we began to look at that question proposed by special ed directors of how to provide them with a local service that would hang on to that kid, get the analyses done, work with the whole team in many cases. Many of these children have a huge team, and develop day services that would then lead to the return of those students to the public school. That has been our mission from the beginning, and it remains our mission, and will remain our mission if we're approved, is to prevent these students from going to out-of-district placements, long-term, expensive out-of-district placements, if there's a chance that they can be supported to manage themselves, to work with their teams, to be successful back in public school. And apparently there aren't a lot of programs that do that sort of thing that I'm aware of. And we've had, and I think I could honestly say, some very, very good results for almost all of our students. We have rarely referred a student who's been in our program to an alternative educational placement other than the public school. We've had a couple of kids we've recommended for Kindle Farm, a couple of kids for the Meadows School at the retreat. Now this is over many, many years. Anywhere else we recommended? So we want these kids back in public school, and most of them have successfully returned there. Now, and so we were contracting with these school districts as for professional services, is what it was. And we initially established our program in Bellows Falls. That was the school district, the Wyndham Northeast Supervisory Union, that had a crying need and wanted to see if we could get something going immediately. And then the Brattleboro, the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union also then chimed in a few years later and said, we know what you're doing, we need your kind of help. And so we established a second site in Brattleboro. So we've been doing this. I've got a staff of 12 professionals who deliver educational services. We have a therapeutic specialist who works with children around, you should be doing some of this talking too, works with our kids around their social and emotional needs, trauma history. Sarah and a couple of other people on our leadership team work with the schools to plan reintegration of these kids. And we are flexible in that we can reintegrate for portions of the day. We transport to and from schools. We work with kids K through 12. We've had successes with returning young children back to their public schools with a plan in place so that they're able to be there successfully for years to come. So that's been our mission. That's what we wanted to do. We became aware that we needed to become approved as an independent school. We became aware of this about a year ago. And we began the application process even prior to May. We completed our application in May, and part of the reason why there may have been a delay in this coming before you was because we weren't able to obtain our certificate of occupancy until we had some major renovations done on our building in Brattleboro at 88 High Street. That's the entire fire alarm apparatus that even includes radio signaling to the fire department. I guess we're the first place in Brattleboro that has one of those systems. It's new fire life and safety code stuff. We also had to close our site in Bellows Falls because that building does not belong to me or my husband, and we needed to do amazing upgrades, to be within you're probably familiar with those yourself, Mr. French, I assume, the certificate of occupancy requirements. So some of the delay was just in getting all of that work completed, a full sprinkler system in a building, the various notification things. We worked really well with your people from the agency, by the way. We really appreciated the work that Pat Pallas did in helping us understand what we needed to do. And we had great responses from the fire marshal's office as well, in the Southeastern District. But it does take time to get that stuff lined up, to get the design and the implication, the implementation of a sprinkler system, et cetera. So we were satisfied with the fact that the work we got, the information we got back from the agency, their efforts to help us make sure we were crossing the T's and dotting the I's. We would have liked to have had approval sooner, but we understand that these kind of things take time, including there was a move, I guess, from Barry to Montpelier by the Agency of Education. So I don't know if that affected things.
Very good, thank you. It certainly seems like you're meeting a real need, and with some considerable success. I just want to understand, in the report, there's a reference to a board of directors of 4 people. Would you just briefly tell us who those people are and what their background and experience is?
Yes. One is my husband, William Lynch, and he is a retired nuclear engineer and is very skillful at all of the physical plant requirements that we were being required to meet.
Yeah.
Also is knowledgeable about business matters in general. And is part of my succession plan. If something is to happen to me, because I am a founder owner, and my husband is my executor in the event that something happens to me, so that this business can be transferred in a safe and manageable way for my employees and for Sarah, who will be the owner of the business in about 1.5 years from now. So I needed somebody who has intimate familiarity and access and responsibility.
And who are
to
the
my
other board members, please?
Who
are the other board members?
Okay, the next one is Barbara Cleash, and she is she was previously our bookkeeper. I now have a professional bookkeeping service that manages all of our payroll and other bookkeeping functions. But Barbara is a woman who's very well respected in the Brattleboro area for her work and also for her advocacy for children. And I wanted to have her on the board. I asked her to join the board because she was very aware of our business, because she had previously been the bookkeeper. She was aware of how we conduct our business, how we pay our bills, how we work with students, and I thought she was very qualified.
Any other members, please?
Another is Pam Nickerson, and she's a retired teacher who also had previously worked for our company and is very knowledgeable about special education issues and needs of children. And so Pam Nickerson is the other board member, and then I am the other board member.
I noticed you're in 2 different locations. Why is that?
We have a K-6 facility at 23 Marlborough Road in Brattleboro, and 7 through 12 facility at 88 High Street in
And
Brattleboro.
the idea of having them separate is?
Well, let me ask the teacher and the curriculum specialist to answer that, if I may.
Some of that has to do with building space so that it's appropriate for the age group that we're talking about, and to be able to have the right staff in the right places to meet the needs of the different age groups.
So it wouldn't be more desirable to have a single facility for your entire program? It must make supervision difficult.
No, I think it makes it a little more clear-cut, actually, with the different age groups. I'm not saying that we could never be combined in
Yeah.
another building, but it'd have to be the right space for
And
them.
our understanding is that you will become you are acquiring the company.
Yes.
So you will be the owner of this entity in 1.5 years or so.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. We should have a motion.
Can I ask one other question?
Yes, please.
I'm just curious about the S Corp. That's a profit that you have to, the income goes to whoever is on the S Corp.
Yes, I'm the sole owner of the company at this point.
So whatever income goes to you on an annual basis, whatever, as an S Corp.
Right.
Correct. After all the taxes and expenses are covered.
Okay, it's just, you know, you normally think of schools as being nonprofit, but,
Yeah, I considered, you know, when I started the child placing agency, I considered nonprofit status, and we could go into a long discussion about my experience working in human services with a nonprofit company or nonprofit organizations is quite varied, as I'm sure many of you have seen come before you. And my goal was to be as effective, as efficient, and as successful as possible in delivering what I wanted to deliver to the kids that I'm working with.
so does that mean that you had more control over,
Yes.
is that what you're basically saying?
Yeah, I didn't want to be having a board of 30 people that got together and argued with me about how to do what I wanted to do. I'm being very blunt here, but
Yeah.
that's the purpose of that. And I feel as though I've operated in an entirely with integrity, with a high sense of responsibility, and I think that if you wanted to check out those references, you would hear the same thing from others.
I would think the amount of time you've been at it speaks for itself.
Thank you.
Exactly. So, is there a motion? Yes, we can continue discussion. Would somebody make the motion?
So move that we, accept the secretary's recommended action to approve, grant initial read the whole thing. Do you want me to read the whole thing?
Just the first sentence will be fine.
Okay. Grant initial general and special education independent school approval to serve students in grades K through 12 within the disability categories of intellectual disabilities, specific learning disabilities. Wait, am I reading the wrong one? L2. L1. L1. I'm sorry. I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on. Learning disabilities, emotional disturbance, autism spectrum disorder, speech and language impairment, developmental delay, and other health impairment to Priority Placements, Inc. in Brattleboro, Vermont, for a term through June 30, 2021.
Thank you, that's good.
Second? Okay.
Is there a second? It's been seconded by Mr. O'Keefe. Notice this is a 2-year initial term. Now, there are more questions or comments?
I'm just laughing because you said just the first sentence of the entire thing.
Yeah.
Right. I was like, oh, awesome. And they're like, wait, next time I'm seconding.
It's marketing,
You read it.
I have a question. You had said you realized about a year ago the need to become an independent school. Can you speak to that need and how that affects you operationally, if at all, financially, if at all, legally, other than being, an independent school to the Agency of Education?
That's a good question. I'd like to have a chance to address that. I heard from our special ed directors that they were not going to be reimbursed by the state for special ed costs if they're receiving these services from other than an approved school. So that made sense to me to enter that process, and it's been a great process, which I was not expecting. I was not expecting that it would be, I guess I would say just enhancing for what we do. We were pretty surprised that actually we met the standards in every area without any additional hires. All of our staff fit what was required for a K through 12 school with the special ed services that we're providing as well. I wouldn't have minded hiring more people, but I just was concerned about hiring the right people because I know we've got those people in place now. We learned, I think we've established some additional procedures that I think are good. I think having the certificates of occupancy as a requirement has been very beneficial to us and will be in the future. With my concern about, not a concern, but with my plan to pass on this business to Sarah Newman, I knew that long-term success of the business is going to be much more likely with the approval, state approval. You think of anything else that, as we started this and we were thinking, oh.
So were you drawing down the funds previously, but you realized it had to be an independent school to do so? Is that what was occurring?
For our
They're
districts
providing
too.
contracted services?
Through
Right.
a contracted.
So where do the children stay in the evenings?
Oh, they're mostly living with their own family or in foster care. So we might.
So you're not providing
We're not providing any
residential
overnight
services at all?
Not at all.
And also the provision, or the conditional requirement of the provision in which AOE is notified within 5 business days of changes occurring in I'm wondering if that requirement is a standard requirement
It
of
is.
an, okay. And how realistic, how much of an issue would that be?
Very
I mean,
easy for
any
us.
of those could change very quickly.
Yes, it's easy for us because we work with a maximum of 28 kids, and Sarah is a very able administrator who has her finger on the, on where it needs to be with regard to all of our procedural requirements. We have a binder that I prepared for the visit by the AOE back when they came in August of assurances of all of the aspects of the requirements for an independent school. We have a binder, and I was going to bring it today, but I didn't think you'd want to see it, but I could show it to you, with a description of our procedure for each one of those categories that are required by the application. And so we have a policy for that. We have policy for everything that's in there. And when they came to visit us back in August, they reviewed our records and I sent a lot of material about, our qualifications and people's, college verifications and all that kind of thing. But it's all on file at our office.
We need to move along.
Can
Are
I just
there
ask one
more
last quick
questions?
Are your fosters placements fairly stable in terms of duration?
I withdrew from providing specialized foster care back several years ago. I left my my approval as a licensed child placing agency in place for a couple of years after we stopped providing foster care services. But we ended on a good note with the DCF, but I became way too busy with this kind of programming to continue to do that. Thank you for asking.
Are you ready for the question? Those in favor of the Secretary's recommended action to grant an initial approval of 2 years to Priority Placements Inc., please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you both for your time, your service, and the long drive you have ahead of you.
Thank you to all of you for listening and for your interest. I'm glad that we had a chance to meet with you today.
Be safe out there.
We will.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Ms. Simmons, would you like to introduce the next case?
So the next initial approval is for inclusion, tutorial, and behavioral services, which is part of the Howard Center in Burlington for a term of 2 years. Note that this is a tutorial center approval, which is a separate set of requirements for being an approved independent school. They're discussed on page 4 of the report.
Would you elaborate on that, the difference between a tutorial center approval and others?
The essential difference is that tutorial service enrollment is very limited in time. It's a short-term solution for students who, within 6 months, must be transitioned back into a approved independent school or a public school setting.
I see. Bill, you had a question?
Related question, does Howard Center, is it approved in this, it seems to be a subdivision of Howard Center?
The Howard Center has other programs that have independent school approval themselves.
Right. It is an
More than
independent-
one. I don't have the list
Right.
in front of me, but they have
It was at
several.
the Baird School, which is
Right, right, right. And
Just curious as to whether you had subdivisions, and apparently you do.
And note that this approval is for a maximum of 3 students, so it's very small.
2 years, 3 students. Thank you. Would representatives of the inclusion program wish to come forward? Can we have another chair? Well, grab yourself a third chair.
Hi, my name is Christy Reed. I'm with the Howard Center. I'm the director for Baird School in the Inclusion Program.
Hi, I'm Sandra Limoges, Special Ed Director for Baird School and Inclusion Program.
I'm Jennifer Utek. I'm the clinical director for the Baird School and Inclusion Program.
Thank you for coming here.
Thanks.
You had a shorter drive than some of us.
We did.
Well, we're delighted to have you here. Board members, do you have questions of these folks? Okay, it's been moved. Would you just read the first sentence, please? Would you please read the first sentence of the motion?
That State Board of Education grants initial tutorial approval to serve a maximum of 3 students in grades K through 5 to the Inclusion, Tutorial, and Behavioral Services program at the Howard Center in Burlington, Vermont for a term through June 30th, 2021.
Thank you. It's been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It has been seconded by Kim. Discussion. Board members? I think your case is a good bit more straightforward. Let me just ask, have you been providing a tutorial service to date?
We have. We initiated this in the year of 2017, school year 2017-18. We actually did request a license at that time and were persuaded by the AOA not to move forward. So this was actually quite easy for us to reinitiate. Once the changes to reimbursement came down, we reinitiated for the license.
The reason for not doing so 2 years ago, given?
Well, I think the size and the scope was quite small. The reality was in our community, both here in the Chittenden County region and others, was that there were many existing tutorial programs that were unlicensed and operating very similarly, and we were just persuaded not to pursue it. So, you know, you do what you're said to do. So we didn't persuade it. So we do have, this was very easy to reinitiate.
So maybe you can help us understand.
He wasn't there.
It
was not his fault. No.
I understand. There were many unlicensed tutorial programs in Chittenden County, but we given to understand that they should be licensed?
I'm not confident in saying that. I mean, it is the one area of the state I don't have as good an understanding on. I've been spending some time trying to understand the ecosystem a little better, but I don't have a good sense of that dynamic.
So just to be sure, you're going to see if you've made application to be approved.
Correct. Again, in light of the recent changes to reimbursement, we felt confident we are doing things according to the rules and wanted to move forward with that.
Yeah, and I would think the Barrett Center is pretty conscientious about
we are
dotting their I's and crossing their T's. Yeah. It seems like a prudent thing to do.
So what is the connection between the approval and our licensing and funding? The other ones that aren't approved?
We were under our, if I can jump in, under our, we call our June memos in particular, we were looking at our old, starting to reinvigorate our enforcement of our old regulations that hadn't been looked at in some time, probably going back before 2017 to a certain extent, about, you know, specifically the special ed dollars could only flow to those places that were approved for certain services. And it wouldn't be uncommon, I'm just thinking of my experience in rural Vermont of providing tutorial services as a stopgap measure to a place, and not necessarily, if that was an IEP, it might not necessarily have had approval as a special ed destination, if you will. So I think my guess would be now, having heard 2 schools sort of reacting to that potential change in enforcement or regulation, that they're just making sure that they're covered in the eventuality that those regulations are more strictly enforced.
So that could mean that we may see, if what this woman says, that there's many within Chittenden County that are operating without it, that we could see more.
I don't think so at the moment. I think we're, you know, we've subsequently decided that we're going to resolve the issue of how to deal with this as part of the 173 rulemaking process as we get into the independent school rules under 173, which we're scheduled to do anyway and required to do as part of 173. The point we decided about a month ago is that it wasn't worth our energy to try to figure out how to enforce our old rules when we were in the process of writing new ones as a result of 173. And it caused quite a bit of confusion in the field to try to do both simultaneously. So we just felt it would be better served for everyone if we just focused on 173, and because that's going to force us to confront many of these issues relative to independent schools that previously hadn't been really been enforced consistently. So.
Any other comments or questions? Any further things you would like to say to us?
We think it's a worthwhile service.
I'm sure you do. Then are you ready for the question?
Yes.
The question is, shall the board adopt the secretary's recommended action that inclusion tutorial behavioral services at the Howard Center in Burlington be approved with initial approval for tutorial services for 2 years? Those in favor of the motion say aye, please.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you
You've
very much.
approved the
Appreciate it.
secretary's recommendation. Thank you for your time and your service.
John, just a technical question.
Yes, ma'am.
Since June 30th, 2021 is not a full 2 years, it's the motion the way it's written, right? Versus the
2 years.
2 years.
It's the motion the way it's written.
Okay.
You're right.
It's like a year and a half.
Yeah, it's a year and a half.
Mr. Chairman, can we take a 20-second recess?
Can you do a 20-second recess?
I can.
Let's see.
I just need to talk to you for one.
Let us recess. So let us get back to our work in item M. I want to just observe that having Art Wolf here stirred up a lot of controversy, didn't it?
Yeah,
It
boss.
made some
Yeah,
people
boss.
it made some people annoyed, uncomfortable, revealed some schisms in the board. So I just would like to observe that if we think we have an appetite for going out into the outside world and asking all kinds of people what they think about stuff, that's the kind of experience we're going to have. We're going to find ourselves with our points of view challenged, questioned. We're going to find ourselves disagreeing with each other about what the information means. And all of which I happen to think will be very healthy. But it will be much less comfortable than the world that we have enjoyed in the past. Notice, public to be heard, almost no one ever comes and challenges us about our assumptions and about the quality of education in Vermont. And somebody shows up and does that, and it raises some hackles around here. So I just am pointing out that if we are serious about heading down this road, about convening and inviting lots of different points of view, then I think we'll have more of the similar experiences. Anybody have a comment on that observation?
Yes, I would just invite us to be cautious about the credibility we assign to the testimony of someone whom we've invited around a topic. Just by virtue of that testimony, it's taken as perhaps the opposing opinion with the similar validity of the statistics presented in their raw form. And so there were a lot of suppositions that were personally offensive in terms of the way Vermont identifies free and reduced students and the reason why we do it. So that being the one, but a number of others where in isolation, looking at simply white children, I couldn't even really articulate how and why that felt wrong to draw some of those causalities, and then to suggest that we take a single employer, Department of Defense or otherwise, and look at their students' performance as a comparison to the state of Vermont. I couldn't make those connections. So I'm just suggesting.
You're arguing the merits of Art Wolf's presentation,
but I'm also
that's not the question
cautioning
here.
us to think about when somebody is putting before us their evidence, the weight that it's holding when we're inviting that as our alternative facts. I guess. I don't know how to explain it.
I personally don't know that I would say cautious, because then that means that we're assuming that there's something to be cautious of. I would say that we have to be objective, and it's just like being lobbied any other time, as I was by hundreds of people. You take the information they give you, be objective about what they're saying, and then base any decision you make upon the other views that are there, the other information. So it's not cautious as much as objective. That's the view.
Yeah, and taking personal offense, that's easy to do, but I think it's better just to test the credibility of the
Absolutely. I
validity of the
couldn't help
data.
my personal reaction knowing how desperately we try and get kids fed in our schools.
That may be
in
true,
my other hats.
but
so
it could
I
also
just
be true what
struggled.
he says. Both could be true. I don't know. But I think when we take our own personal experience and use that to take umbrage at other facts, I don't know that's. I think we're going to need to develop some calluses if we're going to do this.
So, I had a situation with a superintendent some time back that put us in our board in a very untenable situation. It was over mooning. And
mooning?
Mooning. And,
okay. Is this on the agenda?
Well, that's the issue. It goes back to the agenda because he never told the board, and he said, "Well, I wanted this to be a learning experience for you." So I think this was a learning experience about our agenda. Hopefully, we can talk about agenda and really prioritize what we want to do with our time.
Right. Well, I very definitely did this with the intention of having you have the experience of encountering data and conclusions that are different than the ones that you are all comfortable with. And that was the purpose. So
we're going to bring in Paul Cielo next?
Besides the fact that it might be legitimate.
There's that too. There's that possibility. I mean, that's just part of the kind of growing up that I hope this board can do. Yes, sir.
I think the caution I would suggest is that I would appreciate it not necessarily being juxtaposed next to the agency's briefing on the data, which, we're trying to, as you heard me say, acknowledge that there are issues with the trends in the data, and to build a narrative of, that positions the agency of being, say, objective about that data, not trying to justify it or hide it, and to put our presentational materials, albeit our folks weren't here today, next to that kind of presentation, I think doesn't necessarily serve the agency's position of trying to move the system forward to address its deficiencies. So it'd almost be better, in my view, to sort of put that on a separate segment of the agenda, to say, like, here's an alternative point of view, or here's someone else, as opposed to putting it the way this was put on the agenda, side by side with our presentation is not necessarily helpful to.
We were led to expect that you would have your agency staff here who could speak.
Yeah, but I also thought he went a little far. It's one thing for us to interpret. I would say our interpretation is a very clinical, non-biased approach in terms of it conforms with the national standard to how to do that. We didn't dice that data up to make a point. His narrative starts with a point which is long held by him, that Vermont is inefficient and doesn't get results it deserves for the amount of money it's spending. That's not what our topic. Our topic was to present the innate results to you. So, I would just say the proximity to the agency's presentation wasn't necessarily useful in that regard.
Yes, go ahead.
And I think on this particular topic, what would have been more valuable was to have there be an overview and then the agency come back to us, because you, I'm sure, will be unpacking data in that realm and trying to better understand what it may or may not be contributing. And I don't feel knowledgeable enough to be doing that, but what are the, I know you had a few bullets on trends or what you're seeing. I'm curious to eventually know, to the extent it's available to us, if that's triangulated with other data, what else is the story telling us, and what do we think might be contributing, and what have been the impacts of the legislation? So areas where our domain is able to try and create some causality, or to have you share with us insights that you are curious about that warrant further exploration to address the challenges you see. And it just felt like that would have been really valuable time, and understandably not necessarily 2 weeks after we get the NAEP results. Understood that probably isn't reasonable, but to me that'd be more helpful.
Yeah, my goal wasn't the least bit to get toward causality.
Right.
Not even to statements of problems. My goal, and I believe his presentation, or most of it, is about a different way of looking at the same data, slicing the same data in a different way, and reaching no conclusions, just absorbing those as facts. Causality that means really understanding the problem.
Yes,
and
it does.
we don't even have an agreement on, is there a problem, let alone what might it be.
I think everybody at this table agrees there's a problem.
And what would that be?
That we have low achievement, particularly among poor children, and we're not supporting them with equity as we should. You might disagree.
Well, that is part of the problem, but actually we have low achievement among not poor children as well. Our achievement among not poor children from the same socioeconomic demographic stratum.
I'm not trying to argue with you here.
Right, is also not good. So that's part of what the problem is, but that's certainly not the whole problem. The whole problem is that the vast majority of Vermont kids are not doing any better, significantly better, according to that data, than the rest of the country. And yet we in Vermont like to fancy ourselves as having a quite superior educational system. The data doesn't seem to support that conclusion.
We hadn't looked at enough data.
Well, right. So I think we've accomplished our purposes. If we're going to go out and ask people what they think, we're going to hear stuff that makes us uncomfortable and maybe challenges our assumptions.
Well, we should discuss this and not go possibly leading with our chin and have some idea of what we want.
We'll be getting into.
Yeah.
Right. And I think to our earlier conversation, I think selecting our topics to inquire about is pretty important to do, and to do that carefully. And it's been mentioned, a couple topics have talked about pre-K and how that's working, dual enrollment, how that's working. I would invite you all to come back, not at the next meeting, but before the next meeting, that is, email us all with your ideas about what would be a discrete topic that we could go out in public about in the January meeting, that we would invite public commentary on, but also if you think of a topic, take pre-K as an example, think of some people who come from academe or other settings who could bring expertise to our attention. I don't want this just to be a going out and taking the pulse of the public. That should be part of it. But who would be educators that we ought to hear from? Who would be folks from UVM or Middlebury or Dartmouth College or whoever has expertise that we ought to hear about? And for that matter, who from other states could provide useful background for us to allow us to put our own initiative, whether it's pre-K or dual enrollment, into some context. How else is this being done, and how well is it being done?
Are there authors of the studies for like any of these discrete topics? I'm sure, is the author the committee authored the study on pre-K, or it's a committee authored thing, right? Or is there?
No, we have studies that I think you're referring to were commissioned by the legislature by researchers who, one of which lives in Vermont.
Okay.
So there's the availability of those folks to come speak about the data and trends.
We could start next month with a waiting study, which will be public by then.
The waiting study will be public by your next meeting.
Will we be able to maybe put that in the agenda just for our consumption? I think holding
So definitely the waiting study will be distributed to you. The trick, we will not be providing you a presentation on that for a while. The legislature is the owner or the recipient of that, so we will be briefing them on it. So it's a question of courtesy to the owners of the report, so we will be briefing policymakers first on that. And similarly, I think to the study that was done with 173, I don't think the board received any, we're not doing like stakeholder briefings with the researchers, but we'll have a standard slide deck on that, and you'll definitely be getting a copy of the report as a stakeholder group.
Yeah, I think that, and the waiting study is not something that is probably very visible to the average Vermonter. And part of what we want to do is what Peter was talking about, get out of our comfort zone and time and be available to ordinary Vermonters to tell us what they think about things.
Well, maybe then the text should be, as opposed to trying to insert ourselves into pre-K, early enrollment, dual enrollment, all of those conversations that have been going on. There's been some massive legislation around it. There's still the agency trying to do its thing, and everything is to tackle a topic that, has been discussed a lot, but really hasn't had great movement on. One that comes to mind, because it's close to my heart, is technical education.
Way overdue, way overdue.
What is it about technical education that we can garner from some of the experts, either here in the region, in the state, outside of the state, and the general public, that might help to actually help for the legislature and the Agency of Education to have that conversation, in the near future, because I think it's coming. It's way overdue. Between not only just a CTE within the high schools, but also as well as adult technical education and its role within our educational system in Vermont.
That's very interesting. I would ask you each to send me your ideas about a topic like that. And I think in general, I would ask you to think about what is the question we will be posing. There's no point in convening a group on technical education without any clarity as to what's the point of this conversation.
Yeah.
So think about, not that we're trying to devise action or recommendations, but what is the question we're asking? And invite people to come speak to that question.
I would say on that specific
Yeah.
issue, you might remember the board, I believe, received a presentation on that. So we are in the process of doing a large community engagement process around CTE as required for the formulation of our new state plan. The Perkins law that funds technical education was reauthorized at the federal level, so all states are going through that process.
So what does that community engagement look like?
There's a calendar on our work plan for the public engagement. We have to create a new statewide plan for CTE.
But how does the public engage?
I can't speak to it fluently off my head. I just want to alert you that there's a parallel process already, in place to do that. So.
And I wonder, to that point, because it sounds as though we could be in the way of if there's another process happening on a topic that's no, I was going to ask because we had that presentation before and I didn't remember.
I think it's a great idea to figure out how to insert yourselves into that. I just wanted to alert you that it isn't necessarily a space I would characterize as there's no activity, because there's also a lot of legislative interest now in that space as well. So there's a lot of things happening.
Right.
And that maybe
some on the surface, some of them not. So.
And maybe, John, if you find out what the ed committees are expecting to either be taking up or following up on from previous studies, that might lead us, prompt our thinking, I bet.
I will, by the weekend, send you all a note of what I learned from speaking with Kate and Phil about that.
Thank you.
The chairs of the committees. And that you're right, that'll give some boundaries, if you will. And if they, I'll tell them the reason for the question, and they'll know what we're up to, and if they have any needs or wishes for some pulse taking by us that would be helpful to them, I'll convey that as well.
Can I just quickly
yes,
say,
please.
If we're visiting other districts, I hope we go up with kind of an open mind and we don't have to get into a big gab fest, but what's working and what's not working. Just kind of have a kind of a open conversation about. I mean, everybody's got a different story, and it'd be interesting to hear it.
Right. But, another topic I just want to skip to is reimbursement per diem. You saw the exchange of communications that went by, and just one piece of it that I completely zoned out on and is maybe only barely applicable, but On the bottom of the second page of what you were given in your packet, which is the, it looks like the Vermont statutes online, that's the packet. The bottom of the second page, so it quite clearly says that per diem compensation is $50. It says attendance at a regular or special meeting of the board qualifies for the per diem. Going to other things on your own does not qualify. So VSAC may host their annual colloquium about how things are going in higher education, and just going there doesn't make you eligible for a per diem. What makes you eligible for a per diem is doing something explicitly on behalf of the board. And the way that is defined is essentially you've been assigned or approved by the chair to do this. So, for example, I asked Kim and Jenna both to attend the conference at which Dan and other people worked on consensus building together, and that was at my request and direction, and that was fully eligible for per diem and travel. I asked Sabina if she would attend yesterday's conference on gender issues, and she did, and makes herself eligible in that way. What catches me by surprise, I didn't ever think about this, is paragraph D at the very bottom of that page, and I just want to bring it to your attention. And frankly, it's not real clear precisely what that means. But I think it's safe to say, so generally it says you don't qualify for a per diem if you're being paid otherwise. So, for example, I believe the secretary doesn't qualify for a per diem because he's paid to be at these darn meetings. He wouldn't be otherwise. And a good example might be if you are asked by some organization to come and speak at their convention and they pay you for that, you don't also qualify for a per diem. That's all this means. I don't think it means that because you have a job and you are on salary and your employer happens to be paying you for the day you're here working, that you're not qualified to file for a per diem. I asked Emily briefly, and she said, I don't think it's intended to be that sweeping. Okay? So that's just a detail about that.
Is that true even if it's a state employer? I feel like I somewhere
State
read
employee?
if you were in a state employee and you're being paid by the state, that you might not also be able to get.
Probably not. If you're at this meeting and your duties as a state employee, I don't think you're qualified for a per diem. I would rather doubt that.
I would say that's
Yeah.
probably true.
Yeah.
You know, if you were a state employee who had other duties, you know, like say you were, worked for the highway department and you were here doing, I mean, that probably would make you eligible, but if it's part of your assignment, no.
So it's just kind of a common sense thing, and in general, err on the side of caution. This is not a question of your integrity, in which I have great confidence. It is a question of the optics of things and wanting to be scrupulous in our attention to these kind of details. We talked about agenda setting. I would just mention that the Macias, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing it correctly, hearing is still in the works. This is an appeal of a decision of the board, the professional licensing, is that?
That's correct.
Right.
Standard.
This is an appeal of the ruling of that board, and it has been appealed, and by law or rule, that appeal comes to this state board. And 4 or 5 months ago, this board appointed 2 members, Mr. O'Keefe and myself, to be its hearing entity. Is there any so just to conclude on that, the hearing is likely in December or January, and we'd like to get it behind us. Speaking of hearings, we now just have been tasked with another hearing. You saw the discussion. Is anybody here? I would like to have at least a 3-member committee to hear the case of the mill school rate setting. Is there anybody who would like to volunteer? My guess is it'll be at least a day's work, and possibly 2. Of course, you would be paid. You'd be conducting board business. Not that $6.25 an hour is exactly a magnet to draw you in. Let's see, we'll pay your car expenses, but that's about all I can offer. Are there any volunteers for this service? Certainly I'd like to see some, because if I don't get some volunteers, I'm going to start leaning on people.
Do you know where the hearing would be?
Probably wherever we decide to have it.
The school is in Essex.
Yeah,
Vermont.
well,
so if it's in Essex, I can't say no to you. And if it's
Oh.
elsewhere, there's other
Gives me an
meetings you're
idea.
sending me places for.
Right,
So,
right. It would be either Montpelier or this area. I mean, I think we can have it wherever we darn well please.
I mean, for my sake, the timing does matter, because there's some weeks that are unavailable in
Understood.
December for me. So
Right.
if we were to be, if this is out in January,
My guess
I
is
see
it's
a
going to be in
possibility.
January.
I'll be gone most of January.
Well, maybe December.
There you go.
All right.
It's December.
So
Welcome, Kathy.
You know what I'm looking for, and I would really welcome a very brief call or email that says, all right, I can do it in, you fill in the month or weeks. And we'll try to shoehorn it in. It is getting close to time to file our report to the General Assembly. In the past 2 years, I think I have wound up volunteering to do that report. I was just an ordinary member of the board in both cases. I'm going to send you a copy of the most recent report to the General Assembly. It's 2 pages, I think. I'm going to send that all to you, and I'm going to invite you to send me your thoughts. You don't have to compose a cogent, elegant 2-page statement, although if you're willing to, go right ahead. But I'd like you to convey to me your thoughts about what ought to be included in our report to the General Assembly. So that, because that needs to be written before our December meeting, so that at our December meeting, we approve it. Because it's not going to the General Assembly without your approval. And I want it to go to the General Assembly no later than the 2nd or 3rd of January. So to make this all work, it has to be written, and either one of you will write the entire thing, and it's terrific, or if that doesn't happen, then I'll write the entire thing, and it will be just what I do, and then you can kibitz about that.
Is it about what has been done, or what the mission is?
Yes. It's about whatever the board chooses to do, although it is called a report. And if you look, I'll send you the language and statute, so that to answer that question.
And last year's report.
And last year's report, both. And
might I say, Kathy and I probably can appreciate how reports are so well received.
oh, of course, they're just
Make it short.
yes. Yeah, absolutely. Don't imagine that it's going to be just devoured by the legislature the day it arrives. Be lucky if it's read by some. But we have an opportunity to tell the General Assembly what we want them to know about us. That they have an opportunity to pay attention or not.
But I would think it would be really targeted, particularly for the 2 ed committees. But
Yep,
anyway.
yep. And in talking about this, I'm sort of broaching with you there are 2 kinds of boards people. There are those who come to the meetings and do a good job at the meetings, and they pay no attention to what's happening with the board for the next 30 days and don't really do much. And then there are those who, I mean, this is sort of like life, isn't it? And then there are those who do the first part and then also become very active and engaged in between times. Every board has some of both. We need to have some of both, and so I'm encouraging you all to see that there's a lot that you can do to shape the agenda of this board by drafting your own ideas on any topic. I am a great believer in the expression, the power of the first draft, and it's for real. No matter how badly you write something, 80% of it will survive. So it's really worth being the person who takes the trouble to write the first draft of whatever topic we're thinking about. This will become very important if we're going to go out and have hearings. We cannot just have hearings and there's a deadly silence after them. We'll look like jerks. If we're going to have a hearing, there better be a written outcome, something that somebody sees and says, oh, that's what they found out. Isn't that interesting? So with that means that somebody's got to do some writing. And we don't have agency staff that are assigned to do that kind of work for us. It's my hope someday we will have staff to do that kind of work for us. But it will mean that if we're going to do this business of getting out into the hustings and asking people what you think, we're going to have to do some homework. I'm happy to do some, but I really don't think it's a very healthy board if only one person is doing the writing down of people's thoughts. So I'm just encouraging those of you who can and will make the time to take your chance and put stuff on paper for us. I guess maybe finally, I would like us to get to some extended written norms and guidelines. It's really remarkable to me that every school board in this state has a set of guidelines and ethical rules that they live by, more guidelines and conflict of interest rules. You're on a school board. You have them, don't you?
We do.
Guess what? This board does not. And I think that's frankly an embarrassment. Also, it's not a very good way to run a ship. We've talked about this some, and we seem to not be able to come to an action conclusion that says, yeah, let's do this. So I guess I should begin by asking you, what's been wrong with the conversations we've had, and what can we do to bring those conversations to conclusion? Conversations where we would agree on some kind of understanding about the guidelines for political involvement, conversations that would agree about conflict of interest and how you handle it.
Do we have a draft?
We've talked about it, but we haven't gotten anywhere.
Would it help to have a draft to react to? I can't remember if we had one from before.
You've had a draft, yeah. You've had a draft about political involvement in political or special interest organizations.
Had a letter on it.
I could resend that. If it would be helpful, I would send you that plus an adaptation of the Vermont School Boards Association model rules for conflict of interest.
And also board support for voting to approve issues. You don't go out and countermand or try to.
Oh yeah, right.
That's a big one.
We have
one voice, right? Is
What's
that
that?
what are you talking about? Like one voice, Peter?
I'm talking about, you know, if you vote as a board for something,
right?
You can go out and express your opinion, but you cannot campaign or try to countermand.
Right. Yeah. And the earlier board many years ago had an experience of that was very unpleasant and completely inappropriate. We did pass a board public communication rule that basically says you are not permitted to speak for the board unless you are designated by the chair to do so. You may, however, express your personal opinions, and you have an obligation to make it very clear that those are your personal opinions and you are not speaking for the board. I'm asked sometimes, even as chair by press, to comment on things. And if it's not something that we have talked about and reached a consensus about, I will say, I will answer your question only as an individual member of the board. It is not a statement from me as chair, and it's certainly not a statement from the board. I try to be very careful about that. Bill, you especially get a lot of calls from the press. We all have to be very, very careful to make it clear and to say it. Every time we need to say it, I'm speaking only for myself. I am not speaking for the board, and please make note of that. Because we get that kind of problem that you're speaking about.
I always use a disclaimer, whether it's a telephone call or
Right.
writing.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do, and I think we all need to observe that. But Peter's point goes beyond that. It's the advocacy in the General Assembly, which runs counter to the consensus or point of view of this board. It's simply off limits. Doesn't matter that your personal opinion. That's just off limits, and we need to have a piece that says that. We don't. So I'll try to put together a package for you, and I earnestly hope that we can. I don't care how much you hack it up and change it. I just want us to come out with something that is in writing, that's clear, and that addresses these kinds of questions.
We have a good one. I sit on the RDC Regional Development
Oh,
Corp.
yes.
And we're so diverse, but we're all focused on economic development, and obviously it's different for every one of us.
Of course.
And it's a pretty decent release.
Kathy, would you send that to me?
Yes.
And I will.
And I did just forward you the one from the Essex Westford
Oh,
School
thank
Board
you.
that we all signed because it's
Thank
on
you.
our website.
Thank you. And, you know, we all have signed a code of ethics, executive order number 90-something or other. That's binding on us, really binding on us. And I think we would include this as sort of supplementary documents to this little, I'd like you to have a little sheaf of 2 to 5 pages that sort of, these are the rules of engagement for us.
Because it will become more important, I believe, if we are out in the public more, taking in information, because then we're engaging more, so we've got to expect that they want to engage more with us,
That's
too.
correct. That's
So.
correct. Yep. Yep. So here we are at the end of the meeting, and I want to just take the last 5 minutes to say, so what do you want to see on the agenda next month in January and February? Any thoughts?
One thing you gotta have is a legislative letter, and I will take a shot at.
The report to the police, good. I hope others will as well. Thank you, Bill, for offering to do that. But on the agenda, what else?
Well, maybe we want to, I know we're talking, and obviously others, to education leaders. Maybe we want to talk about what we're hearing in terms of what issues might be and what we should be aware of and what we might want to.
How about if I invited the chairs of the 2 education committees to come speak with us?
Oh, that'd be good.
That would be excellent.
December would be the last date that could happen.
And where is that meeting? Has that been determined?
That meeting is in Hyde Park. I think we'll have to pick them up at the door and drive them there. I mean, that's just not very convenient for anybody, but the board's planning to go there.
Is it at
the
Lamoille?
Technical Center?
At the Tech Center. Oh, great.
Yeah.
I was on
I
the
think
lab
so.
board there.
I recall.
Yeah, the Green Mountain Technology. Oh, that's great. Oh,
Yeah.
that's great.
That'll be good for us.
Yeah. That's in. That's between Morrisville and Johnson.
Yeah,
Closer
former
to
Roosevelt
Morrisville,
homestead,
yeah.
right?
Route 15.
I was just teasing. Let me explore the possibility of inviting the chairs to come visit with us.
And we also, I know, every year the Agency of Education, of course, has its list that they're creating of what they're going to the legislature with. Is it out of the question to ask what AOE is expecting to present for changes?
Welcome to the new post-Act 98 world.
It's part of really the governor's policy agenda. The agency doesn't have its own policy agenda. So we're part of the administrative.
for that one,
Yeah,
were you?
so
No, I guess
once that's released, I'd be certainly happy to talk about that.
January
But
statement.
we are, yeah. I mean, we'll as I hinted at, we're going to be unpacking these data. I think there's an urgency around
literacy and some data. Part of our just, I think, a continuous conversation about how to reinforce the systems implementation around Act 173. So we'll be making unilaterally, I think, some announcements in December around data and literacy. But certainly once the policy agenda is finalized, I'd be happy to talk to you about that.
Okay. But to date, that hasn't been a big issue in terms of what, what your agenda is for the
Yeah, we don't,
legislature.
well, once again, the agency doesn't formulate its own agenda.
Yeah.
We do that as part of a process,
Yeah.
which I can talk about the process too, but it's
Yeah.
part of the state, the administrative team,
Yeah.
the governor's team, and how we
Yeah.
formulate those priorities and his
Right.
priorities.
Right. So one way or another, I think we will try to be able to present to you at the December meeting what we understand the two committees' hot button issues are, and if possible, have them here to speak. Here would be much more convenient, but that's not to be. Other thoughts about agenda either now or in the distant future? Well, fair enough. And I would say if you get to me with if you have a flash of something you wish you had mentioned, if I hear from you within the next 7 days, then that can become part of the conversation that Dan and I have. Dan and I meet with some of his staff about usually 7 to 10 days after a board meeting to discuss what should be on the agenda for the next meeting. So the meeting starts to take shape, and its agenda starts to take shape in about 10 days from now. Anything else for the good of the Assembly? Any other things that we as a board should be discussing?
I think we did mention the waiting study, understanding that it'll come after it's been presented to the legislature.
Yeah, we'll distribute the report simultaneously too. We just won't be doing a presentation briefing like we will be for them.
Right. Just.
But the findings, I think, we can talk about, pretty fluently with you.
Do we think that would be released before December? I think we're 18th.
Yes.
So maybe there's a
before Thanksgiving.
placeholder for that
Put that
on
down
our
as a
agenda.
placeholder.
A placeholder for conversation. Not
We started, the previous chair wanted, and I think the board was receptive to us, just distributing to you, anytime we publish any kind of report, we send you a courtesy copy.
Yeah.
So we do provide annual reports to
So-
the legislature on issues like pre-K and dual enrollment and so forth. So anytime we do those, we'll provide them to you as well.
So, Bill, since the agency cannot and will not speak about the waiting study at our December 18th
I can
meeting.
speak to it, I just won't have the researchers here to do that.
Okay, okay, all right.
And Dan, do you have a timeline for those reports that you were just talking about that you do
They're on our
periodically?
policy work plan, we have those milestone dates
yeah.
mapped out. Yeah, I
Okay.
don't know them off the top
That
of my head.
might be helpful for us as
Yeah.
we think about our a work plan for us.
Yep.
To put those
Yep.
placeholders in,
Right.
because getting them in the email is different than having a conversation
Sure.
about them, I think.
Is there anything else people want to discuss?
I would just add the Act One group, if you remember ethnic studies.
Yes.
They're gonna have their first meeting next week. It's taken them a while to appoint the various members.
This is the ethics.
Yeah, ethnic studies.
Ethics studies.
Yeah, so they'll be convening next week for the first time.
When, if at all, does the board become involved in all of that?
That's a good question. I think what I've encouraged them, we met like a month or so ago with a sort of the leadership group of that team. I suggested to them that they stay, provide you regular updates on their work as opposed to just waiting to the very end of their work. So we'll see, we're going to get organized first.
All right.
But I hope that they would take advantage of the opportunity to come meet with you at some point and provide an update as to what they're working on. They're working on standards. That'll be the focus of their legislative charge. But you have the option to may or may not, this way the statutory language is provided for you to approve those or not. If they
We can adopt standards without going through rulemaking, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we've done that.
Seems to you've done that. Yeah.
Okay.
Does that mean it becomes part of the ed quality standard?
Yes.
Well, yeah, it's a good question. I mean, the standards I've seen this board just adopt standards in a vote. They don't necessarily become part of the quality standards, which are regulation and rule. But you have a list of approved standards, you know.
Right. We adopted financial literacy standards.
Literacy, did world language recently when I was here.
I'd like to call a stop to adopting standards and do a little more implementing.
Here.
Hey,
Well, in many cases, though, the request for the standards comes from the educational community itself.
Usually,
Where, and you know, they've normally gotten together a bunch of people concerned with financial literacy,
What
for
did
example.
Pogo say?
Pardon me?
What did Pogo say?
Right. All right, then, thank you all.
Thank you.
And if anybody wants Jenna's contact information, see me right after the meeting, I'll give it to you.
Could you email that to us, and if you get any updates, send that along too.
Okay, I can send you the contact information by
That'd be
email.
great,
Yeah, I'll do that. I don't think she's ready for any calls or anything like that. Her hands are very full. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. It is great. Thanks for having us. It's great to be at the Heidenberg Senior Housing Complex. Thanks for having us, guys. My name is TJ Donovan, Vermont Attorney General. With me today is Honor Horton, who's the Executive Director of Hunger Free Vermont. Honor, thanks for being here. Sarah Launderville, the Executive Director for the Vermont Center for Independent Living, is here. Sarah, thanks for being here. Chris Moldovan, who's the Director of Nutrition and Wellness Services at Age Well, is here. Chris, thanks for being here. Sure. Incredibly happy that Aaron Segrist, the President of the Vermont Retail and Grocers Association, is here with us today. Aaron, thank you. Joining me from the Attorney General's office are Assistant Attorney Generals Bessie Weiss and Jamie Renner. Thanks for being here, guys. So we are here to talk about a proposed change from the Trump administration in Washington that is going to possibly limit the amount of SNAP benefits, known as 3 Squares Vermont, by changing the way the benefits are calculated. And I just want to put this in context. And when we talk about 3 Squares Vermont, it used to be called Vermont Food Stamps. We're talking about food. Right. That's right. A basic need. Thank you. Thank you. A basic need, a basic human value that everybody should have enough food to be healthy and to be well fed. It's a basic human right. We all know that. Yep. And we know that this world is tough. We know that it's expensive, it's complicated, and that we take care of the most vulnerable, because that's what we do in Vermont. And that 3 Squares has been so good to so many in this state. It's a program that I support, that we all support, that we want to protect, and that we want to maintain. And this latest rule is the 3rd time the Trump administration has tried to change these rules to hurt the poor, to hurt older Vermonters, and to hurt folks with disabilities. But here's the good news. We can do something about it. We fought them at every step. They tried to change the public charge rule, which made it harder if you needed a helping hand, not a handout, a helping hand. We went to court and we got an injunction and we stopped that. They tried to change the eligibility requirements for 3 Squares. And we said to Vermonters, we need to speak out about this, because for any rule to go through, they have to go through what's called a public comment period, where we, the people, get to register our displeasure about these policies that are going to hurt us. Vermonters stood up and spoke out and said, we think that food is a basic right. Well, unfortunately, here we go again. The new rule that the Trump administration is proposing to cut Vermont's SNAP benefits, known as 3 Squares Vermont, by changing the way the benefits are calculated. Right now, a household's eligibility for SNAP benefits depends on the household's income after certain deductions are made. Well, we all understand that. And last time I checked, Vermont is a northern state and it gets a little cold up here. One of the deductions is the standard utility allowance. These are, as we all know, significant costs in Vermont, given our winters, which I think started a little early this year. Staying warm costs money. Well, the proposed rule from the Trump administration would reduce the standard utility reduction for Vermonters by almost half, cutting the deduction almost in half. And what that means for SNAP eligibility is this: that Vermonters will receive fewer SNAP benefits, meaning less money for less food. Some may lose their SNAP benefits altogether. Let me sum it up. It's unacceptable. We know that, and we got to fight it. So here's how the money breaks down. Right now, the average monthly benefit for Vermont households receiving SNAP benefits is $216. Let me just say this. That's not enough to begin with. Okay, that's not enough to begin with. But if this proposed rule goes through, which is going to cut in half that standard utility deduction, Vermont is going to be hurt the worst. And more than 26,000 current households in Vermont would lose an average of $82 a month. Now, I'm not great at math, But 216 minus 82 is what?
Not enough.
Thank you, Honor. By the end of this press conference, we're going to know the answer to that question. But think about this. $216 a month's not enough to begin with. Now they want to cut it by 82 more bucks? This is completely unacceptable. And here's the thing. It's not just about folks who may receive SNAP benefits, and there's no shame in receiving benefits. Everybody needs to eat. Everybody needs to be healthy. It's a basic human right. But to the Vermont economy, this would result in more than 25 million annual loss in total benefits. That's money that's not going to stores, to small businesses in this state. Here's probably the worst part of this new rule by the Trump administration. The proposal is going to hurt elder Vermonters and folks with disabilities the hardest. 80% of these households would see a reduction in benefits. Now, I don't know about you guys, but in Vermont, we take care of people who need our help. We stand up for folks who need our help. We have their backs. This is a time for us to speak up and to speak out against this proposed rules that's going to hurt older Vermonters and folks with disabilities. We have an obligation to do this. We can't afford this. You guys know this better than I do. Vermonters can't afford this. It's too hard already. And we can't have making Vermonters to make an impossible choice to choose each month between spending their money on food or other critical needs like prescription drugs, medicine, which aren't cheap, utilities, or housing. According to Vermont Food Bank, over 100,000 Vermonters, think about that, 100,000 of our neighbors are using multiple strategies to get enough food, including eating food past expiration date, pawning or selling personal property, watering down their food and drinks. It's the 21st century we're living in a civilized world. And people are scrimping and saving just for that basic need of food. We have to oppose this rule. This is what we have to do. We can do something about it. As I said, any time this rule is proposed, it's got to go through a process, and they got to hear from Americans and Vermonters. Use your voice. Speak out against this. We need you to do it too. We got to take care of people. We got to take care of people who need our help, and we certainly can't let older Vermonters and folks with disabilities be hurt the most. We stand up for the most vulnerable. They deserve our support. They deserve respect, and most of all, they deserve basic human dignity, which food represents. So, as I said, we'll submit comments. We're asking you to reject us, to join us in rejecting this rule as well. To do so, visit Hunger Free Vermont's website. There's a website up here that Honora's going to talk about. Here's the thing. It's just like school. The deadline's coming up. It's on December 2nd. I don't know about you guys. I always wait at the last minute to do my homework. We gotta change the way we do business. We gotta get out in front of this. We gotta get these comments in before December 2nd. I know next week's a holiday, but it's a great time because I know we'll have a little bit of downtime to go online and just make your voice heard. Speak out about how hurtful, how harmful, how draconian these rules are, because it's not enough money to begin with. By changing the rule, it's going to be even less money. Let's take care of each other. Let's speak up against these rules. Thanks for having me. Now let me turn it over to Sarah Launderville, the Executive Director of Vermont Center for Independent Living. Sarah.
So hi, everybody. Thank you so much for allowing us into your home today. Really appreciate this. I am the Executive Director of the Vermont Center for Independent Living, as well as the President of the Vermont Coalition for Disability Rights and the National Council on Independent Living. VCL is a statewide nonprofit organization working for the rights of individuals with disabilities. And we support individuals with disabilities through peer support, providing services like home modifications and grants for assistive technology, and provide Meals on Wheels. I'm going to speak up, all right. Happy to. For individuals under the age of 60 who have a disability. Better? Great. About 85% of the VCL staff have a disability, and many have experience with living on benefits. In addition, we serve about 2,000 Vermonters annually who have disabilities, and most of these individuals are also on benefits. VCIL is in solidarity with these other organizations today, fighting against the strategic attack on people with disabilities who are in need. We are asking for a stronger response from our neighbors as we rise against the proposed rule change that disproportionately will affect people with disabilities and elders. This is a cookie-cutter government attempt to cut an important basic need, a basic program, and it doesn't work for Vermont, and it needs to be stopped. This proposal will bring harm to people with disabilities. It's that simple. People with disabilities seem to be an easy target, especially those living on benefits. We see a snapshot of this every day, of those with disabilities living in poverty and struggling, but we also see a path out of that struggle. A path out comes from a collective response that provides a system that's not based on ableism, one that acknowledges that some people have more serious health issues and needs than others, one that acknowledges that people with disabilities do not have the same access to opportunities in employment or socialization or even in our healthcare system. The continued attack by putting out proposed rule changes that take away those supports does not solve these problems. And until we can change those systems, we can't just put people in situations where their health and lives will be at greater risk. The snapshot of the people we work with through peer support, providing home modifications and Meals on Wheels, are people who are trying to figure out basic needs while still setting goals to live life to their full potential. The struggle of living in poverty and having a disability is immense. Disability affects 1 in 5 Vermonters, and living with a disability costs more than living without one. For those whose health is at a place where they cannot work and are typically stressed on a daily basis, trying to keep their health in check, trying to figure out transportation to the doctor's appointments, getting medical equipment they need, and figuring out how to pay bills, in dealing with a culture that dismisses and calls us lazy. A culture in which the federal government is putting out ways to cut the small benefit that provides food and heat to these individuals. A culture in which people setting forward these rules have privilege, and most have not experienced the anxiety, the hopelessness felt when wondering where you might eat again. A system in which those developing it most likely have not sat in their living room with blankets, huddled with family members, hoping for enough money to turn the heat back on. Many of us will use the word vulnerable here. And yes, people are now in a vulnerable place. But with good supports, that picture changes. With heat and food comes the ability to fight off infections, keep healthy. We must all agree on the benefits of food and warmth. And if we do, then the path to ensure that those who are in need becomes apparent. Instead of fighting for the 3rd time this year on benefits and SNAP, we should be talking about the incredible impacts this program makes when fully funded. If we want people to thrive, we need to support people when they need support. Food security is a part of that solution. We know it works. We know it when we see less visits to the hospital, more activity in the community, and moving on to employment opportunities. Healthier bodies, healthier minds. Symptoms of a disability at its worst, healing and getting better. Our hope is that everyone sends a clear message to the federal government that Vermonters don't leave our neighbors with disabilities behind, that we collectively feel that struggle, and we are not going to allow for our neighbors to be cold and hungry. It takes only a few moments to donate your time and send that message today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah. Next, Chris Moldovan, the Director of Nutrition and Wellness Services at Age Well. Chris, thanks for being here.
Hi, everybody. My name is Chris Moldovan. I'm the Nutrition and Wellness Director at Age Well. We are an area agency on aging that serves Northwest Vermont and one of 5 area agencies on aging in the state that comprise the V4A organization. As many of you know in this room, we provide services to people over the age of 60 to help people live independently in their homes. We provide care and services, information and assistance, state health insurance, Meals on Wheels. We provide community meals, as well as 3 Squares outreach. This is information to get information to people to understand that this is a valuable benefit that will help older Vermonters live as independently as possible, get that basic need met of getting adequate food, healthy food of their choice so that they can live healthy lives. Many Vermonters, as we age, are having more and more problems with their health. More and more people are being diagnosed with chronic health diseases, things like diabetes, hypertension, heart disease. And in order to manage those illnesses, healthy food is a must. When people don't have access to food, don't have the dollars to spend on healthy food, make the choices that will keep them well fed and, again, managing those illnesses, it becomes an issue later on as the illnesses progress. People will need more health care, more problems with admissions to, say, the ER, hospital admissions, and so forth. 3 Squares benefit provides that needed assistance. For people who are eligible, they receive money that they can go to the grocery store, make choices, bring home food, make meals, high protein, nutrient-dense foods. And without those benefits, or if those benefits are cut, they have to make very difficult choices. I work with many, many people in our service area who have told me about the benefits that they receive through 3 Squares. If they didn't have it, they don't go to the grocery store weekly, even monthly sometimes. They don't have the luxury of going in and making choices of foods that they like. They look in the cupboard and use what they have. This isn't right. This proposal is something we do all need to speak out about. We need to take the time, let our voices be heard. Absolutely, I'm proud to be a Vermonter. I'm proud to take care of my neighbor and our community, and I think we all should make our voices known. We need to make sure that this cut, this change in the eligibility and the standard utility allowance is unreasonable. Heat, mortgage, rent, property taxes all need to be paid. How can we meet this need when we're worried about the next meal that we can put on the table? Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Next, I ask Aaron Seegers, the president of the Vermont Retail and Grocers Association, to say a few words. Aaron, thanks for being here.
Hi, I'm Erin Segrist. I'm the president of the Vermont Retail and Grocers Association. We are a statewide organization. Can you hear me? We're a statewide organization. We represent retailers, food retailers, and general retailers around the state. So where you buy your groceries, whether it's the grocery store, the neighborhood market, the convenience store, your country store, we represent them. And we're here today to, first of all, I'd like to thank the Attorney General for inviting me today. We believe that cutting an average of $82 per month from your grocery bill is the difference between maintaining your health and falling ill because of poor nutrition. The overall impact in eliminating $26 million from the Vermont economy not only impacts you, the food consumer, but it also impacts the businesses and the communities that they're in. It also impacts the jobs that each of our family members, that all of the Vermonters have working in those stores. So $26 million being removed from the Vermont economy doesn't just impact our food source, it also impacts the jobs and the overall economy. This is not how we do business in Vermont. So we are joining the Attorney General and Hunger Free Vermont and every other organization in this room today to urge you to make your voice heard as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron, and thank you for articulating the economic impact this cut would have on the Vermont economy. Close to $26 million wouldn't be spent supporting small businesses in this state. It's bad for folks, it's bad for business. This is why we have to fight this rule. Next, I want to say a few words before I invite Honor Horton to come up, the Executive Director of Hunger Free Vermont. She has been the catalyst in the state of Vermont in urging folks like me and others to join this fight. She has been an absolute champion for the hungry and the vulnerable and the elderly in this state. She's the one that alerted us to the public charge rule, to the earlier attempt at limiting the eligibility to SNAP benefits, and now the third attempt at hurting older Vermonters, this attempt to change the standard utility allowance. Honor, we thank you for your leadership. We thank you for your advocacy. We thank you for the fight that you're bringing on behalf of Vermonters to the Trump administration in Washington, D.C. Please welcome Honor Horton from Hunger Free Vermont. Honor.
Well, thank you so much, Attorney General, for that incredibly generous introduction. It's my honor and privilege to have the opportunity to spend my days fighting on behalf of Vermonters and making sure that here in Vermont we can bring an end to the injustice of hunger and malnutrition for every single one of us. That is Hunger Free Vermont's mission. And we couldn't do it alone. We need everybody who's up here. We need all of you, because there's different steps that we can take to keep these really devastating cuts from taking effect. And a lot of times we feel, I feel like, as one person, what can I do in the face of everything that's going on in Washington? How much power do I really have? But it turns out that we really do, every one of us, have real power to stop these cuts from happening. Because every single public comment that we make, so every single voice that's raised, every single person who goes to this web address right here, which I'll say more about in a second, and types in what you want to say to the administration in Washington about this cut, that comment has to get read, it has to get analyzed, it has to get accounted for. And maybe we'll sway the people making this decision, and maybe we'll change their mind at that point. But maybe we won't. But that's okay, because that's not the end of the process. And if hundreds of thousands of people all around the country put those comments in, first of all, that delays the opportunity for this cut to get put into effect. So we can delay by months and months and months the next step of the process. And the next step of the process, even if they don't listen to us and they want to go ahead and make these cuts, well, then we have our Attorney General who's going to join a lawsuit with others, just like he did on public charge, and the states can bring a lawsuit to say, no, this is unjust, and this is outside of the scope of the intent of the law, and you can't implement it. And the courts so far have agreed. They've agreed with us. And then they can issue an injunction and prevent those cuts from taking effect. But do you know what they use? Do you know the evidence that they use to make that happen? They use our comments to show the harm. So we have to help it be possible for our Attorney General and other states' Attorney General all around the country to make their case. And that's the other reason why we've got to put our comments in. All right? So I'm going to tell you exactly how to do that. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yeah, okay, good. That's what I thought. I thought I was in a room full of rebels here. All right. So right here on the front of the podium is a web address. You don't even have to remember it though, because we have a handout for every single one of you that you can take with you. And not only can you take it with you for you, but you can pass it around to all your friends, your family, everybody you're going to see over Thanksgiving, everybody. All right? All right. Yes. And that web address is www.hungerfreevt.org. hungerfreevt.org. Or you can just type in Hunger Free Vermont and our website will come up. On the very first page of our website, there'll be a big button that will come up to say Protect 3 Squares Vermont Now, and you just click on that. It's going to take you to a page with everything you need. Information, sample comments you can use, and the place where you can go to just submit your comment. Now, if you don't want to go through the website, you need help submitting your comment, then if you will let one of us know, we can do it for you. All right? So everybody, there is a way for everybody to have their voices heard. Even if computers and, websites are not for you, which honestly, they're not for me either, but I have to. So here we are. All right, so I'm counting on all of you. We're all counting on all of you to help us stop this cut from happening. Thank you so much for hosting us today. It's really an honor to be here with you, and we're really grateful for your help.
Thank you, Honor. Thank you, Honor. And thank you for that excellent recitation of the legal process. You're spot on. So I might have spent a little bit time at Burlington High School more focused on basketball than math, but when Honora was speaking, I did a little basic math, and $216, which is the basic benefit folks receive now, if this rule were to go through, that $84 cut, you're down to $134 a month. Nobody can do that.